type on my name on the second page. So my name D-O-N-G.
Oh,
Type on my name on the second page. So my name D-O-N-G.
oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
page.
on live stream.
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
Can you
on
mute?
live
Can you
stream.
mute?
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
Can you
on
mute?
live
Can you
stream.
mute?
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on. Oh, testing.
Type on my name on the
We're
second
now
Can you
on
mute?
live
Can you
stream.
mute?
So my name D-O-N-G.
Turn on.
What is going on? We have to figure it out.
Yeah, I think somebody was listening this.
What is going
Somebody's
on?
listening this.
We have to figure it out.
Yeah, I think somebody was listening this.
What is going on?
Somebody's listening this.
We have to figure it out.
Somebody's YouTube live is on.
Yeah, I think somebody was listening this.
What is going
Somebody's
on?
listening this.
We have to figure it out.
Somebody.
Hello?
Now it's okay.
What's going on? So do we need to unmute ourselves?
Yeah, I think the sound was coming probably, given that I was sharing sound, it seems like it was coming, I mean, was getting the audio from the stream.
Oh,
We shouldn't open the audio, the live stream. At least not from our same devices. Maybe with another device, but not with this one.
yeah, live stream cannot go
Yeah,
on the same device.
yeah, basically whoever is like sharing a screen shouldn't open, or like, especially if you have the share sound
Yes.
enable.
Guys, I just tweeted that we are live now. You guys can do retweet or something, maybe to catch some attention so people can join.
Yes, of course.
Guys, should we take a picture, a group picture for the internet? Or did we already take? Wait, but I cannot. I will
If I
try.
put this here, like,
How can we take a gallery picture?
Gallery picture. Then we may need to stop the sharing.
No, it's fine. No, wait.
I think-
Don't stop.
can you guys see the screen? My screen? Like, I put the gallery in there. Maybe this one would work.
Yes, you are doing a screenshot. We can see that.
Okay. Smile, guys. It will be a couple of ones because I cannot manage to fit everybody. So smile. Let's go for the first one.
Wait.
What? All right.
Yeah.
All right. So welcome everybody to the first workshop on AI for creative video editing and understanding. I'm really excited to be here today and present the workshop. We're going to have an exciting lineup of keynote speakers, panel discussion, and also poster presentations. So the workshop is going from 8 a.m. Pacific time until 6 p.m. Pacific time. So I hope you can stay with us throughout the day and enjoy the talks and different events we have. So first of all, welcome from all the organizers. So the organizing team is a combination between academics and industry researchers. And I want to thank all my colleagues who make this possible today due to all the hard work they did throughout the last months and today as well. I want to make a special thanks to you, Alejandro and Anyi, who take like the leadership and they make sure that all details of the workshop were ready for today. So thank you a lot, you guys, for your dedication and patience to make this workshop happen. So, all right, so as I say, like I wanted to start like the workshop giving an introduction what's about the goal of the workshop and the scope of it. So before we jump into the details, I want to give a brief history of video and how video editing emerged through time. So I'm gonna play a video. Hopefully you can hear the audio. And this is one of the earliest films ever produced in history. I mean, it's one of the one that we can still find available today. As you can see, I mean, those early films didn't have any editing on it. So basically they were recording a moment, but in reality, they didn't want to really record that moment. What they really wanted to do is showcase the technology. At that moment in time, cameras and video cameras were kind of like a revolution by the time. So the whole scope of making a video was to showcase that they were able to do it. But they were not able to tell a narrative with that video. They just record a moment and that was it. It was until a magician known as Georges Méliès introduced what we know the first editing concepts. And it's really interesting to see that those editing concepts arise from a need in magic. So Georges Méliès was a magician, and I'm gonna play two clips here, which will show you one of the first editing concepts, what we know today at the stop edit. And then I'm gonna show you as well, one of the first visual effects. little know George Méliès at the time about how important were those discoveries in editing. Even like today's young creators are inspired by those techniques. So I'm gonna show a contemporary version of those edits and videos. And these are basically 2 TikTok videos I sampled that use those techniques even today.
Let me get this clear, 'cause I had no idea.
So some see this glass as half full, some see it as half empty, but I see it as a piece of cake.
So it's impressive to see how influential were those concepts at the time and how those has been used through time. But George Méliès is still, I mean, he was in the theatrical background, so he still thinks the world was kind of like a single continuous take. It was only until early 1900s where we start seeing like the first editing vocabulary arise. So it was first with Edwin Porter who introduced the concept of temporal overlaps. And the idea here is that you can concatenate scenes recorded at different times, but in order for the audience to make sense of it, he had the need to actually include a temporal overlap between the scenes. At that time, he believed actually that the audience needed this temporal overlap to make sense of what's happening on the video. Let me play it. As you see, it took a while before the fireman came down throughout the escalator, and this will be really weird, like in today's movie cinema. So you won't see that. You will see probably very fast cut where you see the fireman already on the floor or something like that. But you won't see this kind of temporal overlap in today's editing. But truly, one of the revolutionary concepts is what we call today as continuity editing. And continuity editing actually remove this concept, this need of temporal overlap to make sense of scenes. And actually, D.W. Griffith went forward and say, we can record a scene from multiple setups and the audience will make sense of it. I don't need to include this temporal overlap or like give a lot of hints to the audience to make sense of the scene. So I'm gonna play a video of one of the earliest films that use continuity editing. So basically they recorded a scene from multiple cameras to express different emotions. So he discovered like actually using close-ups and manipulating the framing of the scene, he can express emotions to the audience. And another technique that is quite influential today is what we call as the Soviet montage. And this was earliest discovered by Lev Kuleshov. We know this today as the Kuleshov effect. So I'm gonna let Hitchcock explain this concept to you.
The assembly of film and how it can be changed to create a different idea. Now we have a close-up. Let me show what he sees. Let's assume he saw a woman holding a baby in her arms. Now we cut back to his reaction to what he sees, and he smiles. Now what is he as a character? He's a kindly man. He's sympathetic. Now, let's take the middle piece of film away, the woman with the child, but leave his two pieces of film as they were. Now we'll put in a piece of film of a girl in a bikini. He looks, girl in a bikini, he smiles. What is he now? The dirty old man. He's no longer the benign gentleman.
Yeah, I think Hitchcock did a pretty good job explaining the concept of the montage. So the idea here is actually you can manipulate the audience reaction by ordering and picking carefully the assembly of different shots. And all the things I'm going to with all this history of video editing is the importance of the cut and the shots and how do you assemble them in time. And actually, so over time, cutting and assembling has become like prevalent over the years. So at the beginning, editors were using actually scissors to cut footage. They were manually assembling together sequences. Then with the development of technology, we got curious and developed technologies to actually make this faster through using the moviola, an invention in the 20s, then flatbeds in the 70s, and today nonlinear editing, which came just on the 90s and is still used today. So one trend we can see over time, once we develop better technologies, is that actually shots became shorter and shorter. And we have more cuts and more cuts in movies and video edits. And I will attribute this personally to the fact that the technology is getting better and it's much easier to do these operations. But I wonder what is the next generation of video editing? What will be the next frontier in video editing? So we know that we have very good digital cameras in our phone. We can record almost every moment. We have a lot of creative people recording things online, recording things like in their daily life. And we have like pretty good digital editing software. So what will be the next generation of video editing? And in this workshop, what we are trying to focus on is how can artificial intelligence, machine learning in general, help to transform video editing workflow. So instead of like only the editor interacting with the tools, what about having an assistant that helps you to do very boring tasks and let the editor to focus on the creativity? So this, in our opinion, is the next frontier in video editing, where you have technology that helps you to deal with the boring tasks, similar to what nonlinear digital editors do or did when they replaced the scissors and very manual operations. Can we have an assistant, a smart assistant that helps us to scrub through footage, find the best moments, get rid of the boring operations, and let's focus on the creativity part. So there is already some technologies deployed on video editing pipelines today. I'm just going to cite two of them, but there may be many others. One of them is an automatic method to reframe video. So imagine you have a landscape video, but now you want to share it on social media. It's a technology, an AI technology that lets us focus on the important things in a video and reframe the video into your particular aspect ratio or your desired aspect ratio. Or on the right, there is a lot of like AI technologies for VFX, like for instance, like what happens if you want to select a subject and then you want to do rotoscoping. There are many techniques available today that can help you to do this task. So to reemphasize, the goal of the workshop will be to build a cross-disciplinary community with the common interest of building technology to understand and assist the video creation process. So in general, we believe that to really build technologies that help video editors and creative, we need to bring together researchers from multiple disciplines, from the human-computer interaction side, from the computer vision community, and as well from the psychology and perception field. The workshop will be loaded with multiple events, including keynotes, a panel discussion, and a poster session. And this will be the schedule for today. So first, after this presentation, we will have a spotlight from the organizers. Then we will have keynotes from Professor James Cutting and Professor Marc Christie. And later during the morning, we will have Irfan and Essa talking about AI for video creation. And then we will have the panel discussion. In the afternoon as well, we will have two keynotes given by Professor Angjoo Kanazawa and Maneesh Agrawala. And then later during the afternoon, we will have the poster session, the industry spotlights that will have the presence of different industry companies like Adobe, Netflix, Tencent, Runway, and Synopsis. Stay tuned till the end, because in the closing remarks, we're gonna announce the prizes for the best paper awards. So that's it from my side. I think you is next about the organizers spotlights.
Okay, can you guys? Okay, I think I'm all ready. Oh, thank you, Fabian, for your introduction. And so here in this brief overview, I'd like to introduce our effort on the task and data sets for creative video editing and understanding. So when we are talking about creative videos, like we may think of some well-edited travel vlogs on YouTube, or some professional ones like movies and the TV series. So when people are watching movies, we might memorize the shots and see the dialogues and listen to the background musics. And afterwards, we might remember some exciting highlights or reproduce the stories using our own languages. And for professional content creators, they might just create their own videos using their domain knowledges and their understanding of the movie. So one natural question is that can machines act like human, and what can we expect the machines to do? Of course, there is a wide range of machine learning applications for creative video editing and understanding. Here, I just show one example of the application. So to analyze the stories in a movie, it's good to tag the semantic keywords to each moment of the movie. For example, when we see the Jack and the Rose stand on and hugging the bow of Titanic, we know it's a moment of love. And when we see the Titanic just crashes into two parts and fell into the ocean, we know it's a moment of disaster or dystopia. So having the previously semantic analysis, where it's easier for us to generate a collection of highlight moments, of a movie, or to generate some movie trailers according to the text. To support these applications, we propose MovieNet dataset. So to understand complex videos like movies, it's very important to have a large amount of multimodality data. So in MovieNet, it is very large, and the data are ranging from movies to trailers, from subtitles to synopsis, from languages to audios. So we are able to analyze the stories and its key elements. And if we want to create our own content, MovieNet also provides useful tools for analyzing the filming art, including the cinematic styles. So to be more specific, here is one example of task of story understanding. So it's often the case that when we are seeing the introductory descriptions of some certain movies, we may desire to see the corresponding movie segments, of course, afterwards. So our MovieNet also provides the data and annotation to assist this kind of tasks. So in the previous example show that the videos and the languages in movies are very complex. So to deal with the complex data structures, the building block is to perform some structural story understanding, which is to analyze the key elements of the story, and including the characters, actions, and where the event happens, and as well as the relationships of these elements. So we established the benchmark of character detection in MovieNet. And then we established the character recognition benchmark. And also the scene understanding benchmark with action and place recognition. And importantly, the benchmark for event segmentation. So I've been talking a lot about the video understanding, and here comes the video editing part. So we have some different video editing pipeline in industry. In many contains 3 parts. So the first stage is about preparing for the stories, and then the during production stage for film some footages, and a post-production stage for making some final cuts. So one thing the machine can do is to assist video sequencing. So here I introduce a related task called multi-shot video creation. In the task of multi-shot video creation, we are given a large scale of shot gallery and then some narrative transcript text. So the goal of this task is to generate multi-shot video that matches the text and also have very smooth shot transitions. To support this task, we built a data set called vTravel. The vTravel data set is consisted of travel videos paired with transcripts. So we're able to generate a large collection of short footages out of the videos. And then we can create some new story videos using our own transcripts. Okay, so except for video composition, there are also lots of interesting topics to explore in video editing, like, for example, storyboard making or virtual cinematography. So I think the next speaker, Anyi, will introduce these to us. So Anyi, please take over the presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Fabian and Yu, for the intro. Following their talks, I will dive into a more specific topic, that is to understand the cinematical style through the lens of shot. Before we start, I'd like to throw out a question. How do we watch a movie? At first thought, I think we follow a typical structure that we learn in the writing class of our primary school. The story involves with explosion, climax, and the resolution. Actually, the process to watch a movie is like this. We got a lot of up and down as the story involves. So what are these? The thing that affects our viewing experience along the story. This is exactly what I'm going to cover today, the cinematical style that accompany with the story. Let's take a look at this example that telling one story in 8 different short styles. We can see the power that different cinematical styles bring totally different feelings to us. To understand it, we take the most 3 common cinematical style as our starting point: the shot movement, scale, and angle. Movement refers to the camera movement. Scale is defined by the amount of subject figure within the frame. Angle is the one between the camera and the target. Let's take a closer eye on shot scale first. The closer the shot, the more intense the motion. We can feel how terrified this man is from the usage of this extreme close-up shot. And here are 2 examples that one story with 2 different shot scale. The left shows a full shot and a medium shot. The compressed space gives us an underlying feeling that the little boy is in danger. Similar observations could be found from the right example. This is a spy movie. When we use the close-up shot in the bottom, we can clearly feel the tension of their mission. Shot angle serves as another tool to express the psychology suggestions from the video creators. In this example, low angles make the people seem powerful, and high angles make people look powerless. Each camera movement also implies different meanings. Some obvious, others subtle. Let's see this example from the movie 7. Handshaking camera is able to show that Mio is panic, and static camera shows that John is calm. With the above in mind, we can see that the cinematical style of single shots already brings enough power. So when multiple shots work together, it offers more power to build up different things. And we can further utilize this feature to help us storyboard a video before we press the button to film. To facilitate the research on it, we provide a movie shots dataset that is collected from movie trailers, such that all the source videos can be freely downloaded. And we can train a shot type classifier based on it. The classifier can enable editing on shot type. Here is one example. Given any shot, we could generate many cropped shots randomly. And when we apply classification network and an active speaker technique, we are able to label these shots with shot type and active speaker. Finally, we could select any type we want. And here is the example on Titanic. We change the shot scale from left to right, aiming to emphasize the talking person.
Look, I know what you must be thinking. Poor little rich girl. What does she know about misery?
No, that's not what I was thinking. What I was thinking was, what could have happened to this girl to make her think she had no way out?
Yeah, and I think that's the end of my part. Let's welcome the next speaker, Pardo.
Can you see my screen? Oh, good. Okay. Thanks, Anyi, you and Fabian for the great introduction. So, continuing with Anji's work in the editing part of the pipeline of the video creative process, I will introduce my work presented at this ICCV 2021, which is called Learning to Code by Watching Movies. So basically, in the video editing process, one of the main and most demanding tasks for the editors is the process of cutting. What is cutting? Basically, you got two videos that are untrimmed, and the editor has to pick which parts of the videos to cut and which part to preserve in order to produce a final edited video. So what the actual task that the editor is doing is ranking cuts. Basically, the editor has several options, and the editor will pick only the top one option to put together for this edited video. So as you can imagine, for a whole movie, this process can be very demanding because they have to do it for hours and hours of footage. Despite this being very demanding, there is no automated task for this process. Why? Because one, we need the main reason is that to train a model to do this automated process, the collection of data will be very expensive. One will need raw footage from the two videos and also the final edited video, which is very hard to get. However, what is easy to get is the already edited video, right? We find movie scenes all over the internet. So our idea was to leverage this already edited video to learn trigger patterns that generate cuts. So basically, we collected a bunch of movie scenes from YouTube, and we created a similar task of the video editing process on the cutting generation by doing the next. So we basically take a scene that is already edited, we cut it into small pieces of clips, and then we pair these clips all into each other, and then we ask the model which is the original clip that was joined in the original scene. By doing this, we allow the model to learn the trigger patterns, and we used it on actual raw footage to edit some movies. Our results were then shown to an audience, and then we asked the audience which edited footage was the best according to themselves. So we showed that our method outperforms a set of baselines. However, we are still far behind the professional video editors, but that's fine. So this is the first line of research in this topic. So it's just a starting point. How can we make this better? We also introduced then movie cuts, which is cut recognition dataset, in which we have several classes and types of cuts. So basically types of transitions. We have cutting on action, in which we see how Tom Cruise is falling from the tower, and like the cut happens when he slips out of the tower. Or speaker change, as already my collaborators introduced, and several others. So basically, these two works are also another effort to improve this editing pipeline or in the video editing process. So the works that were featured in this presentation are these two: learning to cut by watching movies and movie cuts, a new dataset and benchmark for cut time recognition. You guys can scan the QR codes if you are interested. Okay, so with this, we end this brief introduction, and I guess you can take over to introduce our first exciting keynote speaker. Thank you so much for you all to join, and I hope you can stay on until the end of our workshop. We have many nice speakers and resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro, and thanks, Fabian and Anyi. So I will be hosting the next two keynote presentation. And so let's start with the first keynote presentation first. So remember that the goal of our workshop is to bring together the researchers from different research areas together. So we invited speakers from the computer vision community and from graphics and also from the cognitive science. So the first speaker will be Professor James Cutting. So Professor James Cutting is from the Department of the Psychology at Cornell University. And his research interest lies in the event cognition and the perception in films. So today he's going to talk about the event structures in popular movies. And so the presentation will last about 40 minutes with 5 minutes QA at the end. So if you have any questions, and if you are in the Zoom channel, please type any questions you have to the chatting room. And if you are watching the YouTube live stream, please type your questions to the YouTube chat board. And yeah, also I have some reminder to Professor James that I will set a 40 minutes timer, and after the clock rings, so it stands for we may run a little bit out of time, so please be noticed. So, okay, now, so let's welcome Professor James, and James, please take overhand. I think you are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, it might. Cannot.
Yeah, Professor Cutting, you may be having issues with your device. You may be.
Yeah.
You may select the right device, the right output device with the microphone.
Yeah, it might be the issue of the device. Yeah, we can still not hear from you. Still not working. So sorry that.
And that, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Great.
Share screen. Do that. And okay. Okay, I need to, sorry for this. Okay, I have a whole bunch of things. I'm getting feedback, so okay, so I'll begin anyway and see how I do. Thanks for allowing me to come. I am enjoying what I've heard so far.
Sorry, that Professor James,
Yeah,
a lot of echoes.
Yeah, I hear the echo too. I hear the echo too. I think it's from my beats. Can you hear me now? Still echo.
Still echo, Professor.
Sorry. Something with the and I had to do this through Safari rather than
yeah, there is one suggestion here, so maybe try muting your speakers on the computer.
Okay, let's see if I can do this again. This time I'll quit. Okay. Screen. I had two screens up, so let me do.
Oh, it's okay now. I just
sounds better.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it sounds much better now.
Excellent, thank you. Let me go back and share a screen. Oh. Let me redo this. Share. I've not been enabled. Let's go again.
I can see your screen now.
Okay. Start share. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the problems.
No worries.
Thank you for having me. I'll speed ahead because I have clearly lost some time. I would like to thank a bunch of students and graduate students and undergraduate students. But let me dive right in with one of Dong's questions. What is the major focus of video editing in your research area? And despite my last name, I don't edit. What I do is study how popular films are structured. So I'm very much interested in how they're structured and how that has developed over a century's worth of popular movies. So movies are organized in a slightly complex way. It's a hierarchy, but it's technically a meronomy. And that is you have parts within larger parts within larger parts. And classical music is like this. I mean, baseball is like this. There's so many human events that are like this, and they can be parsed into units that share some of the same boundaries. So imagine that you're watching a movie and you're about a minute into it, and you've begun to develop a mental model of what it is that you're seeing, and along comes something new, and that something new could belong to the original mental model. This is, Piaget would call this assimilation, or it could come in and really it needs to go with something new. And so these units, as they come in, are assigned various places in mental models. And sort of what we do in psychology is talk about the development of these mental models. And sometimes they're called schemas, and sometimes they're called event models or situation models or structure-built frameworks. Depends on the sub area within psychology that you're talking about. So I realize this is a cartoon. A lot of people in machine learning and elsewhere are interested in this kind of thing. I'm just going to assume that this is the case. This is the framework that I've been working with for about a decade. And essentially everything above this line is an event, or a psychologist would call it an event. And despite my abstract, I'm not going to talk about the higher level, the acts, if you will, going on, because I thought the content of what I have to say is much better expressed within this particular domain, where we have 5 kinds of events. And those events are structured by the filmmaker through perceptual information in the shots and the transitions. So I'm going to go through this framework, and I want to talk about shots and transitions and scenes first. But let me first ask, what is an event in a movie? And almost everyone in psychology has assumed and has evidence for the idea of an event is a scene. But I didn't want to start that way. If you're wondering what an event is, why not just ask viewers to decide? And then you can look for evidence on the information they use to make those decisions, and then you can determine what that information is based on. So that's what we've done. So let viewers decide. So we had people watch intently 24 movies, 3 released in each of 8 years, evenly divisible by 10. So this is MASH. There was 1 comedy, 1 action film, and 1 drama. So this is MASH. This is a rather dark comedy. And one particular observer divided the first scene into 6 shots. Some of these are very long shots, but this person decided that was a scene. Scene 3 was a little bit, had more shots, had 8, and that was the profile there. And scene 7 had many more shots, and that was the profile there. Now, rather than taking these as sort of single points, I make them into a waveform. And I actually am going to take that waveform seriously. I'm going to do a kind of affine transformation so that every waveform is the same quote length. In this case, it was 200 bins. I resample or supersample, oversample all of those, and I get things that are shaped like that at the bottom, and I'm going to add those together. And these are extreme cases, but they're useful. So Beneath the Planet of the Apes, part of the older franchise of that grouping, one particular viewer divided that into only 30 scenes, and another viewer divided it into 90 events or scenes. And in adding all those together, you get a profile that looks like both of those. We had 2 more viewers looking at Mission Impossible 2, the Tom Cruise movie of 2000. And viewer 5 divided that movie into 48 events, and viewer 6 divided into 163. In both cases, the second one is almost 3 times the first one. But whatever you do, in this particular case, you develop these kind of scallop-shaped profiles. So we have 24 films and 3 viewers for each one of those films, and we sort of add them all together, and we get a profile that's like this. And I think Aristotle would have been proud. You have a beginning, a middle, and an end in terms of shot durations. And this is the shape of the normative scene in movies. Not every scene has its particular profile, but the normative scene does. And let's also consider shot scale, which one of the previous speakers talked about. It's convenient. Shot scale is a truly continuous measure, but we can divide it into 7 categories. The long shots have the whole body in them. The close-ups have mostly only the head or even part of the head, and the medium shots have some part of the torso. And obviously this is only for a single character, but you can do it for multiple characters as well. So we do the same scheme, and we divide up all the scenes by these 72 different viewers. That is the 24 movies times 3 viewers. And what we find is the normative structure of a scene begins with a medium long shot, and in the middle has something like a medium shot. Now, these have changed over decades. The older films have many much longer shots, that is longer scale shots, than the contemporary films. Contemporary films have many more close-ups and medium close-ups. But this scallop-like shape is exactly what you find in normatively in all movies of all eras. So again, you have a kind of a beginning and a middle, and then you have a kind of tail off at the end. You can think of this as organized by, you see two people talking in the environment, you see them from afar, that's a long shot. You walk up to those people, you see them in medium close-ups or whatever, and then you begin to walk away and they get smaller. That's the kind of usual notion of a conversation. So we've let viewers decide what they're going to look at, and then we look for evidence in what they've done. We've already done that. As it turns out, in terms of the variance accounted for in the data, shot scale and shot duration account for actually quite a bit of variance. Now, let me say that these are psychological data. Psychological data has a terrific amount of noise. In fact, 50% of all the variation in the data is noise, but you can account for the residual variance. There's actually quite a bit of variance accounted for in any psychological domain. There's another source of information that ought to be relevant, and you might have already thought about it, and that's the shot transitions themselves. And before 1970s, 22% of the variance was accounted for by transitions, and you can quickly probably discern why. And they were basically fades and dissolves and wipes, very much used to separate scenes. But after 1970, people filmmakers stopped using them as much. They still almost have one or two in each film, but they're not very common. And cuts make up basically 99% of the transitions in contemporary films. So now, or that is since 1970, shot transitions account for only 3% of the variance in the data. It's still doing pretty well. I mean, we have about 25% of the variance with these three, but the transitions have, if you will, faded away. So let's move to sequences quickly, because sequences are just strings of scenes. So we have a bunch of scenes just kind of strung out as they are. And the classical format of those from the 1910s to the 1940s was to separate scenes by dissolves. And to put fades between what were called sequences. So sequences are collections of scenes. Typically, they're taking place in the same location, but sometimes it's only the same time frame, and you might jump to a different time frame before and after. Sometimes you might change the characters in those things as well. But that's the 1910s and 1940s. By later in the 1950s, 1960s, the fades, if you will, they faded away, they went, and the fades were replaced by dissolves. And you basically had cuts between scenes and cuts within scenes, which you might think creates a little bit of confusion. And then finally, by the 1970s, it's pretty much cuts everywhere. And again, you might think that the notion of sequence is hard to discern. Well, it's actually not too hard to discern, in part because you change locations, or you change characters, or you change timeframes. And the major source of information for that comes naturally as you are filming. It's color luminance. I mean, different locations have different colors. Night goes to day, that's a luminance change. So this is another source of variance that you find in people's data. So in other words, people have segmented these movies. I look for the information that's there, and I'm now up to, 32% of the variance accounted for here. Again, this is normative data. This is not individual. This is collapsed over quite a bit of individual films. So then let's determine what that information is based on. And what we want to do is look to whatever theory there is out there. And there isn't very much, but it comes straight from theater documentation, not from movie documentation. Theater documentation says you have a scene if it occurs in one location with a single set of characters in a particular time frame. If you change one of those, you have what I call a narrational shift. You have changed the narration. Now, let me distinguish narrative and narration. And to do that, the best thing to do is to sort of talk about Mark Twain. Mark Twain said he liked a good story well told. The good story is the narrative. The well told is the narration. And in the narration, you can order events in various ways. You can interleave events. You can do stuff. That's narrative stuff. And changing location, changing characters, or changing time frame is a narrational shift. So let's look at these 24 movies. These 24 movies have a little over 31,000 transitions in them. And so we have the data, that is where people judge their boundary to be, boundary or no boundary. And we have, if you will, the theory, where we've gone through and allocated whether there was any change in a location, character, or time, or none at all. So you would expect some concordance here, and there is. 85% of the, actually closer to 90% of the boundaries or the non-boundaries occur where there is no shift. So in other words, these things are in the middle of scenes. They're not things that cause one to find a change in a boundary. About 2,000 of these were judged as a boundary when there was a narrative shift. So the psychology is pretty much, in this case, following if you will, the theory of time, place, and characters. And this is accounting for close to 90%, a little more than 90% of the variance. Interestingly, oh, the number just switched. I'm sorry about that. If the people judged a boundary, but there was no shift, I think we can consider this noise. The criterion we had was, did 2 out of 3 of the people say there was a boundary here? That is, so we threw out the idiosyncratic data. And, you know, by chance alone, 2 people might just randomly pick these things. So I don't think there's anything important in that 100 value that's there. But what's interesting is where people said there was no boundary, but there was a narrational shift. There was a change in location, place, or time, and people they just ignored it. They're not paying any attention to that. And that's what I think is interesting, and that's what I think you folks might be interested in. I think you should be interested in the fact that people bundle the information as it's coming in. They bundle it by certain rules, and the rules tend to be location, time, and characters. But there's some exceptions, and the exceptions are kind of interesting. There's an inhibition of the segmentation that goes on. So that brings me to some of the other elements that are here. And the first one is montage. Let's see if I can play this one. There is a background here. There will be music that you should hear in a little bit. This is played twice as fast just to get it through. But this is a montage at the beginning of Ordinary People. This sets the time and the place. Basically, we're in suburban Evanston, Illinois, in the fall at the beginning of school. So that's Lake Michigan. You may hear Pachelbel's cannon in the background. And these are just dissolves that interleave this common pace that we got. So here we have a montage that is knit by dissolves. It's evenly paced, and it's covered by solid music. The sound links all these shots together. That it does one part in inhibiting segmentation. Except for the first shot, they're evenly paced. They're all about 8 seconds long, 4 seconds in the playing here. That evenness gives a kind of ongoingness to the viewer, and they don't segment here. And what you find out is that almost no viewer segments in the middle of a montage. Now, you may say, oh, this is so old school, nobody does montages anymore. And there's a sense in which that's true, but montages are really good for some things. They're good for prologue, a setup. You know, they tell the viewer about time and place. So that's a nice thing to do. They're good for celebrations. If you've got your characters have just accomplished something that is really great and you want the viewer to share that greatness, you can string together a bunch of shots with dissolves and that will do it. It's also the case that dissolves are good at changing or making you notice different mental states. Dissolves in dreams are not uncommon. But does also speed up the narrative. They, you know, if you want to skip over 6 months' time, then you can show the change of the seasons or whatever across that particular time. The other group is a group that I know that you know, but you don't know them by these names. So these are the things that occur in what you might call a chase sequence or an action sequence, parallel action kinds of things. I want to reserve the term sequence for the combination of scenes. And what's going on in these chase sequences is different. And I'm going to call them a syntagma. It's a word borrowed from linguistics for just an agglutination of particular things. And the things that are going together here are things that I will call sub-scenes. They are, if you will, smaller than a scene. So parallel action, for example, is going to be example of this, and you're going to have one sub-scene followed by another going back to the first and then back. And this occurs greatly and much more in contemporary films than it did in the past. So this is the profile of scenes within sequences. You've seen it before: beginnings, middles, and ends. The middles are faster paced than the beginning or the end. The middle of a scene introduces you, if you will, to the new time and place of what's going on. The end of the scene often drops what's called the dangling cause, a wonderful term that is a little bit of information that will be picked up at a later point in time, and sometimes that later point in time you harken back. This is what kind of cognitively knits together the narrative. Syntagmas, those things within these or subscenes, those things within these syntagmas, are like ongoing middles. It's as if they've had the beginning and the end chopped off, and you don't have a whole lot of variation in shot duration. You don't have a whole lot of variation in shot scale, and you just have this kind of ongoingness of what's there. So here's a different kind of syntagma. Syntagmas usually, or subscenes. Subscenes usually have multiple shots within them. This one doesn't, but I do it to kind of speed it up. And it too is from Ordinary People, 1980. These two people, Donald Sutherland being one, 40 years ago, they've just had a horrible fight. And he looks at her. He is dreaming or remembering of a time when they were having a great time. He looks back at her, great time again, back at her, and they hug, and back at her, and it's awful. So what's going on here is that it's actually there's a background noise, and it's jet engines that they're in an airplane. So that is the noise that links it all together. You have the same characters going from one scene to another. So you know that it can't happen in real time. So the only possibility is that that's what he's thinking. And it's what I'll call interdigitated. That is, the subscenes are interposed within those to give you the impression that, this is Donald Sutherland thinking about a better time in their marriage. And their marriage is basically on the rocks, as the movie turns out. So you might call this parallel action, but there is no action, hardly people turning their head and maybe dancing. But these are little tiny subscenes that alternate back and forth. And no one parses this. That is, no one segments it into little subscenes like this. Everyone thinks it's a hunk. So the idea, and they alternate. So one of the things that is interesting here is once it sets up the alternation, you begin to expect an alternation. And so you can begin to assign the incoming information to one mental schema or another one. So essentially that's what's going on in the cases of people not segmenting at locations where there is a narrational shift. And you essentially have inhibited people from parsing things greater than they might. So as a generalized review, montages do this kind of inhibition, often through continuous music and dissolves and a sequence of single autonomous shots. The syntagma in the one you saw was a location and time change. People segment them a little bit, but not too much. There's continuous sound, there are diminished shot duration differences, and you have this kind of interdigitation that's going on. So let me have some fun here, and that is, well, there's kind of interesting exceptions here, and you have many subscenes going on, and so we can talk about Christopher Nolan's Inception. So this is the ordinal sequence of the subscenes in Inception from the time that they get on the plane in Asia and land in LA, and there are a whole bunch of these. If you know Inception, there are 4 different dream levels. So there's a dream within a dream, within a dream, within a dream, within the diegetic story. It's complex, but it works out reasonably well. So here is the end of that sequence. It's level 3, level 2, level 2, level 1, level 3, level 3, level 4, level 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, two, and 1. And I love this sequence for it just kind of, I mean, it has so many things that are going on. So it's worth spending some time with it. You saw that part. The movie, everything in the movie before then is this teaching you how to understand what's going on. Now, it's more complicated than just 5 levels because you've got dreams and you've got memories. And the little red dots that are in the sequence there are places where you're going from a memory to the particular dream level. Those only happen in dream level 1 and dream level 4, but you know that adds a little bit of interest there. So what Nolan is doing is both inhibiting segmentation and endorsing segmentation at the same time. He wants to inhibit segmentation because he just wants you to feel the flow of the whole thing going forward. But he doesn't want you to get lost. You have to know where you are to understand what's going on in the film. And it's actually a film clearly designed to be seen more than once because it takes more than once to sort of figure all this stuff out. The shot durations are short, and the shortness of shot durations will reduce the variation in the shot durations. But on the other hand, the shot scales have been exaggerated. The shot scales go from extreme long shots to close-ups. So at the top, you have 2 parts of level 2. You have a long shot of the elevator, basically, and then a close-up. In the middle of one of those, you have a long shot of the Fortress Hospital at level 3. And a close-up, you've got a long shot of the high-rise areas at level 4, and then you have more close-ups. So what Nolan is doing is giving you an extreme example of these things. The average shot scale in a contemporary movie is a medium close-up, and all of these shots differ from that. They are either close-ups or extreme close-ups or very long shots. So he exaggerates the variation in shot scale. He also does a very clever thing with color and luminance. Remember, color and luminance can be used for separating sequences. They can be used for segmentation anywhere. So what I've done is taken the average pixel value of every frame in every shot at each one of the levels. And so at level 1, it's kind of an urban outdoor rain, and you can see it's gray. At level 2, it's a lush interior of a hotel, and you can see it's kind of a lush brown. There's nothing to see because these are average pixels over thousands of frames, but that's what the average shows. Level 3, is the hospital. That's the snowy scene, so that's even brighter. And level 4 is that urban area again, and it too is a brown, but not quite as lush as the other. As it turns out, if you're looking about the hopping back and forth between levels, 80% of these go between the grayish ones and the brownish ones. So he's helping you to hang on to where you are in this sequence, which would ordinarily help you to segment what's going on. But meanwhile, he's got these shot durations going really fast. So, and then finally, he does a clever thing, which you've already seen, I've already shown you. He duplicates the characters across narrational shifts. So the blue dots here are places where you may be at one level and then you go to the next, but you see the same character juxtaposed. That means, that tells you that you have to have changed time and place, basically, because you can't have the person switch those places that often. And he does this a lot. So here's 3 cases. There's Cobb at the top there in a memory of his wife committing suicide. And then the next frame is of him at level 1. In the middle, you have Arthur, who's at level 1, but the next frame shows him going down the Escher staircase at level 2. And then you have another memory jump at level 4. You have Mal in the upper one in the apartment that they used to live in. And then you have a memory, Cobb's memory of Mal in this situation, and you're jumping from one to the other, but you know something has switched. So he's given you all of this information to help keep segmentation going, to help keep these things apart, but he's got the shot duration so fast that it's incredibly hard to do so. And one of the interesting things about Inception is it's incredibly hard to segment. And so what you find is that, people know what the scenes are generally. They know what is not a scene. They don't make any mistakes on judging a boundary when there's no shift. But boy, they have a whole lot of time putting a boundary at a place where there is one of these narrational shifts. And this is challenging to the viewer. This is part of the things that I think makes it difficult to understand the movie. But of course, you want to understand the movie, and so you see it a second time. So in summary, let me say a few things. First, what is the goal of the filmmaker? Well, they want you to like the film. But to like the film, you have to understand the film. And to understand the film, you have to build a mental framework, a nearly decomposable framework for where to put all this information that's coming in. So what you do is that you present a film, which is this meronomy, this, if you will, nested hierarchy of information. And you allow viewers to segment it by means of a system of perceptual signals. And these are the signals that have been used, the ones I've talked about anyway. There are others, motion and clutter and things like that. And they account for a little bit of variance as well. You, as a filmmaker, manipulate the narrative shifts so that sometimes you have the viewers segment, and sometimes you don't want them to segment. In other words, this is in your control, and it's something you probably want to do. And this is an overview of all the event kinds of structures here. And I don't want to pretend that viewers know what these event structures are. It's just that all this information helps people to compartmentalize stuff. So montages are treated like an event, scenes are treated like an event, and people don't care that they're different. Sequences are just kind of larger events. They make a certain amount of sense. Syntagmas are this gamish of subscenes, and the whole syntagma is a unit but the subscene is kind of not particularly felt as a unit, or at least not always. So I might put a little slanted line there, sort of saying that it's not, subscene is not, doesn't necessarily become an event. Okay, so what is the major focus of video editing in my research area? Well, it's from Dong's idea. Well, I just told you what that is. I make no claim. Let me give you 3 caveats here. I make no claim that this particular array of sources of information will be used in every film. Different films vary incredibly. Different directors do different things, different editors do different things. But as a norm, this is essentially the layout of what people have been dealing with. It's in telling a story, you can rarely get rid of location changes, character changes, or time changes. And it's really hard to do. Some people have tried, and 1917 sort of tried to do that in a way with a single shot image, but one can still parse that film. So unless otherwise controlled, these will tend to create segmentation or event boundaries for people. So you need to control shot durations, shot transitions, shot scale, color luminance to create or inhibit boundaries as they might be desired. And so I get back to Dong's list. With today's tech, how plausible is it to develop a system to have worthwhile stories to watch? Well, this is the major caveat here. In other words, structure is nothing without a good story. And what I've told you is about the telling of a good story or a story. That's what narration is about. The narrative is basically about the good story. And, you know, maybe you can find that on someone's cell phone, but maybe you don't. Thank you very much for having me. I've enjoyed what I've heard so far.
Well, thank you, Professor James Cutting. It's very inspiring talk, and we can see a lot of interesting ideas. For example, we see the relationship between the event structure and the cinematography. So it's really nice. And I do got a lot of questions here. So the first one is that have you analyzed the video content of influencers, for example, the YouTubers or TikTokers, etc.? So in your opinion, are they just borrowing insights from movies or previous media, or they have their own new styles have emerged?
What a wonderful question. Yes, I suspect there's a lot of emergence of new stuff. I mean, one of the things I told you about is standard movies. I haven't told you about long form series that might appear on Netflix or other things. I mean, the whole narrative structure of those turns out to be probably different, and it's still evolving in many ways. In other words, you have a lot of people doing different things. When you have something very short, if you look at the animated films that have won the either the Academy Award for Animation or the Annies, they tend to be about 6 to 15 minutes long, and they tend to have 4 parts, and they tend to be structured in more or less the same way. But what's on TikTok and what's elsewhere is usually much shorter. And I think what's interesting is that it might be worthwhile looking back at the beginning of a silent film between 1895 and about 1908. And see if the structures there are similar to some of the things on TikTok. Well, we already know TikTok is going to be much more entertaining and much better. People have great equipment to deal with. But just to answer your question in a succinct way, I think the length of the form dictates a lot about what the structure of the units will be and what they will look like.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. And we also have people raise their hands, so they may have questions for you. So let me unmute.
All right. So yeah, thank you, Professor James, for this presentation. It was really inspiring. So I do have a question. So this analysis on how people segment and perceive like movies, like it's I mean, it's amazing to see how you dive deep into how people perceive movies. But I wonder, I mean, what would be your opinion? I mean, what happened if you do these studies in the 1900s? If you go back in time to the 1900s, where probably the brain was not trained to understand and watch those movies, do you think you will find different kind of like outcomes out of the studies?
Oh, that's another wonderful question. So well, I've done something. My understanding of, okay, let's consider shot durations. Shot durations went from about 10 to 15 seconds per shot to about 4 seconds per shot between about 1910, when you first started to have narrative films, feature length, to the onset of sound. With the onset of sound, they jumped back up to about 10 to 12 seconds per shot, in part because filmmakers had to learn how to film conversations again. That took a while, and shot duration stayed at that level until about 1945 or 50. And then they've rather steadily declined from about 10 seconds per shot down to about 3 seconds per shot, 3 to 4 in that neighborhood today. Now, what I think that is actually, there is some evidence for this, and I'm going to spin a story, that it is connected to the worldwide gain in IQ. The worldwide gain in IQ is divided in the 2 parts, one which hasn't gained, and that's sort of knowledge, information, crystallized knowledge, vocabulary, things like that. But fluid intelligence, which is basically about picking up information, particularly up visual information, we're a lot faster at doing that. And, you know, movies have taught us about that. Magazines have pictures. Newspapers have more pictures. Television came along. We had video. Now we've got, you know, YouTube and TikTok and things. We just are really fast at picking up stuff. So I think that is the major reason why shot durations have gotten shorter. Now, given that they've gotten shorter, we can pack a whole lot more information into a movie than they used to, because we can show something for 3 seconds that may have taken people 6 seconds to look at. Given that, I think there has been this whole business about syntagma. There were hardly ever syntagma other than chase sequences until really about the 1970s. Take it back. There was one in Spartacus in 1960, but you look at, even Social Network or Inception and Jurassic Parks and all these other kinds of things, you're jumping around a lot. That's new. That didn't happen very much before about 1970 or so. A little bit, but not too much. It's always been there, but it's really been amplified. So that's a change in structure for a medium long-term format. You know, I'm not talking about sort of six series Netflix films or something like that. And so I think if you have a really short thing, I think people are discovering what the best formats for those are. And they're copying one another in the same way that filmmakers used to copy one another in the 50s and 60s or at any time. In other words, you watch something that you like and you say, that's good. I'm going to do that too, but I'm going to add this. And so you have this evolution of a form. And people copy what's good and people don't copy what's not so good. And so you get this change, this evolution in the format.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, that's impressive. Okay, so we have now the last question called, is there any tool or diagnostic you wish you have had to further your research?
Golly, yeah. So I started all this about 2010. And I wanted to have a really good cut detection program. And so I had a couple techies who were really good. And then we discovered we were doing no better then there used to be, maybe there still are sort of worldwide competitions on cut detection. And when I was last looking about 2007 or so, those cut detection programs were grabbing about 95%. And that wasn't good enough for us. So what we got was undergraduate students to watch a film. They watched it twice. The second time through, they created every cut, every beginning of a new film. We had 2 people do every film. When they disagreed, that is, they often miss a cut, then one of us, my students or me, went through and negotiated what was going on, looked at the film itself. So we got probably as close to 99% anyway, if not 100% for some films. So yes, I wish I had a good algorithm to do that. That would have saved about a year and a half's worth of work. Once I had those, then I really did want real people to segment the films. I mean, I didn't want a machine to try to do that, although it would be an interesting thing to have a machine do that. But for all the motion analyses and the clutter analyses and a lot of other various analyses, those were either done by machine MATLAB programs that I wrote or machine assisted situations. So I think I came out pretty well, and I think I came out at just about the right era to do all of this kind of thing. And I'm not sure if I were to start it all today, I would do anything different for what I wanted to do. I mean, lots of other things are, I would, an automated eye movement tracker, which I know that some of the speakers are, doing and interested in. I've got colleagues that do that. I talk to them. Were I younger, I would probably want to do that too.
That's pretty cool. Okay, thank you. So even we still have a lot of questions coming in, but I think we're already running out of time. So thank you very much, Professor James Cutting. Thank you for your impressive talk. So then we are going to the second keynote presentation. So the second speaker is Professor Marc Christie from the University of Rennes-Wang at French, and he's also a researcher at INRIA. And he has done a lot of amazing works on 3D virtual cinematography. So today he's going to talking about the computational models on for film editing and cinematography. So also the presentation will last about 40 minutes with 5 minutes QA session at the end. So if you are in the Zoom channel and if you have any questions, please feel free to type your question to the chatting room. And if you are watching the YouTube live stream, please type your question to the chat board. So let's welcome Professor Marc Christie, and please take your hand, Marc.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the very nice introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and to be involved in this really great event. And I think it's also very important because the topic is raising in interest. There's so much data available and so many things to do with this data. And I like this nice mix you've planned between industrial talks and academic talks. So that's great. Thanks a lot. Do you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So so my research focus is mainly on virtual cinematography, i.e., how can we sort of adapt real cinematography techniques to virtual environments? But the focus I've chosen today is actually to explore a number of aspects that can be applied to real filmmaking or to a number of editing tasks in relation to the topic of the talk. Computational virtual cinematography is this idea that you would have some algorithms to automatically plan what sort of ways you want to place and move the camera and edit between the shots. So I'll start with this very nice quote from David Cage. So he's the CEO of Quantic Dream. It's a French company. They do a lot of games that really mix cinematography and interaction. And he says that they're thinking more and more seriously about how they could have a director, which would not be a person, but would put some cinematography rules, and the program would adapt the film accordingly. We'd still need to tell the program if it's a scary or emotional scene, so some aspects of genre, but maybe we can even imagine an algorithm based on Kubrick, Orson Welles, or Coppola, if we could analyze how they could film, what kinds of angles they have, and what were their favorite framing types of shots, etc. It's R&D, but it's a very interesting question. So fundamentally, my research follows this idea that we are looking at extracting knowledge from real movies and trying to inject this knowledge into some virtual 3D content. So first stages are obviously to try to understand what is the structure of the movie. There's a number of books related to that can give us some recipes on how you can cut and move cameras. But there's also a lot of information you can extract. And I think at the MovieNet guys, you've been doing a great work on that data extraction also. So from this understanding, we try to formalize some computational models and then solve these computational models in a way that we are able to automatically generate a sequence. But generating a sequence automatically has some interest in given topics. But what we also believe in is the fact that the user can interact with the creation in the sense that he can provide some feedback on what has been generated, and we set up a sort of high-level dialogue between the system and the user. Of course, this finds like many applications in games, interactive narratives, obviously, and also movie pre-production, which is the fact that today's more and more movies, large budget movies, are actually shot in 3D environments with very simple characters before being shot in real life. And that enables them to make a number of aesthetic and technical choices on the sequence. So there's also some interest there. We have some creative explorative tools. So my research scopes spans through these different domains like film analysis, shot style distribution, etc., but also some virtual storytelling. We've been looking at how we can model flashbacks in narratives, a number of approaches related to automated cinematography, but also drone cinematography, a very specific case of cinematography. And we've also been looking at how we could augment the created contents by adding aspects like haptics, which is tactile feedback to the users while they're watching movies. My sort of research philosophy is really applied. I collaborate a lot with companies and with film schools. Companies because they have nice problems to solve, and film schools because it's very inspiring discussions I'll show you from some of the interactions we have. So the idea is today's focus. I'll just go through a number of points we have addressed in the past and which are, I think, highly related to the conference today, to the workshop today. So interactive and automated editing, looking at film editing patterns, understanding also the importance of visual saliency in movies, and finally exploring the use of film tropes. Okay, so continuity editing. You all know what continuity editing is, this arrangement, visual arrangement of frames that will provide some sort of continuous flow and understanding of the sequence. So this is a joint work with colleagues, Quentin Galvan, Christophe Lino, and Rémi Ronfard, where the idea is to try to model the rules that guide continuity editing. So editing is basically defined as this idea of choosing, given a viewpoint, when you want to cut, to which point of view you want to cut, and what type of transition you want to perform, put in a very simple way. And obviously, by the past, a number of people have been really describing this editing as a sort of visual grammar. You could say that frames in pictures, frames in the shots, there would be letters. The shots are going to be the words, the scenes are going to be the sentences, and the film are the stories. So you would have all these rules that you could compose together to build correct grammatical sequences. To help us in this task, there is, of course, a very large literature on top of all the movies available, of course, that would describe some of these basic rules. And so what we did is that we took these rules and encoded them in a system. The system is guided by this very intuitive approach where we form what we call an editing graph. So the editing graph is this idea that horizontally you have a number of takes, take 1 from take 6, and the task when you're performing some editing is fundamentally choosing how long you're going to stay within a shot, when are you going to stop from this shot, and if you're going to cut, to which shot you're going to cut. It's a very general principle. Of course, it gets really computationally expensive because the idea is that for each segment of time, so this segment could be like 1 frame or a bit longer than a frame, then you can imagine all the possible transitions to other shots. It can also be used to represent linear editing and non-linear editing. So you could model flashbacks on the sequence, start by the end and then go back to the beginning and finish by the end. So there's many ways that this representation can be used, and we based our research on this editing graph notion. I'll just show you how. So we have this graph, and the idea that we could say that a good sequence is a sequence that is going to actually reveal or convey a number of relevant actions which are occurring in the sequence. So that means it has to select the shots which are going to be the good shots. It also has to avoid a number of discontinuities. It's a continuity editing approach. So we want to enforce good cuts between the shots. And finally, we want to apply a given sense of rhythm to the sequence. So how fast we want to cut. And we show how we can frame this metric of pacing. So let's look first how we can qualify the quality of a shot. So let's give us a 3D environment. We have some characters. We also take as input a sort of very high level annotation of what is happening in the sequence, like speaking, reacting, handling an object, manipulating an object, or moving. And we actually transform these actions into sort of an importance map for all the characters. And this helps us to identify what are the important moments in the sequence. So typically Lou is not doing anything at this time. So obviously Blue, he's not very important for the narrative. Therefore, given these actions, a good quality shot is a shot that's going to convey them in an appropriate way. And it's quite easy to measure. So if you have 25 cameras, you just need to evaluate all those cameras and try to characterize how well they're going to convey the event and if they avoid distractions in the background. We also need to characterize a shot continuity from one shot to another, and this means encoding all or a number of continuity rules between shots. So you probably know these jump cuts that should be avoided. Of course, in a number of cases, they're made on purpose, but the jump cut is the idea that you're cutting from one shot to another without a significant change in position or camera orientation. There's also a lot of continuity errors related to gaze direction. If you cut from this shot to the other shot, okay, the gazes are not in the same direction, and it's considered as not a good cut. So what we did, I'm not going through all the metrics, but we encoded a number of cutting costs between two shots. So let's take you have a first given shot here, and then from this shot, you are going to measure the cost of cutting to all the other shots. And here, for example, if we ensure a certain continuity in position between the characters from one shot to another, then we're going to consider it's a good shot. It's the same for the relative screen positions, 3 characters, Marty, George, and Goldie in the first shot, and then in the second shot, we're going to try to maintain this order between the characters. Etc. For the gaze continuity, the character is looking at the right. We will favor only shots where the character is looking at the right. Same for motion continuity. These are classical cinematographic rules. On top of these rules, which just say, okay, what is good in cuts, we have also a number of rules which say what is bad in cuts. So jump cuts are bad, i.e. if you're cutting from one shot to another, you need to have a sufficient change in characters' head size or shot size and in the angle between the cameras. So this is something that we also integrate in the sequence. Now, the third criteria is the pacing. How long should be the shot? And there's this great work by Jens Cutting about how this pacing has been evolving over time. That gives us a very good indication of what sort of average cutting time we should have. And it's also related to the different genres and styles that would be adopted in a number of sequences. More precisely, actually, this rhythm of cuts can be modeled easily with this log normal law. So here you've got the number of shots that belong to a given duration. So this is the number of shots that are last 4 seconds, okay, from analyzing a movie. And this curve is actually very representative of the way the pacing of movies a long time, and the head of the curves actually has been constantly moving towards the left, towards shorter and shorter cuts, as James said in his presentation. So basically what we do is that we're just going to favor cuts that will follow a specified log normal law here. So if we put everything together, in our system, here we've got 25 virtual cameras in this environment, and we can see the edit that is generated automatically by the sequence. Do you get the audio of the sequence? Not the audio. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing if I can get the audio. Yeah.
Professor Marc, I think the way to get the audio is to stop sharing the screen, and then when you share again, there is a button that you can mark as share my audio as well. Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, doesn't want to let me. Okay, stop sharing. All good. Yeah. Are you getting the audio? Okay.
Yes, we can hear now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
What
You're George McFly. Yeah, who are you? Say, what do you let those boys push you around like that for? Well, they're bigger than me. Stand tall, boy. Have some respect for yourself. Don't you know if you let people walk over you now, they'll be walking over you for the rest of your life. Look at me. You think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in this slop house? Watch it, Goldie. No, sir. I'm gonna make something of myself.
Okay, so as you see, we have on the left the 25 frames, and the system is choosing what is going to be the best frame and what is going to be the best cut by analyzing what is within the shot in relation to what are the actions which are executing. What's interesting with this approach is that we can actually play with the knobs such as the pacing, so the rhythm at which we're going to cut. So here are two sequences, one with an average 2 seconds pacing. It's not exactly 2 seconds, it just depends on the duration of the actions, and one with a 10 seconds pacing. So you see the same system can actually, just by tuning the knob, control the rhythm at which we're going to cut between the viewpoints.
Look at me. You think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in this slop house? Watch it, Goldie. No, sir. I'm gonna make something of myself. I'm going to night school, and one day I'm gonna be somebody. That's right. He's gonna be mayor. Yeah, I'm gonna...
So this system then, we run a few user evaluations with some guys just by running an ablation study where we ignored the first cost, or ignored the second cost, or ignored the third cost, so the shot cost, the pace cost, and the cut costs, and compared the results. So our system that integrated the three costs was the best, as related here. And actually, we compared our system with the original Zemeckis movie. And what came out is actually not too bad in terms of editing. The question was basically, what's the quality of the sequence that you see? But that was only with a bunch of computer science students, which are probably not the best experts. And we had a discussion with a filmmaker from l'école Georges Méliès. And his feedback when he saw the sequence was a big laugh. And he said, it's absolutely awful. Okay, awful because there was a number of issues in terms of framing. There was a number of issues in the precise timing of the cuts. But also, he had deeper questions as to what is the intention of the sequence. What is the story you want to convey? What are the important elements? It's not about the actions. It's about other elements that you need to convey to construct the story. And he talked about this idea of progression through the sequence, which are things that were not at all modeled with our approach. So it shows that there's still a lot of work in this direction. We've applied this so the same model, we have applied this to game environments. And this is a collaboration with people from Unity, the game engine.
All the raycasts. So we didn't even feel the price of that. So it's going to switch over to GTFO. Now here's a door. Cameras are cutting automatically. But as soon as it opens, we see more enemies. So that's more interesting. So we cut to a wider shot to get all that stuff in. And all of these edits are happening dynamically. That's a little foreshadowing of the player because he's a high importance player. So we cut to him so we can see him ahead of time. So, and like, let's remind ourselves, right? This is what esports looks like right now. It's great, but the cameras can get a little erratic. And isn't it nice to have some other points of view? So that's why we built this thing. So Steph, show us how you drive it.
All right.
So essentially here, we imported our algorithm into this real-time Unity system. We had some sort of 3 seconds look ahead from the gameplay. People were playing in real time, and then we had 3 seconds to sort of choose among 800 cameras what would be the best edits of this sequence. So what would be the best cuts and how should be the edits. And on top of that, we made it interactive so that designers or the storyteller here could actually choose at runtime what is going to be the shot he wants and how they're going to tell this the story. So that's all quite interesting that there is this fundamental question of how can we actually encode style. And style, we could think of it as variations in how you would apply rules. So some of the rules that you wouldn't apply, if you want to use jump cuts, you can use them, or a number of weights that you would favor. So you prefer large shots, medium shots, etc. The thing is, playing with rules first is a bit of a tweaking process, and it's not sure that it's enough to really be able to encode style. Another idea is to try to learn style directly, learn the weights from the style directly. So have a look at a number of movies and try to infer what would be the good weights to reproduce the style. One of the issue with that, we started some work in this field, is that it's first a bit tough to get access to the data sets, but also there's a lot of heterogeneity between the data sets. So some styles would be mainstream and you would have thousands of examples, and others would be very rare. And that for deep learning is a bit of a challenge. Unless we can generate automatically some shots that would be, and some edits that would be well evaluated by professionals and that we could use. Also, when we had these discussions with filmmakers, they told us that they use a number of narrative devices to tell stories which don't just act at the level of the shot or at the level of the cut, but are a bit more general, something like patterns. So we arrived with this idea of film editing patterns, which is providing a little more structure to the way people can create and tell their contents. And this is a joint work with Hui-Yin Wu from INRIA. So patterns are very well-known narrative devices by filmmakers that also help to support the emotional content of the sequence. So we have this first sequence between the two characters. As you can see in terms of framing, the characters are at the center of the scene. They're homogeneous in terms of size. It's a classical reverse shot editing technique, and the emotion is overall relaxed. But then a few minutes later, in the second sequence here, the framing has completely changed in the sense that the characters are framed on the extreme left or extreme right parts of the screen. And that provides a sense of distance between the characters. So if you have this sense of distance on top of the dialogue and the audio track, it will give you it will support the narrative and help in describing this tension through the sequence. So it's not the editing alone that creates the tension. It's the editing and the framing that's going to help you to get this tension. So as we see, there are these sort of implicit patterns that are used, or explicit if filmmakers share them. And what we designed is actually a system to be able to model these patterns so that we could do pattern search through large collection of movies. So we designed this language in which we characterize a pattern as having a length, and the length would be the number of shots which is involved in the pattern. Some framing constraints. So what would be the relations between the different shots? Is it the same shot size, or are we going from a larger shot to a closer shot to a closer shot, something we call intensify? We would establish all these relation constraints between the different shots, and a pattern can also be composed of a number of smaller subsequences that would compose the shot. So by defining these properties and by defining a number of constraints related to these properties, we can try to analyze these patterns, express these patterns, and analyze them in sequences. So here we have classical patterns that are found in movies. So here we're going from close-up shot to a long shot. So this is going further. This is going closer. This is the same size. There's a very simple patterns. Here, it's the same horizontal two split regions. So the two characters are at the same location in the screen and both on the right. And here they are at different locations, but on the same size. Also, we can identify relations such as high angle or low angle. So here in this shot, the camera is at eye level, and then it gets at a high angle, and after that at a low angle. So these are the different relations and properties that we can encode, and we can very simply actually express typical sequences. So you probably all know this this sequence from The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. I didn't select the intensification sequence, which is very well known, but just this sequence where basically we've got a sequence of 3 or 4 shots that are exactly the same size. And this is a sub-sequence in a more general sequence where you've got some intensification. So running this through a number of movies, so we had annotated 22 clips through different 18 different movies, about 1,000 shots. And we automatically run the process to detect the different patterns that could be found. So we define the patterns beforehand, and then we run the identification. So here, for example, on this sequence, we detected this intensify, then this opposition between the characters, this frame sharing, the characters being at the same place in the shot, and then more complex combinations, such as here, the characters are the same size, but there is an opposition, and it's a shot with a shot. So it's a simple process, but it sort of provided a nice way to understand these relations in film sequences. And we also decided to turn it around and make it a generative model, in the sense that the designer could specify a number of sequences, a number of patterns, and these patterns would help to generate the sequences. So the designer could actually specify if he wanted at one time to cross the line of action or not, and the system, and then specify if he wants, for example, an intensification, so from a large shot to a medium shot to a close shot. So these are the different constraints the user could specify. And then from 25 cameras or more, the system would automatically generate an edit. So it's easier to show that on a video example. So this is the prototype tool we had. The designer can sort of create a number of cuts here. And then once the cuts are created, I can always play with the cuts. The designer has the possibility of setting a number of patterns. So here is an intensification pattern for these 3 shots. What is interesting with this is, as soon as the constraints are specified, the designer can choose one given shot, and then it will automatically generate the other shots that would fulfill these constraints. So by progressively adding different constraints, the system is going to run behind a constraint solver that is going to be able to automatically generate an appropriate sequence following these high-level recommendations. Oops, okay. So these patterns, we haven't been running on them on very large data sets, but we believe now with the availability of the MovieNet site, it would be interesting to see how these patterns populate the databases, and also try to have a look at a historical perspective. So you could see where was the first use of the intensification pattern, for example, or see how patterns have also been evolving over time. There's also ways of thinking of more high-level patterns and trying actually to have the system automatically detect new patterns. That is another challenge. Something a bit orthogonal to this implicit structure is about visual saliency. So visual saliency is the fact that the gaze is attracted to a number of salient objects in a sequence. And there's obviously a strong correlation between visual saliency and editing, because filmmakers, they really guide the gaze of the spectator through the shot. And we wanted to explore a bit more precisely this process. And this is a joint work with Alejandro, a PhD student who's looking for a postdoc. So if you're interested, please contact him. So it's very obvious that there is this strong relation between gaze and the shooting editing technique. The point we wanted to achieve here is to try to better understand what would be precisely these relations, but also could we actually estimate automatically visual saliency in filmic contents. So saliency is provided by eye gaze to detect what would be the relevant part of the images. But if you can run some automated process to generate what are going to be the salient regions in the shots, then probably there's a number of interesting applications. I will mention them afterwards. So we run a number of gaze tracking experiments, created a database. The database is available and open for those who are interested in playing with it. It's essentially based on filmic contents. I'll just show you a sequence from the Shawshank Redemption. And you can see here the saliency maps that are built from the results we have. So this is a very nice sequence, because actually what you see is that the spectator's gaze is going to go directly to the location at which the character is looking. So what we did here with this database, we tried to first see if existing saliency detection techniques could try to reproduce what we had as the ground truth. So you see in this ground truth sequence, from this shot to that one, the spectator's gaze will directly dive towards what the character is looking at. So this is really the ground truth data. But if you look at existing automated techniques, they actually fail completely to detect what the characters are going to look at. So starting from this work, we decided how can we try to improve this. So the way we did this is that we took some traditional automated saliency techniques, and we did input a number of prior map biases inside. So for example, knowing that we would have a medium shot, a large shot, or long shot, we would actually add a number of saliency maps, prior maps in the learning system to sort of help the gaze to point at the right direction. Similarly, if you have a camera which is panning from left to right or tilting, we know that the gaze is really going to look at what the scene is uncovering. And if we can integrate this information here, if we know the motion, then we can integrate another bias map that's going to help the saliency to be guided by the content. So not going into the detail, but basically from the motion stream and from the spatial stream, we're going to add a number of priors to be able to try to detect these saliency maps. As a result here, we have this tilt sequence where the camera is going to tilt from the boy to the girl. And at this specific time here, there's going to be this transition from the boy to the girl in the ground truth. So you can see the saliency map here and there. If you run that on traditional process, you see that it fails. And by adding the bias maps that we had, we actually were able to properly detect here this transition and this focus of the spectators. We also worked on inter-observer congruency, which is the idea that actually spectators, when they're going to watch movies, sometimes they're really going to focus together to the same point. This is the attentional synchrony from Tim Smith, but also at the number of points in the movie, there's going to be a large dispersion. So people will not be looking at the same content. And we can see this in this big fish sequence, where there is this focalization at the beginning. Everybody's looking at the same point, and then a large dispersion. So this represents the time, and you see how the gaze disperses. And we thought this was an interesting characteristic for the following reason. If we look at this sequence from Armageddon, in red lines, we've got the cuts between the different viewpoints. And here we've got a measure of the inter-observer congruency, which means how much are the spectators watching the same content. And what you can see actually is after a lot of the cuts, okay, there's a peak in the congruency. So it means after a cut, a lot of people are looking at the same content at the same location in the screen and at the same time. Okay, so it's something you find here and you find here. So it's also related to this notion of continuity edit, how the filmmaker can actually grab the focus of the spectator and guide his gaze through the sequence. So this is the ground truth extracted from the data. And what we did is that we run some neural networks to be able to try to reproduce these examples. And this is on a sequence from The Lord of the Rings, in which in the blue, we have here the ground truth inter-observer congruency. And here we have the inter-observer congruency prediction. So we are able on this sequence to completely reproduce the ways that the spectator's gaze would behave in terms of focalization and dispersion through the screen. This is actually quite interesting because it opens a number of perspectives, which the first one, which would be trying to design a sort of metric of perceptual continuity, in the sense that if you know perceptual patterns that occur in movies, then you could probably rate how well a given sequence that you would have conforms to this perceptual continuity. And we believe that there are nice applications for automated editing. So we could detect places where there was no focalization at all and it's not intended. It could also provide a number of quantitative studies, probably on style, but also for video compression, knowing if people are looking all at the same location, and probably that's important. And there should be no lowering in the compression. Okay, film tropes. I'll just skip through quickly to not delay the presentation. So then we've been thinking of not so much a bottom-up approach where you get from the shots and from the low-level knowledge to the structure, but thinking from the high-level structure of the movies towards the shot contents. And we've been exploring this with the Jean-Pierre Chou. So what is a trope? If you don't know, a trope is a sort of convention, some sort of pattern that is described on a movie sequence and can be described actually at all levels, at a very global level. So an example would be Save the Princess, but also at a very, very local level, such as raised hand of survival. So it's sort of narrative units at different levels of representation of the movie, and then that can actually provide some sort of structure inside the movie. What's also quite fascinating about tropes is that it's very informal. It doesn't come from a computational model. It's actually a result of passionate guys that have been creating this TV trope website, in which you can find 77,000 works, which have been annotated with roughly 28,000 tropes. So it's a huge database that's going to provide some structural information about the stories. So building on this idea, we said, okay, well, then these tropes, it's some sort of vocabulary to build a sequence. It's some sort of grammar. So you've got the very small and short tropes, like on shots, that could help to create some meaning. And then you've got the overall tropes that would describe the general meaning of the movie. And the idea we had was to exploit these tropes to try to identify what makes the backbone of a story. So for that, we used a number of networks that were extracted from the TV Tropes website. So the biparted networks is just relating movies to tropes, so which movies hold which tropes. We also exploited the semantic network. Actually, when you're looking at a trope, this trope has a relation with other tropes. It's a specific case of a more general trope, etc., etc. So all these connections between tropes also provide a sense of structure. And then there is the structural network. I won't go through the detail, but there is a number of categories such as genre, the topics, and the narrative structures that are used, which are also interesting to extract. Building on that, our idea was to see whether with only tropes, we could try to identify what is going to be the signature of the movie, what is really the backbone of a movie. And for that, what we did is that we took these networks and we used a graph embedding technique so that we could transform the relation for a given movie. We could study what are the relation, what are the connections with this movie to the different tropes, to the different structures. And this graph representation would sort of provide an identity of this graph embedding. So it would provide some sort of identity of the movie. So we did that, and we obtained a sort of signature of a movie with this representation, but we also obtained some sort of distance metric. So here we can show that on an example here. If we take the La La Land movie and we look at what are the movies that are very close to that one using this trope networks, we find all sorts of comedies. So this is some sort of informal validation that it works. Also, what's quite interesting is that we can actually display these into a graph. I'll just show here. So, for example, you can choose here the comedies. So the comedies are on the right. The science fiction here are in the left. And then you can probably find a number of science fiction comedies. And if you would look at this one, it's the Groundhog Day, which is both, of course, science fiction and comedy. And if you would look here, Meatballs, for example, I don't know what, Back to the Future, okay, science fiction and comedy at the same time. So it provides both from this, this structure a sense of what is the distance between the different movies and what are the relation between these movies. Okay, so in terms of perspectives, it's actually a very powerful representation, we believe. One central issue is that these tropes are actually not temporarily indexed inside the movie. You don't know where the trope is occurring, which makes it a bit difficult to understand how tropes how the trope is evolving over time, or how the different tropes chain together. So there would be some sort of interest in trying to automatically extract these tropes. We also believe that if you think of it as in a generative way, that you could use this trope structure to sort of help designers to create some stories that would either be very similar or very dissimilar to a number of other stories. So some sort of a smart system that would provide advice or would show a number of sequences that are similar or too dissimilar to what the designer wants to create. Okay, so just to conclude, what's left here, my vision on this, and actually what seems right within what's left. The first point is, I think, and that's quite obvious, we need to learn a lot more from movies. There was a lot of data sets available, but actually in different forms. I'm happy to see that this has been all structured through the MovieNet. But what we need to go towards is some deeper understanding of the structure and the patterns, the discourse structure in the movies. And that is something that we have not reached yet. One of the issues related to that is also the heterogeneity of the data. You don't have a lot of, there's a lot of styles that are underrepresented, a lot of patterns that are underrepresented, and then therefore it's a bit hard to learn from it. What's also, I think, is a challenge is to try to look at more evolved features in movies. A lot of people have been looking at elements such as color, such as contrast, low-level features, but we could probably go for more high-level ones. And we currently are looking at shot depths and how are the characters composed in relation with the depths. And there will be a presentation by a student of ours on this. Of course, if now you really want to go towards smart and intelligent editing, you need to think about cognition and emotion, and that's really the missing part. I really like this definition of storytelling, where the people say that storytelling is this art of bringing an audience from a given initial cognitive state to a final intended state through a set of cognitive changes. So it's a sort of path planning problem in a sense, but you're going to plan a path within a cognitive and emotional environment. And this very much relates to what was presented in the introduction with the Kuleshov sequence. You've got this first picture, you've got the second picture, and actually all the meaning comes from from the cut in the middle. So as long as we don't have a really good understanding of what's going on in the middle, I think that any cut we can propose is just a matter of luck if it's a good cut or not. And I'm also convinced that it's not just by learning from existing movies that we can provide some computational models. We really need to pair up with people in cognitive science to get a better understanding of what's the cognitive and emotional impact of each shot if we want to properly plan shots through time. Okay, that's the end of the presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Professor Marc, Christie, and the results are very impressive, and it's very interesting to see how we can model the filmic grammars into virtual cinematography. So since we have one, so the first question is about the first work. So people ask, are there emergent properties or rules that arise from this system that matches general principles? For example, the 180 degree rules or some editing styles?
Yeah, so actually there's not so many rules that emerge. A lot of rules that we have in the system have being encoded in the system. As a result, what we're generating is actually an edit without mistakes. It's probably the only quality of the system. It's not making any mistakes in the edit, but in the sense it's not creating something also. So things like intensification, this pattern would probably not automatically be generated by the system.
Okay.
So can I ask? Yeah, I think we have still time for one more question. So regarding to these rules, I was wondering, how do you get these rules, or like where did you get these rules that you are talking from? Is there a way to learn them, maybe automatically learn them from already like movies or something, or like how to make the process that's like handcrafted in the terms of these rules that are embedded in the system?
So currently the rules we implemented at that time were based on literature. So studying a number of books and discussing with a number of filmmakers, we designed these rules. Obviously, today, at the time of deep learning, I think it would be very easy to actually relearn these different rules through movies, because there is enough annotated data or enough techniques to extract this type of information. Basically, we need to know where are the characters, maybe what they are doing, and then what's the relation between the cut and the action. So they would be really easy to learn rules individually. But if you want to compose rules together to make some sort of style, and I think that in a sense is a definition of style here, is that how would you take these rules and how would you use them or violate them? Then that would be much more difficult. Because you need to have enough examples of how these rules are violated or enough representatives of a style to be able to encode it. And if you look at what has been generated by people, well, there's so many variations in style that I believe it's a very challenging task.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Marc. And then let's start the next session, and Anyi will take over the hosting. So Anyi, please.
Yeah. It's my honor to introduce Professor Irfan Essa. Hello, Professor Irfan Essa. You may unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Professor Irfan is a distinguished professor in the School of Interactive Computing and a senior associate dean in the College of Computing at the Georgia Institute of Technology. And he also leads the Google research in Atlanta. He has done a lot of influential works in the area of computer vision, machine learning, computer graphics, computational perception, robotics, and computer animation. So let's welcome Professor Irfan Essa, and please take it.
Sure. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can actually get the screen to work the right way. I've actually never used Zoom on this kind of a system before. So let's see if I can make it work. I can do a Chrome tab.
Yes, and I think we can see it, but Professor, you are unmuted now. Yes.
All right. Can you hear me? Just nod if
Yeah.
you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's
All right,
perfect.
good. Great, good. Thank you so much for inviting me. Everybody can see me, and we can try to talk about a little bit of stuff. So I'm going to talk a little bit about today about how I think the new trends in AI are coming in to help with topics around video creation and stuff like that. So what I'd like to do is kind of give you a little bit of a sense of the kinds of things I'm excited about, and we'll use that to kind of, see what kinds of interesting things we can come up with to talk about this whole concept. Okay, I don't know. Why can't I move forward now? Okay. So overall, many years of working on this kind of stuff, as noted, I'm a computer vision person who's also worked on computer graphics. So I'm really kind of much more in the mainstream of the ICCV world of trying to understand what's actually in the video. So the main areas that my team works on is in areas around trying to understand what is the video content so we can actually use it to make better video content, understanding the concepts of what is in a video, but now also really interested in understanding is how to make videos actually better, but at the same time also make sure that there is not a concept of problems with this video. So, for example, truth in media types of things. Today, I will not talk about truth in media stuff. I'm going to mostly be talking about how do we do video creation and content generation in this new form of video. Just to kind of situate it, as I said, mainstream computer vision work, I've been doing a lot of work on video in many different types of axes, trying to understand tracking objects in video, but at the same time doing activity recognition, and also trying to really figure out how to enhance the quality of video. And we'll see a lot of examples of it. This WordNet kind of stuff, or Wordle, basically was a kind of a summary of a whole lot of recent papers and stuff from my group. And I was very pleased to notice that the video shows up as a primary area because most of my team's work has always been around trying to do video analysis and video synthesis. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the motivation behind the kinds of stuff we do, but I'm also going to talk about 3 of the recent papers that we've been involved in. And again, these are 3 recent papers, and they're actually not in vision menus. They're in WISP and Kai, which are much more about how do you use existing content to generate more video. The 2 leading people on this one are Peggy and An that are listed here, and some of my collaborators. I think you're going to hear from Maneesh a little later. I actually did not coordinate with Maneesh. Maybe he's going to talk about some similar stuff or not, but we'll keep it short and stuff like that. Maneesh and I have been collaborating on some of this stuff for a while. So also just to start off, I want to make sure that, I'm going to be generalizing a whole lot of very complicated concepts and stuff like that. Sometimes I will actually be even making up stuff that is, not really true per se, not showing you a lot of databases or not a lot of examples and stuff like that. That are much more, saying is that our method is better than that. In fact, I will not be doing any related work kinds of things today. So bear with me on this kind of stuff. Technical details, if you really want them, the papers are there. Please look them up and reach out to me or my co-authors who've done the work on the space. So I always start off with this example here. This is actually something, and some of you may or may not know, I've been working in the area of video for a long time. And even actually many years ago when I started teaching a class on digital video special effects, we used to look at videos and ask the question is, how did they do that? And can we use that to understand what are the new techniques coming in? So with that, let me see, and hopefully this will work. Again, not if you can hear this stuff here, is I'm going to play this video. Is the audio there?
Yep.
Okay. So this is a very famous HP video that was done by professionals many, many years ago. It was a very popular ad. I'm going to pause this, and me and my students looked at that and asked the question is, okay, these professionals spend a lot of time building this out. How can we actually recreate something like this? So that was partly the purpose of what we were trying to do. And my students looked at it and basically, and these were computer science students, basically said, okay, let's recreate something like this.
Picture yourself when you're getting old. Sat by the fireside, pondering on. Picture book
So what you see there is a lot of computer vision being used, match moving, tracking, a whole lot of techniques that were existing in the computer vision field, and also the field of special effects industry that has actually been using these types of techniques quite effectively. So then the question come up is, okay, now we can start doing this kind of stuff. And in fact, this was a thought process which says is, okay, professionals can do a whole lot of video creation, while students who don't have any experience on video creation can also do a little bit of this kind of stuff. And we've seen this a little bit. I mean, this was 2007, but we've seen the whole genre of user-generated content in recent times. Quite good quality videos can be produced by non-experts. And this is something which we want to think a little bit about. Okay, so I'm going to, sorry. So stepping also in the same area, I want to ask the question, what is a camera for? Because to do any kind of work in video, what do you have to start off with? You have to start off with a camera. And camera has, in my opinion, many different purposes, but the two primary one is it's actually an experience capture device. We take pictures and videos of our kids, our pets, when we go on vacations, of the scenery and stuff like that. And basically that is kind of where we capture the narrative. But also, and this is where the computer vision part comes in, it's also a sensor. We use this to sense the environment, which can be used for a variety of applications. All of them are driven around basic idea of an eye and capturing light. But of course, the form factor of this is changing. I mean, I've just shown you two different examples on, mobile phones are coming in, very small cameras, different types of affordance with it. But now also we're getting these omnidirectional cameras, really wide field cameras and stuff like that. That changed the way we think about it. But of course, the bottom line is they're still about capturing light onto a sensor, recording it for a variety of purposes. And this kind of changes as you start thinking about the camera itself. I mean, the history of the camera is basically it's about capturing light from the environment onto a surface. And of course, the modality of doing this or affordance of doing this has changed over time. I mean, we used to have much more hard cameras and stuff like that, but now we have disposable cameras to mobile phone cameras and stuff like that. And to the fact that these form factors have changed, small, wearable, and all that stuff. Another thing that I always talk about is our relationship with the camera as we use it as capture device has changed too. We used to be much more formal, set it up with a tripod. And again, movie industry still does a whole lot of this kind of stuff. But now we're kind of much moving away and kind of stepping back and saying, okay, I'm going to hold the camera here and use this and stuff like that. With that comes a lot more challenges. I mean, of course, there's a lot of shake and stuff. Of course, there's a whole lot of technology to address that kind of stuff. But setup and casual aspects of video are kind of changing too. We don't set up cameras as much. Now, of course, that's not true in production, in film. They do set up cameras, but these days, again, if you watch a lot of movies, you see, people are using really small cameras. Of course, still expensive. Red cameras and stuff like that are used, but the formality of these types of things is changing. And again, remember, video is no longer just being used by professionals, but also by casual users. So this has kind of made me think a lot more about the fact that cameras, of course, much more capture devices. They're small, they are pervasive, sometimes almost invasive. They're also, have a lot of additional data with them. They have gyros, accelerometers, GPS, and all on the internet. So they're much more smarter. And that's one of the things we want to kind of start thinking about. Another reason I also like video is because it tells you a story by actually sequencing things together. So for example, if I was to show you just the snapshot, you know that there is a person caricature there. But if I start showing you the next frame and the next frame, you can start seeing a narrative generate. This narrative, of course, in this instance, very pictorially shown, is about showing somebody dancing. So of course, this is another aspect of what the computer vision field, we're kind of looking at it, because what we want to do is we want to do things like pose detection, tracking, and all of that kind of stuff to get the narrative of somebody dancing. Rather simple stuff, but rather interesting and the kind of stuff we can currently do in computer vision. Of course, there are still problems in computer vision that we need to address, of course, tracking, correspondence, and segmentation. That's why need for video segmentation, video tracking, and understanding content remains paramount in the vision work. This slide is another example of basically showing this, that again, people in the early days were thinking about trying to do the same by sequencing frames to look at human behaviors or animal behaviors. Some of the earliest work of Muybridge and Murray was pretty much foundational in doing this. And again, this is the sensor part of the camera that is related to the video part, because you can use this to now analyze behaviors and stuff like that. You've seen a lot of work in the area of behavior recognition coming out of videos. Now, can you also use this to try to understand what's going on in video? And you've seen new databases and stuff like that. The AVA data set, the kinetics data set are trying to get towards, again, using video to understand behaviors. But I always remind people that, video quality is important, but narrative and storytelling can be done without high quality. Animations have been used. This is an example of a video from 1944, and it's something which, if you look at, you see that, it's basically nothing else but small pieces of caricatures, triangles and boxes and stuff like that, that can practically be used to tell a very complex story. In fact, people look at this and kind of start thinking, oh, there's some sort of physical violence going on between the two triangles. And there's a door people are entering through and back, stuff like that. And this is, again, a very well-known piece of work, but this is telling a story. So one hand, we want to capture real quality videos, but the other hand, you can tell stories without real quality videos too. So how do you bring the fact that we can capture a lot of good quality video and the fact we want to tell stories into the same equation to understand how to do this kind of stuff? So just to kind of, again, make us think through all of this. Now, the kinds of data out there, as I said, again, remembering that, you can capture to tell stories, user-generated content, professionally produced content, a whole lot of content is out there. Another talk that I usually give you basically starts talking about the bandwidth issues with the kind of content we have. I mean, these are small videos that we can capture with mobile phones to kinds of, again, professionally produced content that's out there. And we've seen all of this, and again, movies and stuff like that, but also important is things like sports. A lot of videos on sports, and how do you use information from those to understand what's going on? But of course, there are other needs for doing video analysis too. So the bottom line is, to do any kind of video creation, we need to start have a concept of what story we want to tell. I think we heard a little bit from James Cutting earlier about how directors and content producers think about how they want to tell a story and how they even want to phase in different viewpoints, different angles and stuff like that to kind of tell a story. But again, there's a concept of telling a story. We need to learn from storytellers. I think initially in the introduction, people talked a little bit about language models and cinematography concepts and stuff like that. Important part to think of. But again, in the case of video, we have to start with capturing. We need a camera. But then there's actually a new thing that's happening a lot now is this whole concept of remix, where we basically now want to use existing content that's out there. Can we use this to generate videos? Can we use existing content that other people may have done, or we may have done it, and can we repurpose it for different purposes? And that's something which is coming. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that with a series of examples of some of the new stuff we've done in this space. Is how do you take existing videos and change how you interact with it? And also, how do you take existing things that have been done for other things, convert them into videos, and create newer models of how you interact with them? So that's one thing I want to kind of bring to bear. It's something which we've been working for a while, but we have some interesting near-term examples of this. Bottom line is, we need to understand from this whole world of video capture, and also we need to categorize it, because that'll help us figuring out what kind of content it is. The next part of categorization is curation. That is, how do you kind of use this to be able to kind of tell a story with it and use that to create? Another thing, basically, this is partly the goal that I have with this is, I want to make it easy for everybody to be able to create content, create videos. And so that's where the kind of the motivation is. So with that, let's now talk about a few specific examples. And again, as I said, I'm going to talk about 3 different papers very quickly to kind of give you a sense of what's going on, hopefully, and I will try to finish early because I'd love to get into some conversations. So first part is this whole work on automatic video creation from a web page. Remember, this whole concept I just said is there's a lot of content out there. Can we reuse it for doing different types of things? Now, web pages have been a very interesting thing out there in the recent times, because now you can actually get a web page. And of course, you take the same web page and you go to a different browser. You can see the content in a different form factor. And of course, you can also, you go to a mobile device and see this completely formatted to your mobile device. Video has been one of those things that is complicated because it can only be in this specific panel. I remember even having arguments with people when they actually started using portrait videos versus landscape. That was one of the things. But again, if you remember, video sizes are very strictly defined. We haven't actually explored a lot of differences with that. So one question we basically had was, how can you actually create videos from web pages? Now, of course, there's another whole question with it. Consumption of video has changed a lot. Many people are actually preferring to watch videos more than they actually are even preferring to read web pages or read documents. And again, another example of this is when you buy a device these days or any new technology, you don't get a manual anymore. You get a link to a video. Basically, this video tells you how to use that device. So that was one of the things we want to do, is how do you take existing material from somewhere and format this into a video? This was something which we kind of thought a lot about. And one of the things that became very clear was we can use the structure of the web page to extract various bits of higher level information. And we can use this to then lay out a video, do a pre-cut, a rough cut, or even a final cut of a short video based on the content that we've actually analyzed. So in this case, I'll just show a web page. From this web page, we can extract things like simple titles, a few images, and use that. And you can see on the right, a short video that can be generated, basically reusing the content that was in the two web pages, the web page itself and what we can extract after it. So how do we do this? Well, basically, here are the challenges. One, of course, somebody creates a web page. In this case, we just see an example of a web page which has different images and different text and logos and stuff. What we want to do this is, of course, we want to basically now create, for lack of better words, specific templates of different types of things that we can start filling out with the content that's on the web page. Of course, we can do this because what we can do is we can actually analyze the web page. Web pages have a lot of information about different types of things, how they're laid out, how they're rendered, and all that kind of stuff. And of course, we can even extract the text from a web page because we're really parsing the web page itself. Using this now, as I said, we can basically extract some of the aspects of what is the content, but we can also extract things like the style. What are the colors being used? What are the kinds of other renditions and other transformative information that might exist in all of them? So we can actually extract that kind of stuff, not just the content, but the colors and the style information and additional things. Using this, we can basically then generate simple videos. And in this case, of course, we notice is it's up to us how we lay it out. We can do this in portrait or landscape, or it could be a square thing, could be completely dependent on what the output medium is. Of course, we have to do a little bit of content reduction, right? We can't play everything that's out on the web page. We need to find the relevant bits. Otherwise, the video would be too long. And as you know, long, boring videos is something nobody watches. So this was the kind of the idea that we came up with. And then this, we built a little bit on trying to understand how people do design of web pages and also how people do creation of videos. So we spent a lot of time with designers to kind of understand the whole aspect of how this is done. We spend a lot of time on extracting things from the web pages itself. So, you know, extracting, for example, what's the information that's most relevant? You can look at the DOM structure of a web page, extract from that the content in detail, figure out things like, you know, what's visible. Also more information about what types of information is coming up and relevant information that might be available from a web page. Using this, we can extract the whole structure and the hierarchy of the information. What is related to what? Because these are small frames that are being put in for different types of purposes, and we can parse it to create a hierarchy as shown here. And using this, we can also start kind of defining different types of parameters associated. So this, in essence, becomes a constraint optimization problem with the information we have to the output that we want to get to. And we can start matching this, which is actually very similar to the whole process of what editing does too, right, in video. We have a layout, we have a time space of creating a video for like 30 seconds, and we have so many different elements. How do you bring those elements into creating a short video? Well, the same problem here, except that now the assets are coming from a web page, and we want to lay this down in a format to generate, in this case, either a 30-second or an 8-second video. So we need to optimize over a whole lot of different types of things. So we run an optimizer that basically goes through this thing and solves using constraint satisfaction various types of elements, including how much time should I be putting this to generate this short video, and what should be the elements that I want to prioritize, considering the total time I have is 8 seconds, 30 seconds, or whatever. And also a little bit about the size of the viewport that I want to use. And how do you scale things up and that kind of stuff. So using this, we can create various types of layout templates and stuff like that. I'm not going into detail. We can inherit the stylization that was available from the web page to then render it back into a video. And that way we can start kind of generating this kind of a whole visual artifact that's temporal and spatial. I'm skipping over a lot of details again, but just to kind of point out what's going on. But the bottom line is, take this input, we can run it through a small interface and outputs into small videos of different types. Let's see if we can see a few examples of this. Of course, we ran this on a variety of different types of examples on the web, and including different types of content that might be out there, and to be able to kind of showcase we can actually generate these videos. Here you should be able to see some examples. So this is a video of from Google itself about how do you do various types of Google search. Output video basically is driven by the content that was on the web page. So in very quick summaries of these types of things can be built out of this kind of stuff. Again, laying it out very specifically. If you go to the web page for this, you'll see many examples of this work. So the next part now. So once, okay, we know how to do this, we can now start taking a web page for something simple and now convert it into a video. Now let's go to the next level where now we have a lot more information. So imagine, if you will, this is now some sort of a tutorial for doing something. So how to change a battery in a car, how to, in this case, wear a tie or a bandana or something like that. People have created web pages to do that kind of stuff. There were lots of, in fact, web pages that we looked at in that time frame. This was work done during the pandemic of how to make masks from at home. People have created these web pages and they've put pictures, even short videos and stuff like that. What we basically said, and of course they added some additional markdown information. Question we said was, okay, take all of this information, parse it out, and create a fully contained video with narration to generate something that kind of is equivalent to the web page that somebody had generated. So here's an example.
We present how to cut, an automatic approach that converts a markdown formatted tutorial into an interactive instructional video by presenting the instructions with the synthesized voiceover.
8 pieces. Next, put the apples in a pot and cover them with.
Given a tutorial document, How to Cut extracts its hierarchy and analyzes details. It partitions and enhances text instructions, generates a synthesized text-to-speech voiceover, and makes automatic editing decisions to present the visuals aligned with the voiceover.
So this is hot off the presses. This was just presented last week at WIST by Peggy. And so this is just something new that we've just actually kind of just gotten published. So it's very exciting stuff.
We present How to Cut, an automatic approach.
So, and again, the need for this is simple because these days, as I said, people are creating web pages and people are creating documents. And as we know, during the pandemic, one of the biggest things was how do you basically create videos for something that we have already done a lot of content generation for. As a professor, I had to run around and of course make videos of a whole lot of stuff, which I had notes for too. And if I was able to use this kind of technology, of course, going from lecture notes to full professional videos is hard, but for simple things like doing, instructions of how to assemble something, something interesting, or, doing some simple tasks, this is actually much, much more doable, especially because content creators are willing to give you additional information to help you do this. So this is an example of something we started off with. Again, this is a web page. It's a community-based tutorial of how to, tie a bandana. You do various types of things. Look at the detail that's given by the content creator. Of course, this in the world of video. Convert this to fully narrated video step-by-step would make this, 5 visuals into a half-an-hour video. We cannot afford to do that. We need to make it still be short because that's one of the things we know that everybody wants. So that basically means is we have to start identifying from there the right bits of information. So of course, you can look at the images. Second thing, you need to get the temporal structure, the number of steps. Sometimes the creators give you that information. And the thing next you also want to do is find the most relevant bits of the text to narrate, because you don't want to read everything. I mean, the bottom line is this is supposed to be a condensed version, may even be called an ad for the whole video or the web page itself that somebody may want to go look at. So this is something we did. And of course, using all of the technologies at hand, we can basically now extract the steps and kind of lay this down into a specific document that has breakdown of what's going on, and also information about what are the images that are there. By the way, they don't need to be images. They could even be short videos, and we would splice those in. So using this, we now can do very similar stuff to the one we did for URL to video with a lot more structure, and use this to kind of start laying it on a timeline. I do a rough cut, pre-cut from existing thing to generate a video that has all of the elements. Of course, this time around, we're not stuck to 8 seconds or 30 seconds. It could be a little longer, but again, that's a user-defined number. Somebody said, I want a 30-second video or a 60-second, it'll condense it in that one. So using this, we can basically kind of extract these things out. We do have to do a little bit of more new, interesting kinds of things, because now we have to put in words like, oh, based on this tutorial, the first step is there, because they haven't written down the first step is there. They've just put in the number 1. So we can now do a little bit of inference to kind of generate this information. And then we can also do a little bit of inference on the narration side to kind of fill in the gaps. We do also a little bit of work sometimes that if this is a short video, how do you loop it longer? Because one of the other problems we run into is sometimes saying what is being done takes longer than the video or the element is, but we need to then make sure that they're aligned. So saying specific terms might take a little longer. We want to be able to merge those types of things in. So here again goes into a lot of optimization frameworks to be able to lay these types of things out. These are web pages. Now we can actually even put in a little bit of blurb on the video to kind of tell you what it looks like. Lots of different types of things go into the process. Again, I defer you to the web page. Oh, sorry, the paper to give you more detail. But we do spend a lot of time also looking at the hierarchy of the structure. What are the informations there? How do you actually do a tree parse? And then how do you use that in a constraint satisfaction again to be laying these things out into a simple linear video edited format that then can be generating based on this format. And of course, we do have to look at things like, oh, this might not be text we can use in this version because we don't have time, or which might require us to get rid of this kind of specific second times and number of frames out of this kind of stuff. Or how do we want to loop more to get more information? I'm skipping over this fast because I want to talk about some additional stuff, but you can see now we're actually looking for additional information. Of course, when we get a piece of text, we also can figure out how long will it take for the narration engine to read this out. That gives us time steps and the length of the video that we can play around with. So this computes that time, and now we can actually use this to create a full layout of video. And this allows us to then pretty much create an automatic video editing layout with different steps and also the elements that might exist that we want to lay out into generating a video. And then, of course, from that, we can generate a full video of it. Oh, this is audio.
Knife and cutting board to slice each apple into about 8 pieces. If you prefer, cut the apples with an apple segmenter that will remove the core at the same time.
So this kind of, as I said, starts generating very interesting outputs. And of course, we give the content creators a small editing tool, which does 90% of the work, but they can still refine it a little bit. Because, sometimes doing this completely automatically is difficult. Done this for a variety of different examples, as in here just some examples going on. We did a lot of user evaluation to see if the users both getting the content and also did analysis to figure out which would they prefer. Would they prefer a video versus a web page to browse on it and stuff like that? Again, different affordances are different, and actually all of them came across saying is that in some instances, this kind of content was preferred. All right. One more example. Now we're going to take a little bit, and this is the stuff I was talking about that we did in collaboration with Maneesh. On was his student working with us as an intern at Google. And here we want to do a little bit of the same thing, but now we want to actually switch it around a little bit. So far I've talked about give me a web page and we can convert it into an interactive video output. Now let's take the opposite a little bit, simplifying a difficult concept, but I'm just take it that way. Given a video, can we now create an interactive web page that lets me interact with the content more effectively? So I can use the structure of the video to break it into pieces so that now I can watch those pieces independently and also perhaps review those pieces more carefully as needed. So we specifically took an example of makeup videos for this one. Now, makeup videos, again, because one, of course, there's a huge amount of content for doing this kind of stuff. Second is there's a whole lot of structure driven by two different things. One, of course, is the structure of what people are doing in those makeup things, but also based on the structure of the face and which part of the face they're working on or what kinds of tools they're using. So it allows you to have different hierarchies and you can extract that kind of stuff. We also have access to, of course, the transcript of what they're saying this time around. Unlike in the case of the other one where we were generating the narration, here we're actually working with a video which has a whole lot of additional information. I go into details as to why this is an important domain, but as you know, on the world of YouTube or on social video platforms, there is a whole lot of content, and actually makeup videos are really, really popular. So our question really was, can we actually bring in again computer vision to analyze these videos and break it up into much interesting pieces based on information we can extract. And again, I'm simplifying a lot of complicated aspects to it. And again, I refer you to the paper that An has on this one, and that'll tell you more about what's going on. Partly also, we want to be able to create a better user interface for people to access this complicated stuff. So, I mean, examples of this is, different types of colors and different types of equipment and different parts of the face are being used to do it. Of course, one of the problems with video is once you play it, the only options you have is pause, review 35 seconds, review 15 seconds, or something like that. That's the extent of what we can do. And in cases of complicated things, like in this case, makeup, you can imagine doing this for cooking and stuff like that. You have to figure out how to pause something and then look at it. But it would be great if they kind of created chapters or anchors on their own. So jump ahead or moving around is very complicated. It would be great if that kind of information was embedded somewhere. So, and usually in a pictorial version, this is what you usually see is details. Remember the previous example I showed, people were generating them with steps. Here we're trying to do the opposite, generate those steps from videos. So of course, what we do is we analyze the text. We also analyze the video. To be able to do all of this, we can use different parts of the face, using all of the literature we can find on computer vision techniques of doing this kind of stuff and what goes on to break it into different things. We did a lot of kind of user understanding of formative studies to what's going on in this stuff. I'm going to skip over those two. Our approach here is given a video, a YouTube video on input makeup, basically find various types of hierarchies, group them together. These hierarchies could be, again, part of the face. Sometimes we could even use things like what object is being used in that part, and then also breaking it up into different details and generating something like this, and then using this to generate a newer access to this video with a lot more information that lets you browse it much more interestingly. So here could be one way of looking at it. This is the kind of the output that you get. In this one, of course, there's metadata, the video itself, that you can play the video. The bottom basically tells you which part of the face or your timeline you can basically browse on it. And then, of course, specific steps that could be marked and how you can actually just go straight to those steps. And that allows, and of course, various ways of interacting with these types of things. We can do a much better job on really getting to the fine grain of this kind of stuff. And again, I'm going to skip over a whole lot of this stuff. But again, we can now also bring in additional things, like what is the product that's being used while somebody is actually doing this video. So in this case could be, and of course, it could be different instruments, lipsticks, brushes, and stuff like that. We can use that and identify them using either vision or the fact that they've been spoken about in the text to be able to identify them. And now we can actually just go specifically to those types of things. So again, computer vision being used to kind of really get into the details of it. Of course, we can do traditional things like faces to, detection of faces and objects and stuff like that. skipping over some of this, but again, you can see the text, the transcript also has a lot of information that we can actually look at. One is talking about face and other types of things. We did this again, these were papers in Kai and conferences like Kai. So we actually did user studies. We actually, in fact, the challenge that An had to deal with was all of this was done during the pandemic. So we had to do all of these remote studies and stuff like that. Very good results. And again, preferences for this kind of way to interact with video was something we actually came up with or noticed from the user studies. Skipping all over this again. So that kind of gives me, then there's another bit of work that I'm going to skip over today, which also then gets into a little bit of comparisons of how we can do better editing, knowing what the content is. This was a workshop that I'm going to skip over that we did some work on, but I wanted to end because I know we've been running a little bit on time and stuff like that, and there's a panel coming up. If anybody has questions, I'd love to get some questions on this stuff. But bottom line is, video is an amazing medium. And I'm glad that this workshop, you folks are thinking about aspects of it. I just talked about one aspect of what we do in our team, but there's a lot more going on, and I'd love to hear more from everybody else. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Professor Essa. I think we both learned a lot from your talk. And here are some questions. And Fabian, would you like to,
Yeah, so thank you a lot for the talk, Irfan. So it was so inspiring to see all the work happening in the HCI community. My question, given that you actually gravitate between multiple fields, I know you from your computer vision contributions and graphic contributions. Like a lot of these systems and prototypes assume that the computer vision part is right. It somehow works pretty well. So I wonder, which will be one area of computer vision that you think it needs a push towards actually making these prototypes and systems accurate enough to be kind of deployed to actual users?
So I'm going to speculate a little bit and not kind of just point out anything with the current work we've done, because I don't want to claim something which is not true. But actually doing this kind of work of putting it and getting towards users is a great technology to be able to get very nice annotations and content information, which then can be further used to improve our data analysis. So another bit of work that I didn't talk about, we've done this work on generating highlight detection for sports. Of course, just like everybody in computer vision, we went and analyzed a whole lot of videos, and we found out very interesting things. But then all of a sudden, doing this kind of multimodal thing, we were able to get, the play-by-play from another source, which basically said, oh, player X did this shot. That starts now giving us very interesting annotations exactly with the time code of where this thing happened in the video. So by building systems that have this kind of stuff gives us insights that we didn't have before. And that insight then basically tells us, okay, yeah, vision may not work, but if you have another tag information saying that this specific action happened within these 30 seconds, then it becomes an easier vision problem to look for just that thing within those 30 seconds. So it becomes more of an identifying and verification problem rather than a brute force searching for everything problem. The same thing in case of the face work here is we actually know more about the hierarchy of the face and the details. Now we can focus specifically on those types of things for that part of the face with the instrument being used. And we have that information coming from other sources. So how do you leverage that more and more? So I passionately still think a lot about AI and computer vision types of things. And for me, getting that connection from other sources to give us that information to allow us to also get much more enriched data becomes an important part of it. And that's what kind of where you always kind of look at it. So building systems, prototypes, and then stepping back and saying, okay, we learned this. What new data can we get? What can we do to improve this, to recycle this into a much better framework?
Great. Yeah, that's a great perspective. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Professor, I also have a question. Is the video generation examples that you showed to us is basically, I think, created videos from somehow well-organized data. But yeah, you know, in real world, there are lots of not well organized data, and also a lot of application scenario is long tail. It's like there are some not very commonly appeared scenarios. So do you have any comments on how to deal with this kind of stuff?
So, I mean, absolutely. The intention of some of this work was to work with information where we can look for structured information and help us do a better job with it.
Yeah.
And you know, most well-produced content that gets more eyeballs is of that category. But then there is a lot of user-generated content which basically has, you know, somebody running into a glass wall, or you know, somebody jumping into something, all that kind of stuff. That is much more of interesting atomic behaviors. And you know, those types of videos are of different genre. And I think we're interested in doing that kind of stuff on different aspect of it, is trying to understand behaviors. Then you can actually use this to figure out how do you support this kind of stuff. Some of you, of course, may have spent a lot of time looking at how TikTok has started supporting this kind of video creation. We're looking for interesting signals to be able to allow you to do it, and also providing the users with templates. If you do X, Y, and Z in this way, you might actually generate something that looks like this. So that kind of gets into this whole concept of style transformation. So what the piece that I didn't talk about today, I was rushing through it, is about how do you figure out, based on 3 or 4 different types of videos, what's the best way to do a transition between them. And also, again, you know, how do you do framing? So in previous work, some of you may know, we've developed a stabilizing system that basically would stabilize and enhance the quality of videos. That makes the camera a very specific element of things. Now, using this camera motion, we can actually now start focusing and creating camera moves. Again, if you remember a little bit of understanding of how people use camera moves, we can use this kind of camera moves and improve the quality of what you're paying attention to. So retargeting videos and stuff like that is also something that comes in once you know the content well. So we have, I mean, I didn't talk about it. We have actually a lot of work on that kind of stuff too, is how do you start? And the other part of it is, and we're actually doing a lot of work on this kind of stuff too in video, is looking for what's salient. Directors and content creators are really good at telling a story by looking at what's the most important part of video and how do you best do a camera move? How do you do a focus pull? How do you actually even do a background to get you to tend to it? Those are the kinds of things now we can understand. But having said that, and I think it relates a little bit to previous question, those are hard things to get right all the time. So therefore, you have to create some sort of a user in the loop system. And this is where creation is one of those things that's very interesting, is most people who like to create content want to be involved. They want to be able to tweak a few things here and there. And therefore, at least in this kind of a place where you want to do content creation, you want to give, do 90% of the boring work, that get things curated, edited, aligned, available, so the content creator can do the better editings. And we're seeing this trend. I mean, I know Adobe is doing this kind of stuff with all kinds of their prosumer tools. The question is, can we now do this at more of the consumer level?
Yeah, so thanks again for Professor Essa. And I think we have run out of the time, and it's time to move to the panel discussion. And I think Ali could take over it. Ali will be the host.
I should be able to turn off so you don't see my screen anymore.
All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. A big thank you to all our keynote presenters and our invited talks. Can I ask all the people who are going to be on the panel to share their cameras so we can see you? I want to give you a very warm welcome, wherever you are in the world. Oh, okay. We also have a special invitee with us. So I know we're spreading around the world, and today is Sunday, so I really want to thank you for being with us today. And the goal of this workshop, amongst many things, is to understand how we can bring people from different communities together to work in these challenging problems. And we have tried hard to have invitees from different aspects of the community, and we're really looking forward to your input in there. So what I would like to do first is to ask you to introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about, you know, what you do and why you got interested in topics related to either, you know, video creation, video editing, content creation. And if we can do this as a quick introduction. I know some of you have already done that. So we'll start with the people who have not done it, and I will ask the people who already presented to do it again, just in case people joined us today. So maybe we can start with, let's see, who do we have here? Anyi, maybe you want to start?
Hello. Hi, my name is Angjoo Kanazawa, and I am an assistant professor at UC Berkeley. My research is in understanding of the complex world from videos and images. And so I've been doing a lot of 3D reconstruction of non-rigid objects of humans and like animals like cats. And I think one of the super cool thing is that once you can do that, you can do a lot of creative editing. And I'm really excited to talk about one of the directions, which is actually not about humans and animals, in like an hour after this panel session.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing your special guest with you. Maybe Maneesh, would you like to go next?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Maneesh Agrawala. I'm a professor at Stanford and also the director of the Brown Institute for Media Innovation. And I've been working in video for many years now. This really started with my PhD. It was in computer graphics. Even then, I was doing a lot of work with photographs and developing techniques for image manipulation. And as we worked on images, we started getting very interested in video and how we could manipulate and edit video in a variety of different ways.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And for the people who also, I think we have, is Graham in the call as well? He's supposed to be with us on the panel. Oh yeah, I see you now. Okay. Good. Would you like to go next?
Sure. Hello. So my name is Graham Phillipson. I'm from the BBC, from the Research and Development Department. And I'm the Senior Research Engineer on the AI for Media Production team. And so our interest in kind of machine learning and AI for content creation is sort of driven by the business needs of the BBC. So there's a lot of things where we have ideas of stuff that we'd love to do, but at the moment it's incredibly hard. So a good example would be the Edinburgh Festival, the largest kind of arts and theatre festival in the world. There's about 500 stages and about 50,000 unique performances. And most every comedian that you like started out there. We, out of those 500 stages, we normally cover one or maybe two because it's very expensive to do an outside broadcast. That's amazing content, and we'd love to share it with the world. It's a very unique thing to film. Currently, it's far too expensive. So are there ways in which we can film things simply with arrays of cameras? Or are there ways in which we can help local journalists who are kind of split between radio and television and the website move between those different roles? What would it take for a radio journalist to be able to put something on the local TV news, that kind of problem?
Thank you. Thank you. We're very excited to get also the side during our discussion. So thank you for joining us. And then maybe for the people who already presented, do you want to give us a really quick reintroduction to yourselves for the people who joined us just for this? Maybe James, since you were the first one, would you like to go again?
Sure, just briefly, I'm interested in how popular movies are edited and how that has changed over the last century.
Thank you. Marc?
Sure. So yeah, I'm computer graphist at the beginning, really interested in aspects of computer graphics, and we've been focusing a lot on how to automatically place cameras in 3D environments and how to make edits. And for that, we had to study a lot film literature. But what's actually interesting today is that games more and more, which is one of the applications of virtual cinematography, well, they're creating their own filmic language. So you have these hyper-fast cameras that can move around. There's no boundaries to the virtual cameras. So it's been useful to sort of learn from real movies, but now you're getting to this sort of game universe where they're inventing their own grammar and language. In which, well, we need some creative tools to assist the designers in playing with the cameras and making the edits.
Thank you. And finally, Irfan, I know you just did the presentation, but you want to do a very quick recap of your research?
Sure. Sure. So I'm Irfan Essa, and I'm a professor at Georgia Tech, and I'm also a lead who's building a team, working with a team at Google to work around the areas of AI for video creation types of things and stuff like that. Basically my interest in this is the work, as I was saying before, also some of the work I described, and Maneesh used to work with us a little bit on some of these types of things, so it's good. My interest in video starts from like early high school, where I actually had a video camera and I was doing a lot of video capture. From there, I used to do a lot of photography. I actually even know how to do editing in a traditional, with things like, a razor blade going through 35mm film types of things, and also really just using complete editing suites and stuff like that. I also have created a lot of videos, and I teach a lot of video creation stuff to undergrads, both in art and schools and stuff like that. I've also been lucky to actually work with a lot of special production houses and stuff like that in the past. I have worked with Disney, and these days, of course, I work with Google and also with Georgia Tech, and lots of interesting stuff. Really interested in knowing how we can move the needle on video to become much more of a medium that it deserves more attention from all of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to try and do is I have a list of questions that I want to pose to you, and what I will do is I'll direct the question to somebody specific just to start the conversation. But then we would love to hear from everybody in the panel. So if you want to interject at any point, or once the person who's speaking finishes, just please go ahead and do so. So we'll try to cover different aspects of this, from the technology all the way to the societal one. So I think one of the things that a lot of us are really interested to know is, how do you see the technical aspects of computer vision and AI? What are the areas in content creation that can benefit the most from this type of technologies that we're doing? So maybe I'll throw this one to Marc, if you want to start with this, and then we'd love to hear everybody else's input.
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, there's been a great burst in deep learning technologies, and it's providing a wealth of information that can be applied to movies, in the sense that we can grab from the existing content some very inspiring information. We saw all the statistics that James has been able to extract or manually have from a number of contents. And I think that building on this partly manual information and partly automated extraction, we can build deeper models that will enable us to probably try to understand these contents. And if we can then have this understanding of these contents, we'll probably be able to generate edits. This understanding also, I think, means that we should be looking at what are the key features that need to be extracted for this understanding. And when you look at the evolution, we're actually going towards more and more 3D extraction from 2D contents. So we started with extracting skeletons, so we would know where the characters are, but now we can extract shapes, we can extract the events that are ongoing, we can even extract the depth and we can now start to extract the 3D environment. So actually, we're completely able to extract a 3D representation outside of a movie from which we have a geometrical representation. And I think there it offers a really in-depth knowledge of precisely what is going on in the environment. So the question is really how we can go further in this direction and how this information can help us to have a better understanding.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else would like to interject here? Yes, Graham.
Yeah, so I think I can say on terms of things that have had an impact already and are actually practically used in television. Certainly the biggest impact so far has been producing extra metadata about the shots that go in and then just allowing the film creators to use that metadata. So we've produced transcripts for shows so that they can be searched or searched in the archive or searched through your dailies for about 12 years now. And that's been incredibly useful. That's one of the most popular features that we've ever added to our systems. So people can come up with, we mentioned a particular celebrity. Do we have historical footage of them? Yes, pull it out. And also we've had some good impact with, and I think this is an interesting use case as well, with producing metadata for natural history shows. So there's a sequence of shows in Britain called Autumn Watch, Spring Watch, Summer Watch, Winter Watch. And each season they go to a very remote location and plaster it with cameras, and we watch lots of badgers and birds and stuff doing whatever it is that happens for that part of the season. A huge problem has always been the volume of video that's produced that zoologists then have to watch through. And so in the last couple of years, we've been deploying an AI system that has been trained to spot with British wildlife and can pull out the stories. This has been particularly interesting because it allows the filming to happen in a different way. So now that they have more time to concentrate strictly on what the animals are doing, they can bring out the more interesting stories. And some things have happened that they would never have been able to spot otherwise. And it also raises the possibility that, maybe in the past you filmed with 20 cameras, or maybe now we could have 40 or 60 or even more cameras. So it's really changed the way that we approach filming. And I think that's the interesting stuff. Certainly for the future, I think the most interesting things is not necessarily being able to save some tiny bit of budget, but actually change the way you think about filming or the way that you commission television. Or maybe we could take a podcast and promote it to be on television without completely redoing everything from scratch.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think one topic that was touched upon by many people is this idea of, we're trying to develop tools to maybe facilitate the way we're doing content creation. But as Irfan mentioned at the end of his presentation, the video creator and the video editor still wants to be a part of this process somehow. So my question, and this is maybe for everyone, is how, what are in terms of AI or developing tools, what are these tools you think that we have to develop, that we have to make better, that are more centric towards the content creators over there? So how do we develop these tools? What are the tools that we have now that we can enhance more? And what are the tools that are missing? So maybe I'll throw this question to somebody that we haven't heard from. Maneesh, maybe you want to go?
Yeah, sure. I think this is a great question and a really important one. I think partly the answer to this question is that we need to spend more time with the content creators. We need to understand their workflows, and we need to understand what information they need, and also what their intents are when they are constructing videos. I think without really spending time with the creators making films ourselves, it is really difficult to identify the kinds of information that are most important to the content creators. So that's a really important step here. And I think also developing ways to identify the intents of the creators. That's also a big challenge. We try to do it by looking at the videos that they've created after the fact. And that's a nice approach. But I think we'll get a lot further if we talk to the creators themselves and try to directly ask them what their intents are and why they made particular decisions.
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, Angjoo, please go.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I also forgot to mention that I am on this advising, I'm an advisor for this stealth Hollywood startup called Wonder Dynamics. It's led by Ty Sheridan and Nikola Todorovic, but these are actually people in the movie industry making movies. And they came to me because it's, first of all, I really think it's very important that it looks like this audience is already in this, but it's not. I don't think everybody's on the same page about the fact of like the tools that we want to develop is for creators and not to replace the creators and to like enhance their creative process, as opposed to not like we're going to replace them altogether. I think, people are the creative ones and I want to make their job really easier for that. And for that, I really think this is why these people actually approached me, because instead of, for example, there's a lot of cool approaches like 2D based video kind of like manipulations, but actually if you're trying to, generate films or like do some editing, there's a lot more freedom. It's a little bit more black box if you're using like a 2D based GAN, as opposed to if you're recovering like the actual underlying 3D shape or motion capture like representation from video with humans, or doing the intrinsic images problem. I think that's actually really important. I mean, to really take advantage of the 3D inductive, like the world is 3D. And when you're taking film, you want to insert people into new scenes, which means you got to make sure that the lighting matches, which means you have to be able to disentangle the lighting and the people, understand the lighting in the scene, understand what the camera is going on in the scene. I mean, all of these things are actually really challenging things because it's very difficult to get it right. But with the human in the loop, actually, so one of the goals of this startup is to make VFX easy for creators. And there's a lot of tedious stuff. I think Irfan also touched on this. But I'm really excited to go on like a real deep 3D understanding of the scenes.
Okay, so we see some agreement in here. Marc, yeah, you want to go?
Yeah, I think this question of intent, of author's intent, is very central. The point is, how does the creative guy specify this intent? Sometimes the intents are really complex in the sense that they want to create this sort of emotional value, but how can you create an intent with a user interface? It's a bit complex. And maybe I believe there would be some approaches where you could actually search for reference sequences, or you could have reference sequences in mind. Say, okay, this is the sort of intent I want to convey, and then extract some sort of structure from this intent and retarget it to a very specific content. So something like an example-driven approach, where it would be much simpler to search through examples, types of intentions, and in a sort of creative way, be able to generate the content.
Yes, James, please go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot where the raise hand button is. Let me pick up on it. Well, let me acknowledge that I'm the dinosaur of the group, I think, but I do have experience, as Irfan does and as Maneesh talked about, with older tools that I think, well, let me talk about something that will happen and which I think is terribly exciting, and do that in the context of the transition from manual editing to digital editing. A lot of really interesting things have happened since digital editing became available. And on the cognitive front, since I am a cognitive psychologist, when you can use a digital editor, what happens is that you can do things faster. And when you can do things faster, you can hold more things in your mind at the same time. So you can begin to combine things in ways that you never could have done before with Scotch tape or glue in putting things together. I know that you folks are all about speed and speeding things up. So I think the issue is about talking to the content people, and they actually don't always know what they want. So you have to be a little bit creative yourselves. But find out, watch them, follow them around, see what they do, see if you can figure out the things that they need that they don't know about. And you can, when you machine operationalize those, you'll speed them up. And that's when creativity is going to happen. I mean, you have insights and things that happen fast, and you want to be able to do the thing that you can do fast. And once you get people in that, I think there's just a wonderful future out there for making visual content.
Thank you.
And just to add to this, and I think one of the biggest things I would recommend to the crowd, if you're interested in content creation, is start following somebody who is a camera operator, a real camera operator. Watch them how they shoot things, and then look at the artifacts that they produce. Much more different. And similarly, watch an editor just do an editor sequence, and watch their, what they're looking for, and understand from what they're kind of doing, and then look at the final artifact. So, right now, I think as Maneesh said, is we're in the world of basically we're looking at the final artifact and trying to reconstruct everything about what they did. Imagine if you could now step into it and be there while they're doing it, and then watch the final artifact. Of course, that increases the burden of the kinds of stuff we're doing. I mean, to some extent, I would love to have us see we can instrument the editing tools or creating tools that people use, so we can get a lot more information while they're doing it. And I think James is right. Many a times you ask a content creator, oh, why did they do this? They will come up with a story that you will not be able to parse, at least computationally. You will not be able to parse them. It'll be a very interesting story, but there will be no math that you can put next to it and say, oh, yep, that's what it was. This was the equation.
I love it. Yeah. Graham?
Look, yeah, I thought it's quite interesting. People have talked a lot about different kinds of content creators with a bit of an emphasis, like either Hollywood, making like really big movies, or user-generated content. And there's a really big spectrum of stuff that happens in the middle, which is actually probably more plausible for us to work on. So, if you talk about local TV news, quite often not be shot by a broadcast journalist who really just wants to interview the person, but they'll have to make a 5-shot sequence, which is this thing they're all trained to do. And it's just a thing they have to get through in order to establish the person that they're interviewing. And that seems to me something that's quite plausible to work on. So it's not like a hugely complicated thing. And then there's lots of people who may be, working on sort of simpler, smaller stories, because they don't have the budget and they see the things above them that they would like to pull in. And it's quite hard. So I'm thinking of everyone's talked a lot about cutting and framing, and not so much about some things like, say, color grading, which I know is something that everyone cuts out as soon as they don't have budget for it, and seems plausible, So there's a really big spectrum of stuff between the kind of lowest quality just on the phone and the absolute highest quality kind of Hollywood stuff, which I kind of feel like maybe they don't need our help as much. Like the films are fine, all those dramas are getting prizes and stuff, that's great. I think there's a common pattern that I've seen in the BBC. It's the people who are on the periphery, the people who work for local news or really low budget stuff that really needs like more technological assistance.
Okay,
I completely second that and support that, because I think we're basically always too busy on trying to support the professionals. Mm-hmm. And sometimes we're too busy trying to support the completely down in the lower end of the spectrum of trying to do user-generated content, because those people, most of the time they pick up a camera and record things and they get lucky. So I think the middle part is where the fun part is.
That's very interesting. I guess some of the incentives we have towards that lower end are big. So in places in like the work that I do here at Facebook with Instagram, we really want people to have easy ways to turn their content creation into these very nice looking videos. But I really like that, we're trying to cover this whole big spectrum. So maybe a follow-up, since Graham, you mentioned this, how do we encourage people from all of the spectrum, at least this mid-spectrum, to trust more these tools? Is it just a matter of creating better tools and showing it to them? or do we have to, or do we need different strategies in here to showcase that there is potential to create tools that can help them and that can be beneficial to anybody in the spectrum, but maybe this middle spectrum that you're mentioning right now would be interesting.
Yeah, so in R&D, actually, we have a bit of a history of trying to sort of develop some like small prototype tools, and then also trying to get a bit of content commissioned into it, because a lot of the creative people, it's not enough to show them an idea. They want to show what, they want to see what some edited video would be like. So say in the instructional videos that everyone was doing, we've got some projects that are sort of a bit like that, where we're trying to get people to make interactive kind of documentaries, the ones that can be customized on the fly, that kind of thing. And it's been an iterative process of sort of working with somebody on one bit of commissioned content, getting the feedback, manipulating the tool. But the key thing there is that to an extent we have like paid for people to make video. And ultimately, getting people who really make video to work with you is a really enormous step. We get to do that a little bit easier because we are a content creation company. And so we've got the contacts and so on. But yeah, I think it's been enormously beneficial to us to have content put prototype tools with them and go to them and work with them on set and, be there. It might be a bit impractical at first to be turning up on set to sort of work a content creation tool. But that's how you bootstrap it and get it into something that has their influence.
Angjoo, you also talked about, in this same idea of encouraging people to using these tools, you talk about, the startup that you're working with. I mean, it seems like they are encouraged to have more AI into this content creation, but do you have any other insights on how we encourage more people in the content creation industry to seek more work from the technology that some of us create, some of you guys create? Or what do we have to do, or are we still too far away from this idea, or like our tools are not ready yet for content creators and the industry to trust us?
I think it's finally getting there, and this is why maybe we're having this kind of conversation going. I want to point out that a couple of comments, like, they first reached out to me because I feel like there's a lot of like VFX artists who aspire to make their own stories, but then what they actually end up doing most of their time is rotoscoping, and then then they don't really get to create the things that they want to, and only like these super big studios who can afford that budget can do it, and all the beginning people just go there and kind of get disillusioned by this aspect. And so I really like that. But another direction that I really think is nice, similar to what Graham is saying, is like New York Times actually has a really cool R&D development, and they do a lot of 3D articles on I don't know if you've seen, but they actually go and then reconstruct 3D scenes and kind of tell a story according to it. And I think that's such a cool aspect in using these tools. I really think that sometimes, vision people tend to be like, I'm going to do everything automatic, without any humans whatsoever. And kind of have this like mental, I think it's because the conversation is really not there. I think the toolkits are actually there if we can't have human in the loop. There's a little bit of the issue that CVPR community, I love the community and it's a great community, but sometimes has this, because of the disconnect, kind of tends to reject these directions which require human input. And so maybe I should explore a little bit more outside like Kai and all those directions, but we're trying to have this conversation and trying to see what kind of collaborations that could be had, but yeah, maybe it would be nice to have more of these.
That's a great segue to another very important topic that we want to discuss here, and it's how do we actually encourage these communities to come together? So maybe I would like to ask Maneesh, if you have, what do we need to do to bring more people from different communities? We've all talked about how important it is to include content creators, but we also have very interesting work from a psychology perspective, like what James has presented to us. And I'm sure there are other fields that we might think about or we might not think about. So what do we need to do to bring these communities together in order to have the impact that we want?
Yeah, this is a great question. Well, first, workshops like this, I think, are hugely important. They, you know, by having speakers from the different fields together, it starts to open things up. So thank you for putting this on. I think that one of the things that I really think is important is to focus on the problem that you're trying to solve rather than producing a paper for a particular community. So, you know, when we're writing papers these days, often we have to do certain things to get them into the conferences and journals that are community dependent. But I think the strongest work really comes from focusing on the problem and solving the problem and showing that you solved it and showing that, you know, what the key ideas were for solving it. And if we can do a little bit more of that, I think, you know, we can take the work that many of us have done on video editing and video tools, and we could probably publish them in a variety of communities, right? And so, you know, it's worth thinking about how to solve the problem, how to solve it well, and then also pushing on taking the work that you do and really trying to talk to people in the various communities about it. I think Angjoo wanted to say
Yeah, go ahead, Angie.
I really like this direction. And I think one thing that would really help is like the kind of aspects of data. I mean, I think that sometimes makes the kind of collaboration difficult because some of the footage might be, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it almost like as if you have to start a startup to kind of have this study this, right? Because you got to pay the artist, you know, you got to create actually something. So maybe something at like, you know, BBC or New York Times is like a really good place to do this. But like for, yeah, maybe there's a comment on this, like for us in academia, or like maybe Maneesh should know more about, like, you know, I'm just, you know, starting and I'd like to know more about these things. I'd like to work more with raw footage, like Irfan said, and it would be great if these things are available. And there seems to be some, you know, maybe we can open up a little bit more on this. And you know, there's a lot of legal stuff that's involved.
I agree with you, Angjoo, but I also think that it is worth it to spend time making the data yourself. You get a ton out of that, right? You understand how the raw data gets turned into the final product in a way that you don't if you simply are given the data. And so, I want to push for that as well.
I guess, yeah, that's why it's nice to make it with other people, because then it's like the grad students are going to learn how to do filmmaking 101. Like we actually recently bought this book that says like grammars of film making, you know, and we want to learn about all of these things. But yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to a little bit to, again, to really solve the problems, we need to understand the problems at that level to solve them.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Graham, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's probably a good time to advertise the project that I'm currently working on, which is 3 weeks from now, we're going to shoot a special TV show, which will be 5 cameras in 8K over frames so that you can reframe it after the fact. And it's all intended to be shared with the community. And yes, there are a whole bunch of legal and rights and stuff that normally makes it hard to share unedited TV shows. So we've basically commissioned a TV show specifically for this kind of thing.
That sounds awesome.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Right,
So actually, I was gonna just add to this one, and maybe Graham knows this. So there was a Beastie Boys concert, I think somewhere in the 1980s, where they handed out camcorders with VHS recording devices to about, I think 10 or 12, maybe other, you know, people who were just coming in for the concert. And that video was also kind of become one of those things, and purpose with that kind of stuff was to re-edit from the different viewpoints. It's one of the first few instances of crowdsourced video editing. which is the kind of stuff we see at concerts all the time these days because people are sitting there. Of course, they don't have 4K cameras like Graham will have. But I think, there is a lot of creativity. And I think what point that I want to also make is, and this is where sometimes, we get lucky, and I've been actually lucky that I can, even at Georgia Tech and at Google, build teams that bring in people from all of these expertise. So, I do have people now working with me that actually have experience just on that aspect of it. I think so does, I know Maneesh, because he also has access to it. The thing that we also need to then elevate out of this, and I think this is where Anju's statement was, just because careers depend on productivity that's visible in academia, we do need to also open the doors in academia to support these kinds of outputs in different forms. I've again been lucky that I can publish in Kai with multimedia, vision, graphics, and all of that kind of stuff. But it also does mean is that, there are some communities that barely don't really know which community I belong in. And I think that kind of also is a risk. But having said that, Anju, myself, and others who are in the vision community are fighting to make sure these types of things are acceptable. And I think the problem domain is getting acceptable in vision conferences and stuff like that. We do have this concept that it has to be automatic, but there are challenges that are automatic. So I think Graham's example, these days, because of the pandemic and all that kind of stuff, many of the sports games that were being televised from high schools were basically a camera on a tripod that basically nobody was behind. And we had to build automatic tools. So there is need for automatic tools too. Those automatic tools are not going to be as good as professionally created with a person in the loop. We know that, and I think we basically have a wide spectrum. As more and more we do Zoom calls. There's nobody doing any edits on this one. That's why we have a lot of crappy video out there, and these become lectures.
Okay, that is excellent. So, we're all converging to the idea that in these tools where we have professional editors and content creators, we want to create good tools, but where we keep the content creators in the loop. And that's, that's something that a lot of us can learn from. But if you allow me to move a little bit to the lower end that we mentioned. So we are in a world where people are collecting a vast amount of videos. And, our phones, whether they're on social media or just on our phones, have a collection of all sorts of video data. And, some people are taking the effort to create videos that they publish online, but some people have these videos over there. And maybe I'll throw this question to James, because you talked about how stories are built and the essence of it. But how plausible do you think it is to create meaningful stories, for people to create meaningful stories from this very wild or content in the wild that people are storing in their mobile phones in their everyday? Is there any use in even thinking about that possibility, that we could have meaningful stories from that?
Yeah, it's a wonderful question. People are really good at telling stories. So one of the things I didn't talk about was this level of kind of acts, if you will, in stories. And it depends on the kind of story, but they're usually either 3 or 4 or 5 different acts. So one of my favorite pieces of research was done by a linguist at Penn in the 50s and 60s. And what he did was to go basically to bars in Harlem and in New York City and all around the world, Minnesota, other places, and asked people if he could record them. And they said, tell me a story about your life. And what's striking is, though, the stories vary tremendously in length and other kinds of things. But basically, as long as the story was fairly simple, it always came down to 4 parts. It had an introduction, a setup, as it's called. It had a what's called a complication, and that is the setup sets your goals. It set up, where was I at this time and what was I interested in doing? The complication derails those goals. You have to now do something else, or you're going to change something in some other direction. The third part is called the development, and that's where your initial attempt at attending the goals sort of fails, and you have to analyze the situation and reduplicate your efforts or whatever. And then there is either usually the attainment of the goal or, it would be the climax and things like that. People fall into this naturally without any formal education. And so I think we could do a lot just trusting people to tell their own story and then give them the tools that will, through their own particular insight, make the telling of the story better to improve the narration. But people are awfully good at narrating their own stories. I mean, I think we really need to trust people and trust them in the sense that they know they sort of can do this thing spontaneously. And then if they're given a new art form or something, video or something like that, to sort of teach them to translate what they already know and what they already do into this new format.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, yeah, we are attracted to storytelling, so that's really good. Yeah,
many of us are professors, and this is what we do every day in front of a class. I mean, we tell stories. That's what we do. So,
absolutely, yeah. So we can get the data from people's everyday lives. So maybe a question for everybody else is, are you looking at a future where we are using this data directly with our tools to automatically create videos? So maybe Marc, you talked about, I mean, you showed a lot of these synthetic videos that you guys were creating and the real ones, but when we go to these very raw ones in there, do you see interest from the community in working directly on these and creating not just videos that can go on social media, because I know there's a lot of work there, but creating, impactful and meaningful stories that could one day go into the movies and people just come and watch?
Yeah, clearly there's this whole move about machinima, which is a mix between machine and cinema, and people are using 3D environments as a new way to generate stories. Of course, you get back to the fundamental problems of placing the cameras and cutting. But I think with people who are not experts in their field, what's interesting is they may not have clear insight of what they want. But if you can provide them with tools where they can iterate quickly between ranges of solutions, well, it's a key of creativity. The capacity to actually explore a lot of different solutions in a short time will really push them towards being more creative. And that's quite a difference with the professional people, because probably if you ask them, do you want a new fantastic editing tool? Well, no, actually once they have the idea, they exactly know what's the plan to execute the idea, and they probably don't want a lot of smartness in their tools, because they want the final word, they want the final decision on the edit.
Thank you.
I agree strongly with Marc. I think this is important to keep in mind. It's interesting that on my cell phone, on my iPhone, it'll take my picture roll and my video roll and construct little moment movies. And those can be actually quite nice. And it's all done automatically. I think they could be even nicer if they had a sense, if they had a better understanding of why I took the pictures when I took them. And that's an open problem. I don't know how to address it, but maybe we can do it by having a lot more information about the context in which I took the picture. But even now, these things are quite nice. And what I would really like are more controls so that I could adjust the resulting videos a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we all see these auto-generated videos, but you're absolutely right here. A way to control that would be nice. Anybody else would like, from the panel, would like to say something about this topic before we move to the next question?
I think, Ali, I think there is somebody from the audience that wants to.
Yeah, Anton, yeah, go ahead. I think I can unmute you now. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, so I've actually done some previous work on mobile video and AI editing, and one of the things we found that was really interesting, and this was just mentioned, is the idea of personal style and understanding an individual's creative intent and respecting their agency. And so there's sort of what we ended up doing, which I thought was quite interesting, is actually trying to devise a user interface that gave a non-professional or someone who lacks the sort of writing ability with video to provide them with tools that let them explore very quickly. And then they'd end up finding sort of a space in this sort of really almost infinite way that you can cut up video that they have on their phone to land them with a color correction style, an editing pace style, a transition style, and all of those things together allowed a user to feel like they had agency and authorship and have a tool that guides them. And I thought that was actually really interesting, because the more automated that we made it in user testing, the less interested a user actually was, because they had less ownership of the process. And so they didn't feel like, even though it was their video, they didn't feel like it was their creation, which I thought was a very interesting paradigm. And I suspect, having worked in video post-production, that professional content creators, video editors, colorists feel the same way, even more so because it's a part of their professional identity. And so I think, you know, this is sort of echoing back to previous parts of the conversation, that these tools have to respect creative agency and authorship and be assistants and sort of trim the fat while letting the chef cook the delicious meal, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Irfan, you wanted to say something?
Just to add to this, I mean, you know, I think we saw an interesting phenomenon with filters for photographs. I mean, started with Hipstamatic, Instagram completely took that over. And basically the limited agency that they provided the uploaders, because that's what they were, was looking at different filters to kind of see how they wanted to improve or, you know, showcase their, you know, images. That kind of stuff, I mean, you know, I've always kind of, and this is my kind of dream, and I know it's hard to get there, because I'd love to be able to also start doing that for videos, but not just changing the color tones, and also kind of editing and providing tools to edit differently, you know. So this could be, I developed a video, can I extract from that enough information that I can basically create a filter that would then be used to apply to style distributions to others. And that kind of, I mean, the problem, of course, with video, unlike photographs, is you get instant gratification. In video, and you know, that's another problem in the mobile devices, you start doing it and you render it, it starts running out of battery, it starts getting hot, all of that kind of stuff, because video is a complicated medium in terms of compute power and stuff like that. So I think those challenges remain. So the reason I'm kind of saying is I think I agree with the whole lot of concept that we want to provide support of it, but there is another whole part of it that which we actually still are struggling with, is the system support to do all of this stuff in quick real time in anybody's hands and stuff like that. And I think, you know, that's where the other challenges remain. I mean, like I said, I remain optimistic, but that's where I think there are another parts to it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is this idea of running things on real time. I mean, this is something that a lot of us are working on. But yeah, when we reach that day, that would be great. But I really like this whole approach of, you know, where people are involved and the importance of that. Graham, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to mention some previous work by some of my colleagues in R&D for a project called Cognitus, where we were looking at user-generated content, but not for people to use for themselves, but for media organizations to use user-generated content within their news stories and so on. So we ran some trials where we had people agree that we could take their contents at the Edinburgh Festival and then run a big search system to allow people, to allow an editor to pull out specific parts that they fit together. And exactly the problems that are being mentioned about wanting to have a particular style come across it was exactly the stuff that we were trying to tackle and approach, and trying to conform many different kind of shots coming from many different people and many different phones into one unified style, so that you could actually make something edited together. And also colleagues in NHK, the Japanese public service broadcaster, there's a research department there. They've done something similar where they have a specific system for picking up media from kind of like newsworthy events on Twitter very quickly. But then in terms of systems and stuff about running all this, it's also the legal stuff. I think one of the big things that falls down there is there's not really an easy way to negotiate rights automatically. So you kind of end up having to be on the phone to all of the individual people anyway.
And thank you for sharing all these links on the chat, Graham, and everybody else that's been sharing that. This is all amazing information. I want to talk about something before we finish that is also very important, and it relates to the societal impact of doing a lot of this. And this is maybe general to all sorts of AI, but since we're talking about video in here, of course, our algorithms today, or any kind of deep learning or AI algorithms that we're using, are very data hungry. So we talked a lot about getting this data. But one of the problems that we are highlighting in many other fields, that are being highlighted in many other fields, is the data that we have comes with certain biases and societal biases. So, video, if we talk about Hollywood movies, they have not always been the best at, they've not done a good job at not creating these kinds of biases. And my question, and this is for everyone, would love to hear your opinion on this. What do we have to do now to make sure that we're not, transferring these biases into the algorithms that we're creating, whether it's for, generation of new video or for editing for these videos. So what do you think is going on? Are we doing anything about it? Is this a big problem? And what should we think about when we're moving forward? So we'd love to hear from everybody, whoever wants to go first.
Well, I don't really have a profound thing to say about this and all. Well, but I think one thing is diversity is very important in creativity, right? But then if the tools are only available to big studios, then that is really narrow. So I really believe in making tools that are, that allow individual creators to create more new things, then more diverse creators can get in the game. And I think that's really an exciting aspect of the tools we can develop.
Okay, democratizing these tools more so that they're not expensive and only for the big guys. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, so I very strongly agree with that. Democratizing the tools. A lot of the stuff where we have the strongest need for things is stuff like at BBC Alba, the Gaelic language TV station, where they have just a tiny budget, and they're the people who kind of need the most support. But I would also say that it's in terms of what we're doing about it, so because we're applied research at the BBC, it's very important for us. This is the thing we spend a lot of time on, is the different algorithms that we might take in, trying to see are they fit for purpose, because we have very, very strict rules because we're a public service organization. We can't be hiring biased machines for us. And one thing that's been incredibly useful for us is people within the ethics community sharing their code and data about how they ran their analysis. So I'm really interested in salience algorithms. Marc talked about them a bit before. They're really useful for loads of vision tasks. And Twitter recently shared a lot of really good code and data about their evaluation of that. And that's been really, really helpful for me, because I've been able to take that, recreate their experiments, start running it on different algorithms that we're considering using. And that helps us make a kind of purchasing decision. So I think that kind of sharing of code and data is really important for this.
Thank you for that. We have a question from Christina. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm part of Netflix research, and I work with Dong. So one of my questions is, would it make sense maybe for a future workshop to bring in a content creators? So maybe we can hear from these people, their needs, or like just have a more broader discussion and, and have more mixed or like audience or like, panels.
And this brings back to what we're talking about, diversity, right? So we want to hear from everybody. So I mean, I definitely agree. I don't know if the panelists would like to say something about that.
I would love that.
Awesome. Yeah, because I was really appreciating your comment, Angjoo, about like having more humans in the loop, and especially, at Netflix, we work, as you may understand, closely with content creators. And it's a really big part for us as well to make them understand we are not trying to replace them, but trying to help them. And it's always like kind of a barrier, as I think you have already experienced too. So maybe bring them here and like kind of trying to close the gap between these two communities can maybe help.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hopefully next year we will have content creators as well as some program managers in this panel.
Absolutely. Okay. So we're almost out of time. I want to throw in one last question and maybe ask each one of you to give us your view of what's the future of this field. Where do you see this merge of technology, specifically, AI, CV technology, and the world of video? Where do you see this going, and what's the future looking like? So let me start with Irfan, maybe.
Sure, thanks, Juan. First, thanks for organizing this workshop. And my simple, brief tagline on this one is we've made a huge amount of progress on content understanding, content extraction, and content creation. We've made huge amounts of leaps and bounds in content categorization. We're getting towards content understanding. We haven't gotten there yet. That's a much bigger bar. The question now is, can we use content categorization to help us do content creation? And will that lead to much better content understanding on the entire spectrum of what we're doing? And that's the bet that I'm actually more interested in, is trying to understand is how do we understand more about content, because we understand both creation, because that's how we actually learn about how content was created. But at the same time, also, how do you leverage content categorization, which is where vision and AI has been focused on. And then bringing in human-in-the-loop systems to understand all of this is just going to complete the picture. So I think, that's the bet I am very excited about. And I think, but there are still some challenges left. I mean, this divide that everybody's been struggling with between trying to work with creators and technologists. I mean, as I said, I've been in the field long enough, and I work very closely with production houses that were, saying as artists are doing their stuff, don't give them tools that will mess up their artistic process, to artists saying, oh, you're going to develop tools that's going to put me out of a job. That struggle is a long one, and it's been going on for a while.
Thank you for that. I love the stratifying this between categorization and actually understanding and all that. Marc, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, I think it's going to go wild because we've got so much content available, so much people that are developing some prototypes, that there will be new ways of generating these contents and authoring creative narratives with that. Still, we have this low-level information on which we have the tools to build the videos. We have the high-level sort of narrative structures that we would like to impose, but there's something missing in the middle, which is all about how the discourse structures can be translated into how you're going to place, shoot, what color grading you're going to use, etc. And this middle level is actually really complex, and I think the missing link is strongly related to this cognition and emotional levels, because we need a better understanding of that and how these levels actually are going to help us bridge these two worlds together.
Thank you for that. Anyi, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I am super excited about this area. I think there's just so much to do in this field. And I think vision people can be a little myopic because, there's like a specific set of videos. But like, for example, I'm going to talk about this work on like a little bit on multi-shot understanding. Like movies are always composed of shots. And right now, vision algorithms can't really connect them together, right? Like every single shot is just a sequence and you don't really have this ability to put things together and actually recovering the underlying 3D, or 4D dynamic world is actually a part of it. And so that's really useful. So there's so much to do. And I also think another direction that I'm super excited about is giving Irfan touched on this a little bit, but with more 360 cameras or more sensing algorithms, we might be able to create like something new, like some new types of videos or cameras, right? Like revisiting your memories, like kind of sharing your memories, like kind of like that New York Times journalist kind of things, like, what did New York Times look like pre-COVID? Like maybe we'll never get to see that, but maybe we'll have like a new approach to capture this. I think that's another aspect of this creation that I'm super excited about. I'm going to talk about it in like a very small step towards that direction. But also another thing I'm super excited about that Graham kind of mentioned about this is that also video is really useful for like actual science, like neuroscience, also cognition too, but like animal understanding. And that's another direction that I'm super excited in. And like for ecology, we want to understand, reconstruct cheetahs or like what are happening to them. Are they sick? Are they not sick? And for all of these things, you got to do like re-identification of these animals. And I mean, there's so much to do that you can actually contribute. And if you can, I think if you bring people in the loop, there's going to be more labels, and in turn that can also help like vision people understand the videos better. And so I think it's just a cool, exciting field. And thanks for inviting me and then organizing this workshop. I'm looking forward.
Thanks for coming, and we're really excited to hear your talk, as well as Maneesh, which is coming next. Would you like to give us your point of view of the future of the field as well?
Sure. Yeah. What is really exciting to me is that we are seeing the next generation of video creators. And those creators are teenagers and younger children. The way they communicate is through video, right? For them, video is as important as text at some level. And I think it's only going to get more important for them. And what we need are tools that allow them to express themselves and tell their stories using video. The tools we have currently are really hard to use, right? They slow them down, they slow us down, and they constrain us in ways that don't allow us to get our stories out. And I think the more we can do to make it better and easier for creators to create video content, the better off we'll be. And I think that's where we're headed. One way or another, I think there's going to be even more storytelling through video.
Thank you. I love that. Yeah. This perception of the future of video. This very well said. Thank you for that. Again, we're really looking forward to your presentation, and we're also very excited that we had this input from Graham from the perspective of industry and somebody like the BBC. How do you see the future of this field moving forward?
So the thing that's really interesting and exciting to me is to see as these tools sort of get developed, not just that they manage to save some time, but whether they impact and change the way that things are made, fundamentally, like the choices that they make. So I thought it was interesting what James was saying about non-linear editing was introduced to be a faster way of doing the flatbed editing. It wasn't intended that will change the style of movies, but then that happened once people had more flexibility. And I kind of wonder if we're going to see something similar here, where we might now have some ideas about how the tools could be used, but when we get them into the hands of the creative professionals, they can have a whole bunch of different ideas and might do things we never expected. So I'm really interested to see that kind of thing.
Absolutely, there's serendipity of life and the things that happen, and the uncertainty of it. This is also something really exciting. And we'd like to finish with James. I think I speak for everybody too when we said your perspective about storytelling. I found it fascinating. You know, this whole idea of how stories are composed. So maybe not just the future of the field, but how do you see this future of storytelling? Is this something that's going to change? Is technology going to shape the way that we tell stories? Is the way that we tell stories going to shape technology?
Yes. Things will certainly change. I mean, I always talk about the evolution of movies because there are all kinds of things within the narration that have evolved. And people then say, oh, you must think that contemporary movies are better than older movies. And the answer is no. Evolution doesn't make things better. Evolution just guides a particular species to fit better into the niche that's there. And we're living in a moving social niche. So movies are sort of fitting into that, but they're not any better. So two things to say. One is that I think because of you folks writ large, there's been a terrific emphasis in movies using CGI, which is terrific. I mean, I used to be a graphics programmer in the 80s, but there were all these people out there that were smarter than I, so I stayed in psychology. I mean, you just take a look at the Marvel universe. It's just full of CGI. It's terrific narration. They just really have it nailed. But the narrative is stale and boring in most cases, not all. It's just not that much. So I think we're in a phase of, if you will, too much emphasis on the narration and not enough on the storytelling, or at least that's my view. On the other hand, I think the long form video is opening up all kinds of things about storytelling and narration, that it's providing flexibility to screenwriters and lots of other people to explore all kinds of things. So I'm very excited about long form stuff, and I'm temporarily disanimated, if you will, by the current trends in Hollywood, but I think we'll get through it.
Thank you. I think a lot of us share that frustration as well, but yeah, we hope to see more interesting stories coming out. But I want to thank you all who attended this panel discussion. A big thanks to our panelists. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. We really enjoyed this. I'm sorry we're a little bit over time, so I hope everybody that stayed, you really enjoyed this as much as we did. I hope we get to see you again next year when we organize this again. And your input and your feedback is extremely valuable. At this point, we are going to move into our break. Right, Anyi, do you want to say anything before we move forward?
I wanted to say thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and everybody stay tuned. Like, we're coming in less than an hour with Angjoo's talk at 1 p.m. PDT. So just stay tuned for that.
Yeah, see you.
See you in 50 minutes, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. See you later. Did you guys have a good break?
Yeah, here was pretty good.
I was able to grab some pizza.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, here's a little bit late to eat, I guess. 11 p.m. already.
11 p.m.
Yeah. So
we'll have to catch up for breakfast.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, what about you and Anyi? I think we are like, I don't know, 4 a.m. I don't know how.
Yes, it's 4 a.m. here.
Wow, we did it.
Wow. Oh my God.
Hello.
You guys dress up for breakfast now. 4 a.m.
Keep it up, guys. So let's wait maybe a couple of minutes, so maybe people can keep joining. Before we had like 30 or more people, maybe they will come back.
Yeah, maybe Angjoo, if you wanna test out your presentation.
Yeah, in that.
Okay, let me see. I think you can see.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. Actually, I had something to prepare. So maybe actually, okay. It's good to have a little more time. Okay. Well.
Okay, so I guess we should start now to keep the timings tight. So hello everybody, welcome back to our CVU workshop. After this exciting morning that we had, we will continue with the afternoon session. I mean, afternoon for some, late evening or early morning for some others. Now we will have another two keynote speakers. The fourth of them will be Angjoo Kanazawa. We are really happy to have her. We already saw how exciting is her work in the panel discussion, and now we will have a better taste of what she's doing. Professor Angjoo, she's an assistant professor for UC Berkeley. She is also the leader of the Kanazawa AI research group at Bayer, and also a research scientist at Google Research. Her research interest lies at the intersection of computer vision, computer graphics, and machine learning. And today she will talk about one of her most recent works about perpetual view generation. So Anyi, you will have 40 minutes as usual, and 5 minutes of questions. So without further ado, I leave you with Professor Kanazawa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's so nice to see a workshop that is well organized, even though it's virtual. So I really, really thank you. You know, I was kind of getting sad because virtual conferences can be difficult, but when it's well organized, actually, I really, really enjoyed the panel session and I met a lot of people. So today, I'm super excited to talk about infinite nature, but because of the audience, I really would like to talk about this quickly. I wanted to add this on this other direction. So the infinite nature is a very different direction, or like a new direction that I'm exploring. But one of the other core research ideas that we are building on is this fundamental fact that we live in a world that is 3D and dynamic, with full of life and humans and animals interacting with each other and the environment. So this is why we've been doing a lot of these non-rigid 3D human understanding in the wild, so you can reconstruct these meshes or like structured representation of people from video. We also do stuff with animals, which requires human in the loop right now, but this allows us to reconstruct really nice, accurate 3D models. And this is fun for like 3D printing and other types of 3D content generation. But like we discussed in the panel session, there's a lot of potential in democratized content creation if we can recover 3D information from images. And this is also true for, you know, mixed reality or object insertion. And so I quickly want to talk about this other direction that I'm super excited about, but that got rejected from CPPR multiple times because people don't really, I don't know, the communities are very different, you know. So one direction is about reconstructing understanding people in movies. And this is work led by George Pavlakos, who's a postdoc with me and Jitendra at Berkeley. So of course, I mean, maybe to this audience, it's obvious, but what makes movies interesting are these shot changes. They have all of these really exciting ways to, you know, ways to tell a story. And these shots change from one time to time. And right, it's so natural for us to understand these shot changes, but what they are very strong camera viewpoint changes. And current approaches are not really able to string these together and understand that they are same thing that's happening in the same scene. Okay, so let's take this scene from Friends, where now there was a shot change. So today you can actually, you know, identify the shot changes, but the, you know, methods kind of basically take these sequences separately, but they are same 3D. They undergo a same. They're depicting the same underlying 3D world. So in this work, so current approaches treat each shot independently. So, you know, when people are visible, like it gets pretty good results, but when people are really not visible or only truncated, they don't get very good results. And more than this, they really don't consider them as the same scene. This is also same true for like more state-of-the-art models have problems because they are running on each frame independently. So, but then the insight that we have is obviously the shots depict the same underlying scene. And so they actually serve as a multiple view signal. And so that's what we can do, which is that we can reconstruct one scene and at the shot boundary, take this, you know, use this knowledge to kind of solve for a coherent 3D scene, which enable you to really get a much better 3D reconstruction. So really, the idea is to embrace a multi-shot as a 3D multi-view signal, which seems obvious now that we've like said it, but we haven't. This hasn't really been explored, and I think it's a cool way to really string these 3D scenes, shots together. So I'm really excited about this, and not really going to talk about this in detail, but this work is in archive, and it works a lot better than previous approaches because we are able to reason about this. And really the underlying insight is that we want to kind of like make sure that when we reconstruct people from both of these scenes, they are consistent. And we also solve for the camera, which is kind of nice because often shot changes happen in like a very close-up scenes where, you know, using traditional structure for motion methods to recover the camera is not really difficult because there's not that many scenes that are overlapping between these two scenes, right? So it's very difficult to do with feature matching, but humans actually, these like very structured models of humans allow you to help interpret the scene. And that's in fact how we understand these shot changes because the characters are the same. Okay, so that's a little plug. And I think this direction is super exciting. And so we're continuing in this direction. So please keep, I guess, what's the saying? I forget. We're working on this. And so I forget how you say, like, you know, please look forward to it. Okay. All right, so that's that. So that's my usual 3D human direction, but I wanted to try something new, and I'm super excited to talk about this work that I did when I was a research scientist at Google. I actually recently became 100% academic, but you know, before I started my job as an academic professor, I had a thing called gap year where I can go and visit 1 year, like before I start my professorship. And then I went to New York City to work with these 3D experts, Noah Snavely, Richard Tucker, and Amish Makadia. And they've been working on very cool 3D view synthesis-based approaches. Now, before I went to this gap year, I went through a series of very long faculty interviews and I was doing job hunt. And so I had some summer vacation time and we went to Hawaii and had a really nice time. And I really enjoyed my vacation. And so I really wanted to go back to this memory. Like this is one of the pictures where one of the beach in Maui, and I really wanted to go back to this scene. And I started thinking about how can we really, capture our memories? Maybe we can, take more videos or take more footage. I guess it's like reconstructing it, but like also with the motion, like the dynamic nature of the world, like the ocean, and kind of walk around with this. How can I take this picture and step into it? So this was the beginning of like a crazy project that we wanted to do, where the idea is let's look at many nature scenes and build like a mental model that allows you to do like a fly through of this world, like kind of like dreaming. How can we do this? Okay, so the problem formulation of this goes like this. What would this scene look like if we could step into it? Actually, this problem of novel view synthesis, single view novel view synthesis actually answers this question, or tries to address this problem, which is that they can actually move the cameras a little bit. But these approaches are not really designed for long-term, long-range video synthesis, right? So like if you start walking into it a lot, you can see that there's going to be stretchy things and missing holes, and it breaks down. So in this work, we propose this new problem of perpetual view generation, where the idea is to keep on generating new content and then repeating this process so that you can go in and explore this world. A big inspiration for doing this work was that of infinite images done by Bill Freeman's lab in 2010, where they had these image collections and used nearest neighbor methods to kind of do this infinite zoom or exploration of this data sets. And we wanted to try this out in a more 3D setting. So we actually made this collab demo where you can navigate, you can take a single image and you can actually navigate through the world by changing the camera. So let me see. I really wanted to set this up and see if we can do this. So I have to, oh, here we go. It's working today, which is great. I mean, it works, but like collab sometimes stops. So like, okay, so that's the scene. I guess we can change it to a different image actually. Okay, let's try this. Okay. All right. Are you seeing my screen? So,
yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So yeah, so like we can kind of, and then you can change the camera and then we can keep on going. And from the project title, the goal was to do this infinitely. Obviously, this is a super hard problem because currently video generation is a very difficult problem, and like maybe like 64 frames is max. But let me do some experiments. So this is actually running on the fly. So let me just leave this running. After a while, the quality does degrade, but like hopefully Collab keeps on running, that at the end of the talk, I can kind of come back and let it run and see what it looks like. Okay, exciting stuff. All right, okay. Let's see. Okay, so the related work in this is that of like video generation, right? There's a lot of approaches, and like RL people like to do this because this is the model of the world, and they want to do like, train with this kind of things. And so there's a lot of work in trying to predict what happens in the video, but a lot of these approaches are very short and don't really model geometry. There's no 3D, and so everything is moved by these RNNs or LSTMs to go to places, right? And I found this kind of a little bit weird because I'm a 3D person, and I think we want to go back and think about like, what is a video? In video, you have to really consider the fact that it is a slice of the underlying 4D world seen through a camera. There's a camera that is taking the scene, okay? And so especially if we want to get to like a dynamic camera, dynamic object modeling of these videos, we have to start embracing the fact that there's this 3D world and we're moving through it. So here's like a visualization of the reconstructed points, just to show this idea. And so we should model the 3D camera motion. Then much of the motion that's done by the camera can be explained by the 3D geometry. So that's one of our kind of messages that we wanted to explore. Another thing is that Another thing is this focus on nature. If you go on YouTube and search nature, there's like hours and hours of these really cool videos taken by aerial footage, like, you know, drones. This is like a slow one, but if you move forward, like there's a lot of scenes where you can actually go through, and this is like a really nice long consistent video data to train your long video data generation. And so we were inspired by this data set, and that's what we wanted to focus. Okay, so the idea here is to iteratively generate the frames by using the 3D geometry to connect the past and the future. So what do I mean by that? Like if you had some 3D geometry, so in here we're going to use a very simple model, which is of depth maps. So if you have a depth map for every single pixel, which you can obtain by these monocular approaches these days because they're getting very good, you can do these like very old techniques of depth-based, image-based rendering, and you can see this giraffe from many different viewpoints. Okay, and naively doing this, you will see that these like stretchy artifacts at the edges. And so what we can simply do is to compute the edges and cut the mesh at the image. Like you can think of the image as like a sheet, and then where, you know, like according to the depth, all these pixels have different depth, and you can cut these edges. Then it allows you to render these images with holes, right? So which means all you need to do is to synthesize the missing regions. And this paper is really a simple idea, which is to synthesize the pixels and the geometry, which allows you to kind of connect this loop and keep on going. So single view, novel view synthesis methods do fill this in, but they weren't really looking into how you can connect this and make it a Markov process that you can run forever. So that was kind of like the idea we wanted to explore. Okay, so this gets us to our approach, which is called render, refine, and repeat. And so we have this input with RGBD and the camera. You can render this, by the way, I just talked about. And then refine the network, refine the rendered images, and then repeat this process. And because you actually fill in the depth as well, you can just repeat this process at test time. So for rendering, we use the same mesh mechanism that I talked about, and you can use a differentiable mesh renderer. So all of this is end-to-end. And so when it comes to refinements, there's a question of what kind of refinements needs to be done. Okay, so the first one is that when you move into an image, this occlusion, I already talked about this, you get these edges that you've never seen, the other side of the edge, and so you want to paint this in, and this is the problem of in-painting. And a lot of papers work on this problem alone. The other kind of challenge that is that of out-painting. If you rotate the image a lot, then you're going to get areas where nobody is looking at. And this is very similar to in-painting, but there's much less context. So people call this out-painting, and there's a lot of papers also working on this. And lastly, is very important, but like subtle, and I didn't really realize that this is an issue until I started working on this, which is that of super resolution. So if you zoom in, like moving in the scene, like flying into the single image, it's kind of like taking a small point and like blowing a small region in the image and blowing it up. And so if you do that, you're going to get all these blurry things. So as you move through the scene, you have to add new content and synthesize all of these things. So this is a really interesting conditional image synthesis problem that incorporates all of these aspects that are kind of tackled independently, and this problem packs all three in one. So I hope more people work on this in the future. We tried a lot of networks to do the refinement stuff, but we basically ended up using the state-of-the-art conditional image synthesis model, or SPADE or Gaussian, which you might know, this is a work from NVIDIA that you can like draw semantic segmentation and make pretty images. In this case, instead of the semantic segmentation, we're giving in the RGB and the disparity and the mask as an input conditioning. Okay, and then lastly, it's the repeat step. And this is an autoregressive model, and it's very important that you train your network with its own output. Otherwise, things drift very quickly, because neural networks can add a very specific type of artifacts that is not visible to our eyes, and it kind of throws them off. So you have to train with it. And so what you do is that during training, we have like 5 frames that fits in our GPU, and then we repeat this process 5 times. And then add losses, which is to do the reconstruction, as well as this adversarial like GAN type loss. Okay. And then at test time, we can just infinitely, in theory, apply this over and over again. Okay. There's a small aspect, which is that, of course, because this is an autoregressive method, it's eventually going to drift out. And we found that actually refinement accumulates a lot of error in the disparity, so, or the depth, because you have to refine the entire image. And doing so, you might actually move things further away than you wanted to. But the nice thing about working with explicit 3D geometry is that you actually know what the right range was supposed to be because you rendered it. And so after you refine it, you can compute the correct range of where the depth should be and then kind of like prevent drift. And this was important. But this is really computing a single scalar factor to bring it back to where it was, kind of thing. Doing this, if you don't do this, it tends to drift very quickly. By 225 frames, you get like a lot of these like weird situation, but doing this really prevents it from doing so. So that's one tidbit about having explicit geometry that makes it useful. Okay, so to do this project, we collected a new data set called Aerial Coastline Imagery Dataset, or ACID. And this is a data set of these nature scenes, mostly coastlines. We reconstructed these scenes using the structure for motion approach that gives us point cloud and the camera direction. We also used state-of-the-art Midas model back then to reconstruct the depth to go with it. Okay, so here are some results where we compare with state-of-the-art single view novel view synthesis methods. Okay, so these approaches, as discussed, aren't designed to synthesize more content. They use geometry, but they don't really use, they're not a generative model. Therefore, it gets a lot of these stretchy artifacts or can't really generate new content. But our approach is able to hallucinate new content in here. And we are moving quite a bit. And so after maybe 30 frames or so, most of the content is kind of completely new. And so we are in this weird state of like conditional generation, but also unconditional quickly. So that makes this problem pretty hard from the kind of GAM perspective. Sorry, I'm so excited about this project that I talked about it really quickly. I'm like going already to hopefully there's some time for questions. Okay, so we also compared with a video generation method. So this is Emily Denton's work, the stochastic video generation with the learned prior paper. Most of the video, then available video generation methods don't necessarily take in like controls. The nice thing about this is that once you start designing this problem this way, you kind of become a video generation method in which you can change the camera. And so add more control. But these approaches without any conditioning, because the camera could go anywhere, like these video generation methods basically just don't know what to do because you can't guess because there's so many different possible natures that it just gives you this it doesn't really learn to move because of this. It's a difficult problem. In the paper, we do a lot of comparison with the state-of-the-art single view 3D novel view synthesis methods. If you're in this area, one thing you can ask is, why don't you just keep on running like a model like Synsen or 3D photos continually on your input images? So then you can actually do this kind of, run this. Although if you did this, you'd actually have to predict the depths from a single image every single time. But what we found that while you can technically run the single view novel view synthesis method on its own output, you have to train with the repeat, otherwise you get severe, this kind of like crazy funky colors as a drifting issue. Now, evaluation is always difficult whenever you are doing this video generation. I think I wish there was like a better way, but one thing we could come up with is this distribution matching by means of FID, and we modified this to run on video. So basically we run FID on like a small set of window, and then we move this window so we can kind of compute some level of quality over time. this lets us plot this kind of evaluation metric where given these like steps of that the camera is moving around, we can compute how good the FID is lower is better. We can compute FID over time, and we can make these plots. And so this is our model, and all of these are other view synthesis methods which you saw, and then they create a lot of holes. So they climb up on this curve pretty quickly. Okay, and now really the question is, I guess the hypothesis here is because geometry is doing much of the moving and you only have to do the inpainting and these like refinements, ideally, even if you run this multiple times, it's going to kind of plateau. So, so this is our, so we only train this on 5 frames during training, and at test time, we run it to 500 frames, which is really, really a lot of extrapolation, especially given how like the video generation methods kind of generate like 64 frames only, or like they don't really show what happens after that, presumably because it drifts a lot. So we are doing this kind of thing, and it's you know, it's looking like it's kind of plateauing. And so if you don't do this, our geometric grounding, it also kind of drifts a lot. So around now, it's like a point, oh no, yes, I'm still here. Yes. Okay, perfect, it's still running. All right, so this is the stuff, right? So like I started in the beginning, I told you that it does, quality does go down, right? You start to see these like weird artifacts, but it's still kind of running. And I think, so this is actually one of the new finding that we had, which is that, you know, when I was working on these, it's, you know, sometimes it does get to a weird state, and there's an interesting aspect to this problem, but I'll explain why. But like, okay, so the one reason is basically this is kind of like a random walk through your video image or video data set, right? And there is a lot of photography bias. So for example, you know, most drone photos are taken from far up. And so if you go close to the camera, you know, if you crash into the ocean, for example, you've never seen any training example for that. So obviously it's not really going to work so well. And the fact that you can freely move around in this world allows you to get to these like weird places that the network never sees. And so when you get to those places, network kind of tends to give you these like weird artifacts. But the thing is, even when it looks weird, so I see I'm like approaching this like coastline, which it knows a lot about, then it starts to generate like nicer pixels because it knows how to do these things, which is interesting. Actually, I'm very lucky because whenever you run this, sometimes you get into like a desert land, and it's not really trained on desert. It's basically network doesn't know what to do, and it's kind of generating these like kind of artifacts, and like eventually when it kind of looks like something it knows, it starts to create stuff. Anyway, this is really a cool demo that was made by my colleague at Google, who is a JavaScript guru, and I really like it. And then So actually, once you start generating these big videos, right, you also have to think about where is the camera coming from. And here we have a really rudimentally autopilot kind of system, because this gives you actually a depth image also. We're basically like the center of this crosshair is basically telling you where the cameras are going, but we're like recomputing this so that like it actually, even if you try to like run into stuff, it tries to kind of steer away the camera so that it doesn't bump into things. And then when I don't touch it, it's basically trying to like, you know, do the same trajectory, but in a way that if you extrapolate, it doesn't run into things. But actually coming up with like training a model that can explore this scene well by picking cameras, I think would be a really nice approach. Of course, there's other, you know, improvements to be had. I think we're kind of approaching the GAN world. I think if, you know, GAN people worked on this, I'm sure they can make this like a lot more photorealistic. And then it would be super cool. And another thing is to really, you know, like add more control, right? Like it would be really cool if the users can be like, I want to make it into like afternoon, change the lighting, and all sorts of things. Yeah, so, you know, please play, you know, play around with this. Or I'm like really, this is like a, you know, exciting demo. All right. Okay. So that's that. So let me get into the limitations. I kind of covered it, right? So we took a step on this, but in this direction, but there's so much more to remain. So our approach is a Markov-based approach, as you saw, like you generate this geometry and all of the past information is in the current frame by means of geometry and pixels, which means there's no global memory. Okay, so like if you actually turned around and looked around at where you came from, there's no guarantee that you'll see the same thing. And solving this is a really, really interesting new problem that currently, I don't think 3D we have that much technique to really solve this. And then you also want to do the stylistic control of the generated content. Maybe one way is to go by generating the geometry first and then the texture, because procedural methods actually are very good at generating these geometry, right? Or maybe we can take the height map from real Earth and kind of combine different cities next to each other and then fly through it. And obviously, it would be nice to model dynamic elements inside this first, which is like superhuman, super future directions. But now that we're modeling these cameras, I think it's possible. So I really like this problem. And why? Well, first of all, I think it's super cool. It's kind of this ability for us to kind of like keep on making new, imagining new possible images. And I think it's not just cool. I actually think this just exposes a lot of questions about 3D scene and video generation and representation that are currently completely unsolved. Right? So there's like a question of how do you really model an open 3D world? Like, what is the right 3D representation? I mean, it doesn't really exist. A lot of the existing works are on kind of like a specific set of space. And if we wanted to keep on exploring, how do we do this? It's also kind of related to this idea of this continual visual storytelling. I mean, especially if you had more control, like maybe you can go from one to the other. Another direction is, generative model of a scene. It's kind of related to how to model an open 3D world. There's no canonical coordinate frame. And so how do you do this? We also want to do more 3D consistency. That is one of the weaknesses of this method. Because there's no memory, it's not 3D consistent. How can we make it more 3D consistent and add some spatial memory so that we can recover this? We can revisit the same places that we've been to. And then there's also this problem, it's not a problem, it's a reality of photographer bias. Like I said, the ability to continuously do this flight lets you go to places you've never seen. So that's like an extrapolation problem, and that's difficult. So maybe what you want to do is to generate flight path or action that resembles your distribution, that like fly like the drones that it needs to do. And this kind of goes in like RL, model-based RL like direction. And obviously in future, you want to do more controllable video generation. And so we are, really at the beginning of this, and I think it's really exciting. To end, I want to highlight, I'm kind of ending early, but I do want to highlight that there's a lot of exciting work in this direction. This is a recent paper, I think, that was generated, that was actually presented at ICCV, that was using this asset data set to do this kind of more generation. So this paper uses learn to latent space to generate more realistic views. But then also has suffers a problem with like things changing too much. So this can like fill in all these holes a lot more realistically, but then it's also a challenge to do consistent motion. And so that's another thing. And then this one is a super cool paper, and it looks so pretty. This is like an oh no, I hope it plays. Oh, here we go. So this is like an infinite panorama generation, and it only goes in 1D on the sides, but it looks really beautiful, and it's using the stylogram based approach to do this. And so it's cool to see people working in these like infinite world generation approaches, because it's kind of like auto-regressively kind of continuing what it looks like, continual generation of what the future could look like. this has really stunning results, and it would be really cool to go and make this into 3D, which makes it really difficult. Another paper that was presented.
In this work, we introduced Path Treatment, a world model.
There's another work from Google that takes in 360 videos and then the semantic segmentation to also kind of do this infinite, like kind of like very large scale synthesis generation indoors. And so like these are also a really cool direction. Yeah, so with that, oh, I really want to thank my collaborators and the team, because this was a really exciting but challenging problem, and this paper got rejected twice. And so I really thank my team for sticking with it, and really excited that now that we unleash this problem, that the computer vision community is going to solve this and add more control. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Angjoo. It was a very exciting talk. I think we all agree that this is a very exciting line of research. I can imagine my phone, I don't know, me taking a picture of a nice landscape and then generating a video for my, I don't know, maybe my background, the background of my phone doing these things. It is really exciting. And I'm also glad that it got in finally. I mean, we all suffer from this. So if the audience has any questions, yeah, I guess, they do. So you can just, Fabian, I think it's you. You can just take over. I also have some questions myself, but you can start.
Yeah, so quite exciting talk, Angie. Thank you for it. So I love like these walking tours in YouTube. I don't know if you have seen them. Like you have somebody with a camera walking through a city. Yeah. It's basically a very long continuous video, like probably 3-hour video, 4-hour video. So do you think like this infinite nature can jump into more dynamic scenarios like cities, right? Where you have subjects moving around, you have cars, you have buildings. So what do you think we are missing towards that step?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I really like that, like night walk in Tokyo and this kind of things, right? I really like YouTube for these directions. I think much of this is like a texturing problem right now. And so like, I think where we suffer the most is because the GAN doesn't look so photorealistic. And see, like maybe this one is starting to approach this like desert scene, which it never seen because it doesn't really know what to do. And it kind of becomes this flat. So I think the challenge is that generating buildings, I think, is harder. I think nature, maybe like, StyleGAN, especially StyleGAN 3 seems like it makes really beautiful scenes. When it comes to things like, you could run StyleGAN probably on like Street View data, but nobody does because it's very difficult still. So I think that's one of the major challenges when there's a lot of things going on. And dynamic elements are really difficult. But like video generation, people are studying how to generate these dynamic content. But the thing is really like, if you don't model the camera, I'm not so sure how you would do this. I guess unless you do a static camera setting. But so hopefully these ideas can be combined. And this is kind of where like synthesis meets 3D. I mean, I guess it's going to happen in many different ways, but yeah, that's kind of direction that I think about.
Great, thank you.
I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think we have another question from the audience. Hadi, maybe you can talk now.
Yeah, I have a question. So what made you decide to start with coastlines and use that for your data set? And if you try it in a general setup, like for example, an urban setting, how well does it generalize? Does the geometric prior, is it enough in this case or not?
Okay, so I think the geometry prior is always important, right? Because if you don't have the geometry, the network has to move every single pixel. And I think this is even more so true like in the places where there's a lot of structure, because if there's a lot of buildings and that's straight lines, they have to move together and you don't want to be moving these pixels independently together, right? And so I think 3D would be a nice way. But then again, the reason why we kind of looked into these nature scenes is because current GAN approaches or synthesis methods don't do so well in like these difficult complex structures, I think. And so this is why, if you notice, maybe they can make sun CG, sun bedroom, but bedrooms are often have very similar viewpoints. Maybe churches, but churches seen from like a frontal viewpoint. And like once you go to Street View, I think once you can do style GAN on Street View, maybe then we could try to do this more. So that's one thing. And another reason was also like, because the data was there, the nature data was there. Another really cool, interesting data is like, I don't know if you know about slow TV, but this is like, I think from Sweden or some like countries up north, and they have this like train where they just kind of just show like a camera, they mount the camera. Norway, yeah, maybe mount this camera on this train and they just kind of like keep on going forever. And there's like hours and hours of footage that's relaxing, people watch. So that's another cool data set to go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, great. I guess another question from the audience we can handle. Dong?
Yeah, Angjoo, this is a very interesting talk. Thank you. So I have one question. So now in the GAN world, some people, when they generate the video, they pursue high resolution HDR video generation. Have you considered the same approach in your model?
What do you mean, like high resolution video?
Are you able to generate high resolution videos from your 3D?
The thing is, I don't really think there is any unconditional video generation method that exists right now that can do high resolution video generation. So that was the challenge, right? Like I think a lot of there are a lot of conditional high resolution video generation that these days is coming out. So for example, like on scenes like kitty or cityscapes, I think you have these, semantic segmentation. And so if you have the semantic segmentation, maybe you can make it into textures. But even then, I feel like the length is not really there. And so I'm really hopeful, but like for us, yeah, I think those were kind of like bottlenecks. Like it would be great to see it. And that's the thing. I think like people are so used to seeing like pretty images on GANs, and like basically, I think today we can do like 512 or like 1K if you're at NVIDIA and have a lot of GPUs specifically trained to generate a single image. But if you want to do it the video, the memory is like a lot more and it makes it really challenging.
I see.
Yeah, so there's a lot of these.
So what is the highest resolution you can generate at this moment?
But this is right now just 256. Yeah.
Okay.
But then but then also the video generation kind of like community generates videos in like 64 by 64 kind of frames, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's this like disconnect, and I think this would be really cool to kind of connect it. And we're still trying to work on this problem. It's very difficult, but yeah, I'm sure somebody's gonna solve it soon now that it's out.
Yeah, thank you. This is a big challenge, it seems. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question as well, but maybe it's too much looking into the future. But as soon as you started with the demos and everything, I imagine like video games and maybe like Pixar movies, being generated. I don't know, like, I mean, we've seen in video games and in Pixar that they create universes that we don't know, that they basically imagine them. They don't exist in reality. This could be happening here, right? I mean, they basically like hallucinating and imagining and creating things that are not from this world, or like, I mean, that look similar to this world, but probably they are not there. So how far are we from there? What are the challenges? And yeah.
So I think doing extrapolation is very difficult. This is where you could use humans to kind of do conditional kind of, like, I think the way to go is to kind of add more control in this kind of system so that people have more freedom in like kind of generating, maybe even sketching, simplifying. If we had memory, maybe they can change the landscape and all edits and all of these things, right? This is why I kind of think, I mean, this was like one way to formulate this. It's such a difficult problem. So this is why we did it this way, because it was like the way we could think about how to actually make it happen. But I don't really think it needs to be a single image input, right? The input can be a lot more complex,
yeah,
like even videos or like geometry that was designed by people. And you could do some kind of interpolation. I think that would be really nice. And I was going to say one more thing. Oh yeah, like, yeah, I think extrapolation is very difficult. I think a lot of the GAN work that we see are still very, very smart interpolation. And so this is why, like, when you kind of go to an area that you've never seen, kind of like it doesn't know really what to do but to do crap. But, you know, I think structure could be a way, like compositional way to make these approaches more can extrapolate more. But I really think the way to go is to condition it with more like, inputs and guidance.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have a question, Alejo, if we still have time for one
We
more.
do have a couple of minutes more, so yeah, we can handle a couple of.
Yeah, and this is more related to the first work you presented, Anyi, about recovering human mesh, basically. And that's quite interesting work, how you leverage this multi-shot nature of movies. But I was wondering one question. So usually in movies, you have, you may have the case, for instance, where you are cross-cutting, right? So you jump from one place to another within a single scene. So I was wondering, how did you deal with that? How are you able to clean up the data in such a way that you handle those scenarios?
Yeah, so we're relying a lot. Are you talking about like when the scene changes, you mean?
Yeah.
How do you know the shots are within the same scene?
Yeah, exactly. So a typical example is like, you can imagine like a phone call in a movie scene, right? So you are jumping from one place to another, right? So there is no continuity editing in those scenarios.
Yes, and so I skipped it, but in this work, we're basically relying on like re-ID and temporal similarity. But basically, we kind of do. It's more like we understand. These videos didn't really have that kind of like completely different scenes going back and forth. But basically, we rely on re-ID tracking, which is also a challenge because often, re-ID relies on faces and they're not always visible, but you need a back shot might be like a half parts and stuff like this. And so we also need to generate these like tracking based approaches that are underlying in 3D. And that's something we are thinking about this. But this is re-ID and automatic shot detection. And then like scene is kind of done by time. And like basically we assume everything is in the right scene.
Cool. Great.
Okay, so I think this is it. Great talk. Thank you so much, Angjoo, for joining the panel sessions and the keynote. It was really exciting. Now I think we have to give it to Maneesh, the Professor Maneesh, to take over. I don't know if you guys can help me to make him a co-host of the session so you can share. Yeah, great. So I guess if you are there, Professor Maneesh, maybe you can test your video. Okay, great.
Okay, great. Can I?
Okay, so let me give you guys a brief introduction of Professor Maneesh. We already met him in the panel discussion as well. Great insights, and it was a really nice discussion. Thank you for attending it. Now he will close our list of keynote speakers. Professor Maneesh is the Forrest Basket Professor of Computer Science and Director of the Brown Institute for Media Narration at Stanford University. He works on computer graphics, human-computer interaction, and visualization. And today he will be talking about his recent tools that he uses or that he has developed to make and break videos. So without further ado, Professor Maneesh, you can take over.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Alejandro, and to all the organizers. This is a fantastic workshop. I'm going to request that everyone that's on this Zoom to turn on their mic because I need you for the very beginning of my talk. So if you're out there, turn on your mics and I'll get set up with my slides.
All right. So everybody should be able to mute themselves now.
Mute. Can everyone see my screen? Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, we can
show up. Okay, great. Everyone can see the video, the slides?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Yeah. So I asked you to turn on the mics because I can't see the chat, and I wanted to start this talk by showing you a video that's been super inspirational to me and to the work that we've done over the last little while in video. So take a look at this, and if someone can just tell me what this video is of, that would be great.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, okay, Good. Indiana Jones? Any other guesses? Okay, it sure looks like Indiana Jones. And that's a really good guess. This is actually not the official Hollywood film version of Raiders of the Lost Ark. This is another film that was made a little while later called Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Adaptation. And it was made by three 12-year-olds starting in 1982. And this project has been super inspirational because, I don't know about you, but this is the kind of thing that I would have loved to have done when I was 12 years old. And really, it's the kind of thing that I would even love to do today. I'd love to be able to make a movie and tell a story like this one. But I want to point out that it took them about 7 years to make this film. And this was despite having a version of the film that they had all seen. They had scripts, they had locations. They had to spend some time getting their costumes and scouting their locations, planning and shooting the action and the dialogue sequences. And in their writing about it afterwards, they've said that these took significant time, but the kids said that they had a lot of fun doing all of these aspects of the filmmaking. For them, the tedious and really boring parts of putting this footage together were editing it into the final film, right? They used 2 Betamax machines and did tape-to-tape transfers, and you can see some of the artifacts as a result. And so one of the driving questions for our work is how can we let people easily make and tell these kinds of stories? Thank you. So I think all of us here will agree that the combination of this device with websites like Facebook and YouTube and Snapchat and today TikTok have fundamentally changed the way that we capture and share audiovisual stories. And so we're at the point now where the best videos that we create can be viewed millions or even billions of times. People love to watch this kind of video. But creating this kind of high quality video really requires paying careful attention to story design and to editing and to production. And so most of the videos that we share on Facebook and YouTube today, they don't look anything like this one. And if you haven't seen the chicken attack video, I strongly recommend checking it out. But as I said, most of the videos we share don't look anything like this one. They look a lot more like this. Oops. Let's see. Okay, so these are 3 videos of my son, Salman, and I can tell you that I have hours and hours of this kind of footage on my phone. And in this case, I don't even know why I captured it. I think he was showing me some kind of dance moves, and I just kind of liked the way he was moving around. But the move only appears kind of sporadically in the footage that I have, and I never really go back and look at this kind of video. And I suspect that many of us have tons and tons of videos on our phone that we just never go back and look at. Here's another video of my son, and let me just play it for you.
Salman.
Yeah.
It's your second day of school, right?
Yeah.
What are you excited about?
Playing.
Good. Anything you want to say to the camera?
Okay, so I'll spare you the full 20-minute video, right? This is a really long video. And most of it is like this. It's pretty boring. He doesn't answer my questions. He doesn't look at the camera. But there are a few highlight moments in this video where he says something funny or memorable. And I'd love to edit this video just down to those few little moments. And the question is why, right? Why don't people, myself included, take the time to edit their videos? And For me, a big reason is that today's video editing tools look a lot like this. And I don't know how you feel about these interfaces. I think that they are quite intimidating. And I don't think it's the surface complexity of these interfaces that is really the issue. What I'm going to argue a little bit later is that they use the wrong underlying representation for the video. They force users to focus on frame level details, exactly where they're going to put in cuts, rather than on constructing the overall story. And so most people just don't take the effort to learn to use these kinds of tools. And so what I think what we really want are tools, and we've said it throughout this workshop, we want tools that allow storytellers in the loop to work with a higher level structure and focus on constructing the narrative, while letting the computer handle the lower level details of kind of putting the media together. And so what I want to do is show you a bunch of projects that we've worked on that take this approach. And I'm going to show you two classes of projects. So one on editing based on structure that we think is important and easy to work with. And then the other set of projects will be on remixing existing video, taking existing video and turning it into slightly new forms. So that's what we'll talk about. And I want to start with work on transcript-based editing. And so this work started almost 10 years ago now. And it really began with noticing that there is a lot of talking head video in the world. And so if you're, I'm sure you're all familiar with this. Talking head video has people talking to a camera, fixed camera, and just speaking to it. And it occurs all over the place, right? We see this on TV all the time in particular, but also in films. And it turns out that if you talk to the people that make this kind of video, you know, professionally and semi-professionally, they often collect far more video than they put in the final edit. They will capture hours and hours of material, and that just has to be edited down to a few minutes. And so how do they do this? They end up working with these interfaces. And as we've seen, these interfaces are extremely tedious to use. And this is largely, I think, because they use a frame-based representation of the video. You have to navigate and edit the video based on the underlying time code. And you spend all of your time repeatedly scrubbing back and forth through a timeline, right? That's your basic job as an editor in these kinds of interfaces. But of course, people don't think of video in terms of the underlying time code, right? People think of these kinds of videos, at least these talking head videos, in terms of the content itself, the words and the sentences and the paragraphs that are being spoken in the video. And so the goal of a lot of our work has been to let users navigate and edit the video using this higher level transcript-based representation that better corresponds to the way they think about the content. So this is what our interface looks like here. As usual, there's a player and a timeline below. And the new thing that we've added that's now becoming a little bit more common is this transcript view on the right. And the transcript is tightly aligned with the video. So I select a bit of the transcript and I can press play.
So what we're trying to do is to bring to our customers the tools that will allow them to express.
Okay, and we get this tight coupling so that I can easily navigate the video just by reading the transcript, clicking on a word and getting directly to that point. And that already saves a ton of scrubbing through the video. Now, in practice, our interface actually looks like this. And if you look closely at the transcript, there are ums and uhs and repeated words highlighted in red. These are words you might want to delete. And it has these vertical blue bars, and our system is designed to place those bars where it thinks if you cut between two of those vertical blue bars, it thinks it can generate a high quality seamless transition, a transition where you won't even notice a cut. So if you delete between them, it'll generate a seamless transition. And so this is how we use the system in practice. We have this video. I decide I want to cut out this phrase. I press the cut button and it generates the hidden transition. It took about 5 seconds at the time. Let's watch the hands. The hands should move fairly smoothly as I play this video.
Of making a story.
Okay, and I'll compare that to the jump cut version of the same thing. Again, watch the hands. In this case, you'll see a visible jump, I think.
Of making a story. And
all right. And then finally, here's the smooth version.
Of making a story. And
all right. And so that's the kind of thing we are now able to generate. I won't go into the details of how we do this, but it's a kind of 3-stage process. We start with our video. We get a high quality transcript that we align to the video in the first stage in green here. Then in purple, we find places that are good to cut at where we think we can put in these hidden transitions. So we want to avoid words that the person is speaking. We want to have the person's head and body be relatively still. And then we have, so that's cut suitability. And then we generate these hidden transitions. And that is done through a graph walking procedure. This was really done before modern deep learning and the fantastic results we're seeing there. So this takes really more of a video texture approach to generating the in-between frames that we need to generate. And so let me show you some results. First, I'll show you a video with jump cuts.
8th and 9th grade, and the basic idea that motivated this exhibit was birth, air.
All right, and now we'll see the smooth version.
8th and 9th grade, and the basic idea that motivated this exhibit was birth, air.
Okay, so fairly seamless. If you look very carefully, you might see a little bit of blurriness in the results, but overall, we showed this to a bunch of professional journalists and video makers, and they thought that this level of quality would be pretty good for their online video. The other thing I should mention here is that just like we can put in these smooth, seamless transitions, here shown in blue, we can also add live-looking pauses. And pauses are often useful to emphasize parts of the underlying speech. So we've added these pause regions in green, and her head will still move a little bit. She'll blink a little bit, but you have that level of control as well. Now, you know, as we were doing this project, I also went on sabbatical in New York City, and I was able to work with some of the journalists and podcasters at WNYC in New York, which is their public radio station. And they put on lots of great shows like Radio Lab, you might have heard of, Studio 360. There are a bunch of others that are made there. And in working with them, we thought about how we might extend this kind of transcript-based editing to audio. And so this is the interface that we came up with for that. And what I'm going to play here is just the raw input audio that we were given by the team. So listen for all the the issues in this initial input audio.
Okay. He's not just a fan. Whenever Bullwinkle makes an appearance these days, that's Keith Scott behind. Ugh. He's not just a fan.
Okay, so you can see she made mistakes. She tries out different versions of the speech that she wants to give. She has breaths and pauses. She tries different wordings and so on. And the editors who are making the podcast will take all of this raw input and edit it down. They will find the best takes of what she's saying, put that all together. They'll add a musical score and produce a final output. And you can already see that having the transcript now allows you to navigate just as we did before, but we can also do transcript-based editing here. And I'll show you that in a second. But in the case of audio, what we learned by working with these professionals is that there are a few things that are very, very important. So one is that maintaining natural sounding speech, in order to do that, you really have to add in breaths and pauses between edits. Okay, this is something that I didn't know before, but it makes the audio quality much, much better when you add this. As I said, often the host of a show will try out different wordings, and we have tools to group these all together so that they can easily listen to each of the different ways they said similar things and select the best one to put into the audio. And then music also contains a lot of structure, particularly when you're adding a score, and it can be used to emphasize parts of the speech. And so we have a way of finding repeating loops in the music and then extending those repeats so that they can change sections of the song where they will add the most emphasis to the underlying speech. And so those are the key pieces of structure that we're able to identify. And then here's the result. So I start by removing some of her mistakes, deleting some more, choosing a different wording perhaps, deleting some more still, adding an emphasis point, another emphasis point. It's now generating the score, and then this is the result.
He's not just a fan. Whenever Bullwinkle makes an appearance these days, that's Keith Scott behind the antlers. And unofficially, he's the closest thing to a Bullwinkle historian. In episode 1, Bullwinkle sets off an international incident when a pie he's making turns out to be the recipe for a super powerful jet fuel, which naturally attracts the attention of super spy Boris Badenov. In real life, the Doomsday Clock.
Okay, so another example of transcript-based editing. Now, so far, what I've shown you has primarily focused on letting you navigate and do cut, copy, paste operations on the text in the transcript. And so more recently, what we've been thinking about and working on are tools that allow you to type in new text and generate the corresponding video. And so here's an example of that. Here we have video of Jane. She's one of our, former grad students, now a postdoc at UCSD. And she will say the text that is written below. And this is the original video. So just watch her and her lips and her head. It should all look realistic because it's the raw input.
The market closed today with Apple's stock price at $191.45 per share.
Okay. And what we're going to do is just delete the price and change it to $182.25 per share. All right. And we're going to generate the corresponding video. So here's the result of doing that.
The market closed today with Apple's stock price at $182.25 per share.
Okay, so we've added now the capability of generating, and we essentially at this point have a word processor for video. And if you're interested, here is the technical details. It's a big system. It takes an input video, it finds the phonemes in it, it builds a 3D model, tracks the parameters of that model, then given an edit, it finds corresponding phonemes and bisemes, figures out how to blend the parameters from the tracked model, generates the model-based rendering, if you look up here, and then uses a neural renderer to generate the final result. And I can give you more details. They're in the paper if you're interested. But what I want to do is show you more results. So here's adding new words again.
O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?
Here we replace wherefore art thou with why are you.
O Romeo, Romeo, why are you Romeo?
And here's another edit.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning. I love the smell of French toast in the morning.
Note that the synthesized words were not spoken by the subjects in the training video. The audio of the new words were separately recorded.
Okay, and that last point I think is very important. In this work, we've really focused on generating the video, the pixels. We haven't focused on generating the audio. And so for the results that you're seeing here, we later asked the person to speak the audio and we spliced that in. Now, there is lots of work on synthesizing audio for speakers. You might have heard of Lyrebird. That was an effort out of Yoshua Bengio's group in Montreal. There are other techniques as well. And so we believe that we can combine these techniques to generate the video of the quality that you're seeing here. The other thing that I will mention is that there are deep ethical issues with this kind of work because they can, of course, be used to make deep fakes. I won't have time to really talk about this in detail. It is something that we've thought a lot about, and we can talk about it in the Q&A if there is time. But I also want to focus here on the storytelling potential for these kinds of tools, because with these kinds of tools, we have an opportunity to let people edit their videos using a text processor, right? Which is something that we're all familiar with. Okay, I want to talk next about editing conversations. And I want to start with this project, which was aimed at taking multiple takes of a scene and automatically, well, semi-automatically combining them together into a smooth edit. And I'll just let the video play. I think it describes what we're trying to do fairly well. Oops.
Digital cameras make it easy for filmmakers to record many versions or takes of a scene.
I am not buying that kid a Christmas present.
Stacy.
He is a bad kid.
He's family.
Each new take can provide a unique camera framing.
I am not buying that kid a Christmas present. I am not buying that kid a Christmas present. I am not buying that kid a Christmas present.
Or performance.
Stacy, Stacy, Stacy.
And skilled editors know how to combine multiple takes to build a stronger narrative than any one recording could capture. For instance, here's an excerpt of our scene put together by a professional human editor from 15 different input takes.
Stacy.
He's a bad kid.
He's family.
Are you sure that your cousin is his real father? Because I'm pretty sure that kid is the spawn of Satan.
Come on now, that's a bit dramatic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You're gonna make me regret saying that, aren't you?
By carefully cutting between different framings and performances, the editor was able to control the visual style and emotional tone of the scene. Unfortunately, the process of editing a scene like this is slow and largely manual. The first thing an editor usually does is actually watch all of the input takes, and that alone can be pretty time-consuming. Then the editor has to manually segment each take into clips and arrange those clips on a shared timeline to tell a story. This is an especially tedious process, which makes creative exploration of different editing styles very difficult. For example, our hand-edited sequence runs just 73 seconds long, but it took our professional editor 3 hours to create with existing tools. In this paper, we show that by focusing on a particular but extremely common type of scene, namely dialogue-driven scenes, we can create much more efficient computational tools for editing. Our approach is based on what are called film editing idioms in cinematography. These are rules of thumb that editors use to relate editing decisions to the narrative of a scene. Things like, start with a wide-angle shot to establish where the scene takes place, or use close-ups to intensify particularly emotional lines. Our system uses audio, video, and text analysis to extract a variety of labels from several input takes and a common script. It then segments each take into separate clips for each line of dialogue, and aligns these with the text of our script. We then present these segmented and aligned takes to the user for editing. Organizing the takes like this already saves a lot of time, but the real power of our system comes from the ability to do idiom-based editing. At the bottom here, we see our idiom builder, where users can combine several basic idioms to design different editing styles. Here we start with one of the most basic idioms, which says that performers should be visible in our edit while they are speaking. We now click Generate to automatically produce an edit that best satisfies the specified idioms across our entire scene. Now we see an edited version of the scene with the aligned script on its left and alternative clip choices sorted by similarity on the right. In this edit, we notice what filmmakers call a jump cut.
He's a bad kid.
He's family.
Are you sure your cousin is his real father?
This kind of cut doesn't really work with the cinematic style that we're going for, so we'll add a no jump cuts idiom to the builder and generate a new sequence. This sequence is better, but now we notice that the camera is focusing more on the character Ryan, and we want to emphasize Stacy a bit more. We do this by adding another idiom, letting it know that we'd like to emphasize Stacy during quick exchanges between the actors. Finally, we'll add our start wide idiom to establish the scene, and to save some time, we'll add an idiom that prefers faster paced performances by the actors. Let's take a look at our edited sequence.
I am not buying that kid a Christmas present.
Stacy.
He's a bad kid.
He's family.
Are you sure your cousin is his real father? Because I'm pretty sure he's the spawn of Satan.
Come on now, that's a bit dramatic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You're gonna make me regret saying that, aren't you?
He called my Nana dirty.
I know.
To her face.
I know.
You know she has a medical condition.
I'm aware. Look, I'll admit he can be a bit insensitive.
He dropped my sister's dog out a window.
We don't know that.
He tried to blame it on terrorists.
Okay, that was pretty bad. But don't think of it as a gift for him. It's for the family. We're keeping a tradition alive.
Fine, but I get to pick the present.
God, what did you have in mind?
A donation.
What?
I'll make a donation to charity in his name.
He'll hate it.
Exactly. That's why it's perfect.
You're the only person I know who could turn a charitable donation into something spiteful and vindictive.
He killed my sister's dog, Ryan. He killed Fluffles.
So that's what we're able to generate here. And all the cut decisions were made by our tool based on optimizing for those idioms that the user specified. So the user can work with this higher level structure of the idioms. Now, subsequently, we've thought about how to take the same kind of conversational editing and put it in the context of face-to-face conversations, which, if you'll remember, before the pandemic, we were all able to do. And these kinds of conversations have many good qualities, and sometimes we want to remember moments inside of them, but we don't have good facilities for doing that. So we thought, well, maybe we could start by putting a 360 camera on a table around which people are having their conversation, and capture all of the people speaking, and then put it into an interface for editing. So here's that system.
A group of friends go to lunch. At the start of the meal, they place a 360 camera on the table to record the interaction. After the meal, they have a 360 recording, which they feed into MealCut for editing. MealCut first acquires a transcript for the conversation and time aligns this transcript to the recorded audio. It then uses this align transcript to segment the 360 video into 1 clip per sentence. MealCut then detects and tracks the faces visible in each video segment and generates regular field of view video clips for each face.
And so this is what the interface looks like when we're done. And as you can see, it's very similar to the earlier interface with Rough Cut. We have the transcript over here on the left. We have each of the views of the participants in the middle. And we have a video playback over here on the right. And you could use keyword search to find moments that you care about and just select them to add into the final edit. What I think I'll do here is show you just some results that come out of this kind of simplified editing tool that really allows people to focus on the content and less on underlying time code, for example. So in this example, there was a moment from the conversation where Ohad here told a joke, and they wanted to turn it into a into one of these edited videos. So here's the result.
Basically, my kid trying to hunt the cat. Like, the cat is running around, and my kid's trying to grab her. That's the interaction.
Human-cat interaction. Another
Human-cat interaction. So many interactions today.
Cute moments of kids.
We'll have to come up with some more jokes. Have you thought of any more jokes recently?
Toy Story.
How does that one go?
Toy Story goes to the bad guys.
Toy Story, go to the bad guys? That's the joke?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So Solomon is the budding comedian in the family, as you can see there. So you know, what's interesting to me is that we posted some of these videos on the web, and the reaction was very, very interesting. Many people were very interested in asking us how we were able to produce this edit between two people in the conversation, because they'd never seen anything like this for everyday videos. So what I want to do in the next few minutes is change directions here and talk a little bit about remixing video. And again, this is going to be based on having access to underlying structure. But the goal here will be to take input video and change its form a little bit. And so the first project I wanted to talk about there, well, before I talk about these projects, I wanted to just set a little bit of context. So one way that I have started looking for research problems and ideas is going on to YouTube and TikTok and other video sites and looking for smaller communities of creators that are making very specific types of videos, and thinking about what their process is and trying to see if we can facilitate that process. So this is a project that that Irfan already showed, so I'll just go over it very quickly. But one big community of content creators on YouTube are creators of makeup tutorials. You know, a Google search in 2020 for makeup tutorial led to over 56 million hits. And some of the most popular videos in this genre can have over 200 million views. So this is a huge category in some sense. But the videos, they can be really difficult to navigate and follow because they go too fast. If you're trying to follow the makeup tutorial and apply makeup to your face, you're probably going to move more slowly. Your hands are tied up performing the step. And so it makes it difficult to pause the video and go back and see a step. And so as Irfan showed, we have a way of taking that input video and automatically splitting it up into steps and grouping those steps together by the facial part that they're focusing on. And that is all done mostly automatically using natural language processing and video processing together. And once you've done that, you can produce this interactive video where you can easily jump between the different steps as they're shown here on the right. There's a little bit of a summary using natural language summarization that tells you what each step is about. And it's a much better way of interacting with the video. I won't show you the process in detail because I don't have time and Irfan's already shown it to you. So I'm gonna skip ahead to the next project.
Instructional videos.
Okay, so another domain of content creation on the web is people who will take puppet videos like Sesame Street videos and dub them with new voices. We got very interested in this because it is very tedious to make the puppet's mouth move in sync with the new words. The creators spend a lot of time carefully editing the videos to make this happen. And so we built a tool that would facilitate this process, this approach greatly. And here's how it works.
Hello, I am in the body of Big Bird, and I'm here to tell you about our work on dubbing puppets. Puppet videos are widely available online.
Oh, hi-ho there, clack lovers. This is Kermit the Frog here for Sesame Street News.
Even though it cannot fly.
It's a sign! Your old pal Super Goover!
The abundance of such clips has led to a vibrant culture of dubbing and remixing.
Remix to ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen.
No, you said I'm bringing heat on you? I gotta listen to people because of your fucking shit? You're ordering me out? You better get your own fucking army, pal.
Don't give me that. She don't make enough money, she can quit.
Let me just get this straight. You don't have a tip, huh?
For original videos, such as this one,
Oh, hi-ho there, clack lovers.
The most convincing puppet performances align syllables in the vocal speech with closed, open, closed sequences of mouth movements we call visual syllables. But manually aligning new speech to dub a puppet video using existing tools like Premiere is extremely time-consuming. In this work, we present a much faster tool for dubbing puppets. Users start by providing a speech file and a corresponding transcript.
It's much easier, by the way, to act presidential.
Our tool breaks the speech into syllables. Users then select a puppet video that has been pre-segmented into visual syllables. Our tool provides two methods for this pre-segmentation: an appearance-based method that considers the positions of the puppet's lips, and an audio-based method that relies on the original puppet audio to serve as a proxy for the visual syllables.
And so let me just show you some results. And I'm going to focus on the appearance-based method. It produces slightly better results.
Why is an empty champagne bottle like an orphan? Because it's lost its pop.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
When Gregor Samsa woke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a monstrous insect. He was lying on his hard, shell-like back, and when he lifted his head a little, he could see his dome-shaped brown body, banded with reinforcing arches, on top of which the blanket maintained its precarious hold. His numerous legs, pitifully thin in relation to the rest of his bulk, danced ineffectually before his eyes. What has happened to me, he thought. It was not a dream.
There's a fine line between fishing and just standing on the shore like an idiot.
It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos, no need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos.
It's much easier, by the way, to act presidential than what we're doing here tonight, believe me. And I said, with the exception of the late, great Abraham Lincoln, I can be more presidential than any president that's ever held this office. That I can tell you. It's real easy.
So again, that's the kind of thing we're able to produce, and much, much faster than carefully adjusting the timing in the videos by hand. I want to show you one final project. So far we've looked at a lot of the structure in speech, some of the structure in other kinds of edits. A little while back in the scoring the audio, I talked a little bit about the structure of music. And this final project is really about combining structure from the video with the beat structure in music. And again, I'm going to play the video because I think it describes what we're doing fairly well.
There are about a dozen versions of this turtle video set to different music on YouTube. But if we look closely, the rhythm of our turtle friend's movement is actually pretty irregular. So no matter what music we play, his dance moves will eventually fall off beat. Our technique can fix this by aligning visual rhythm with music, which lets us automatically tune the motion that we see to whatever song we want.
Cause baby, oh my, well it's unfair. Looking like that, make a gentleman stare. Show me how you work.
The second thing our technique can do is manipulate acceleration to change aspects of visual style. This is a bit easier to see than it is to explain. For example, here we have some archival footage of dancers from the 1950s performing at Charleston. These are pretty well-trained dancers, so we don't really have to fix their timing. Instead, what we're going to do is retarget their motion to a more modern dance song and amplify visible acceleration to create a visual style that's a better fit for the new music. There are about a dozen versions.
So that's the kind of thing we can create. Here's another quick example. So this is an input video. We find the beat structure and align it to this song.
Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Op, 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 op. Oppan Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Op, 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 op. Oppan Gangnam Style. Hey, sexy lady. Op, op, op.
And then finally, this last project, I think, really gave me something to do with all of the videos of salmon that I have. So here's a... So that's the kind of thing we can do. A couple of things I want you to remember from this talk. I think that to build these kinds of video editing tools, we really should think about the kinds of structure that are in the underlying videos, and we should match those important structures to the way people think about the video. And I've shown you lots of examples of this. So for video about conversations, transcripts are important, and so on. Once we have that structure, we can really build the tools that allow people to work with that structure. And those tools, because they are working with structure at the right level, I think will be easier and better to use. And there are lots of domains of video for which this structure still really needs to be identified. So I've given a few examples on the right. With that, I just want to thank all the people that were responsible for this work. The people pictured at the top here really did all of the heavy lifting to make this work happen. And finally, if you're interested in talking some more about these topics, well, there's more of this workshop, but also please reach out and contact me. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Professor Maneesh. Great talk. I really like the last part. I guess it's also really related with what we are seeing in TikTok, for instance. when these people are trying to lip sync to some like trends or stuff like that. So I can imagine like a real application right away. Now it's time for the audience to take questions. Like we can have some questions. We still have a couple of minutes. We can take a break before we take a break. Yeah, so sure, Fabian, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Maneesh, for this amazing talk. I really appreciate how are you making video editing easier. And I always remember like the first time I opened Premiere Pro, it was kind of like, I mean, I don't have an editing background. I never took a class on video editing. And for me, it was kind of like the immediate blocker to make videos, right? So I think all this idea of like revolutionizing like the interfaces we use and communicate with video is gonna take us, I mean, it's gonna take creativity a step further, right? And as you mentioned, like kids nowadays, I mean, they're speaking video. So I think it's important to just cut that barrier for them. But yeah, so I have one question about like the interfaces we're using for editing video. And especially I like the word you highlighted about text-based editing and how instead of like looking at frames, we now can look at words and edit words and being able to manipulate video based on words and text. But do you see any danger from that point of view? Because it seems to me like that we may jump into only manipulate text, but forget about the pixels, right? So I wonder if there is something in between, right? Where we can actually, yeah, I mean, being able to quickly scrub throughout text, but don't forget about the pixels. Don't forget, for instance, about like the facial expressions, like the movements of the hands or like any important action happening on the video, right? My concern may be like people may rely too much on the text to find things and to define what is good from the footage they have, that they may forget about the good moments on the visual aspect. So any insights from you on that?
Yeah, so I think the visual aspects are of utmost importance to people that are creating visuals today. And we can't lose sight of them. They certainly won't lose sight of them, right? If you care about the visual results that you're producing, I think you will be very focused on the pixels. I think there is work, and we've done some of it, to extract some of the visual properties of what you're looking at. So the example of cutting the conversations based on cinematic idioms, that work really analyzes the frames to determine the camera that is being used, the angle, violations of the 180-degree rule, and other things. We have started to look a little bit at detecting, other aspects of the frames to get a sense of what's going on inside of the frames, to think a little bit about the emotion that is being conveyed. It's difficult to do that well. And so one thing that we do in a lot of our work is that we provide an interface that lets the human come in and modify any of the decisions that have been made automatically.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's yeah, go ahead, Ale.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see any more questions. Or maybe Anyi has another question.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Anyi.
Yes, and I really love Professor Manesh's speech, and I think from the demo you showed to us, there is indeed the higher level editing is much user friendly to common users. But actually, I got a question here is, so what kind of control do we offer to the users? Whether to type a text or we provide some buttons or some adjusting bars. So how to define this? I think this is much more kind of like product design. Do you have any idea or insight on how to do this?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the level of whether it's a button or a text editor, right? If they do the same things, what matters are the operations that you give to them. So if it's a button to delete a word, or I can just hit my delete key, at that level, I don't think it matters, right? I think what really matters here from my perspective is the structure itself that you're pulling out and how you let a person work with that structure, right? So the skin of the interface matters a little bit less than the underlying data that you're working with, right? The representation that you're working with.
So do you have another question for him?
Yeah, maybe a follow-up on this about the structure. So I think this is a great idea, like to kind of like characterize the structure of particular editing genres, but any insights on how to adapt them, right? Because we know, like, even within a particular editing genre, the structure may evolve over time, right? So it may kind of like shift away from the time we started with that particular genre. Maybe there were some characteristics, but over time, it tends to shift, right? So I can imagine, for instance, like soccer videos, right?
Yeah.
Probably at the beginning, they were only using a couple of cameras. Now they introduce drones. So the structure changed over time. So there are ways we can develop the systems in such a way that they adapt to those changes.
Yeah. So, you know, we have tended to focus on at looking at books and trying to figure out what those patterns are as they've been described in books. But there is a lot of work, and I think Marc presented some of it earlier, where they are trying to take large collections of video and find the kinds of idioms and patterns that are used in those collections. And that kind of automatic learning approach is great. And I think we need to continue to do it for exactly this reason, that the idioms that we use tend to evolve over time. And so it's worth having a tool that will learn that evolution, right?
Great. So, I mean, if you don't mind, we are already in the break time, but like, I am really curious about this. So maybe the last question. So I can follow up with Fabian. What Fabian was saying is so you show all the examples that you showed were like in the editing process was with dialogue scenes. What to do with non-dialogue scenes, for instance, the one that have maybe a lot of actions, or maybe even talking about a soccer video that might be like action-driven editing. What to do with it?
Good questions. So you know, I think you have to treat each domain separately and figure out the structure that's important. So at the end, I showed this stuff on the dancing videos. That work figures out a structure in the videos that is relevant to dancing, that is not based on text, right? We have some other work that I didn't show that is about tennis videos, and it figures out the structure that is relevant to tennis so that we can generate new matches from existing video. And so the kinds of structures that are relevant really are domain dependent. And I think it's a really interesting question to think about the action domain. How do you convey a fight scene, for example? What is the structure of a fight scene? I don't think that's been figured out at this point, and it's something that is an open problem that I hope some of us will work on.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Professor Maneesh, for the great talk. Also, great answer for the questions. I guess now we have a 5 minutes break before going over the poster sessions. With Professor Maneesh, we just finished keynotes, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I see something from the chat, like the Professor Irfan he wants to say something, or
Well, I wasn't hoping to say something. It was great talk. What I'm saying is, you know, look at the chat, and if anybody's looking for jobs in this area, reach out to me.
Wow.
Great. That's awesome.
But thanks for letting me plug it.
Okay.
But overall,
great
workshop, and it was a great bunch of talks. I just wanted to say that to your organizers and stuff like that. I mean, I'm on the East Coast, so this is getting late for me, but I'll try to drop by later, so I might not see the rest of it. But good workshop, folks, and I hope you'll do it again next time.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Irfan and Maneesh, for your amazing keynotes. thank you again, Maneesh, for your talk.
Thank you all. This was great.
All right. So as Alejo mentioned, we may have now 2 minutes breaks before the poster session. I think that's okay. I'm gonna plug in the summary talks that are pre-recorded, and we're gonna play them. Probably if you are an author, like raise your hand in such a way we can basically allow you to mute yourself and also open your camera if you would like to do so. Yeah, so I'm gonna go play the videos after a few minutes. And then at the end of the session, we will have a Q&A part where people can engage with you and ask you questions. Yeah, quick test. Like, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Yes.
Let's do a sound test.
A sound test. Yeah.
Just to double check. Probably you are hearing my dog.
Yeah.
Hello everyone.
That was
This
clear.
is Matthias Soldan from King Abdullah University of Science.
So can you hear like
Yes,
the voice from the
yes.
video? All right,
I
perfect.
can hear clearly.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And if somebody can help me out from the organizers to allow the poster presenters to enable their video and microphone, it would be great.
Maybe Anyi or you, because I am a little bit confused right now with the interface on Zoom. I'm not sure
Okay.
how to do it. Maybe Anyi or you, if you guys can do it.
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, already. So Mattia, I think you should be now a co-host. And I see Humam also here. Make you a co-host. Should be. I'll be able to unmute yourself.
Authors can speak without you electing us to co-host as just regular attendees.
Okay, great. Oh yeah, I remember now that we allow everybody to unmute. Great. So for the people on the audience asking about the posters are also on YouTube. So if you have to leave, maybe you can check it out on YouTube and in our website as well. Maybe you can also engage with the authors with questions. So probably you will have information about their emails in the presentation. You can reach out directly to them. By the way, thank you everybody who is staying on a Sunday this late with us. Yeah, we really appreciate it. All right, it's 2:46, so I'm gonna go ahead and start the summary talks. And just let us know if you have any questions after the session, and you can put it in the chat as well. And if the authors are here, probably they can reply as well on the chat or wait until the session finish. Let's go ahead.
Hello everyone, this is Matthias Soldan from King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, presenting VLGNet, Video Language Graph Matching Network for Video Grounding. Background and motivations. Semantic search through videos is a relevant topic tackled in recent years. It can enable users to search through unlabeled and uncurated corpus of videos via natural language sentences, allowing, for instance, to search for specific moments in videos we all store in our phones. Or it could allow for fast retrieval of relevant scenes in surveillance videos. Moreover, it can be adopted in pipelines for visual question answerings in untrimmed videos. Another relevant application of language grounding in videos is video editing. After collecting hours and hours of raw footage, professional video editors are required to manually tag each clip with additional metadata. Often, such metadata is a textual description of the visual content they recorded. This step is required as it effectively speeds up the editing process. However, this is an expensive and time-consuming step. Therefore, our goal is to aid the editors by allowing them to search through video clips via natural language sentences, effectively removing the need to manually labeling all the clips. Let's then define the task that we are solving. Given a sentence and a video, we aim at temporally localizing or grounding the sentence within the video temporal boundaries. For instance, see the example. As showcased by this example, this is not a trivial task to solve, and it requires to properly model both video and language modalities and effectively learn their multimodal interactions. Previous approaches generate coarse, independent proposals and match them through simple operation against single sentence representations. However, we argue that a fine-grained alignment approach is needed, and therefore we seek to directly model and learn the alignment between each video snippet and each word in the sentences. So what is VLG bringing to the table? A new deep learning architecture that boosts the state of the art on the presented task. A new approach to multimodality fusion based on an algorithmic graph matching. And finally, we validate and thoroughly test our method on 3 benchmark datasets and ablate all model main components. Let's get to it. Video Language Graph Matching Network, or VLGNet for short. Here we depict the architecture. VLGNet comprises 5 main modules. The first one is the raw data representation, where pixel level information and word level information are mapped to vector representations. Then, a single modality representation block, which focuses on enhancing the modality-specific features. A cross-modality interaction block, where we adopt a new approach to multimodality fusion, followed up by a mask attention pooling that generates proposals based on the fused features. And finally, a scoring module, which predicts the temporal endpoints for the grounding purpose. Let's start delving into the details of the architecture. Each video is modeled as a sequence of snippets, where each snippet is itself a short video comprising a few frames. We adopt a deep convolutional neural network for encoding the snippet information to a vector. The sentence is tokenized, and each token is then mapped to a vector through word-to-vec method. Snippet features are then passed through a 1D convolution operation to map their feature dimension to a desired shape. In parallel, a set of LSTM layer is used to process the word vectors, which allow to aggregate context for each word. Next, the single modality interaction block adopts graph convolutional networks to model the local and non-local context and enhance the feature representation. Such enhanced features meet and interact in the cross-modality module, where our new graph matching operation learns the best policy for multimodal fusion. The output of the graph matching module is passed to the mask attention pooling that produces proposal feature. Such proposal features are then scored and ranked to obtain the final temporal predictions. In the single modality representation block, the video is casted as a graph, where each node represents a snippet and each edge represents a dependency between snippet pairs. For the edges, we adopt the GCNext formulation, which defines 2 sets of edges. The ordering edge, which connects temporally sequential snippets and models the sequential nature of the video. These edges are fixed and predefined. Conversely, the semantic edges are dynamic and change as the training of the network progresses. These edges connect semantically similar snippets in the video, based on the similarity in the feature space. They allow to connect temporally distant snippets and favor aggregating non-local context. Similarly, the sentence representation is casted as a graph, where each node represents a token. For the edge definition, we exploit the grammatical structure of the sentence. We determine the syntactic dependency among each pair of words and define a set of predefined edges to connect the nodes. Again, our modeling strategy is to exploit the inherent modality structure and favor semantical connections between nodes to learn a non-local context aggregation policy. The 2 modality features finally meet in the cross-modality interaction module. Here we construct a new graph, dubbed as Video Language Graph, where a node is either a snippet or a token representation. And we define 3 sets of edges. Ordering and semantic edges serve the same purpose as in the GCNext module. Moreover, these edges only connect nodes within the same modality. Conversely, the matching edge has the purpose of learning the best alignment between the language tokens and video snippets. We can see on the right the high-level mathematical representation of the graph convolution operation. We invite the viewers to take a look at the paper for the mathematical formulation of all described blocks. Once the multimodality fusion is complete, the features are passed to the mask attention pooling module, which produces proposal features. This module takes advantage of a mask, shown as a yellow bounding box in the slide. The mask defines the clips to aggregate together to obtain proposal level features. This aggregation is computed on top of the video and language fused features and is implemented as a weighted average on the clip, where the weights are computed as depicted in the figure. Once the proposal features are obtained, they are mapped through an MLP network to a set of scores, which are used to rank the proposals and obtain the temporal endpoints for the grounding of the language in the video. Experimental results. We compute the localization performance on 3 widely used benchmarks, starting with ActivityNet captions. In this case, we achieve on-par performance with respect to recent state-of-the-art methods. However, if we look at the performance on tacos, we can see that we are able to achieve a large improvement across all metrics, with an absolute margin ranging from 7 to 11%. Strong evidence of the good design can also be found in the demo, where we improved the previous art up to an impressive 30%. We then set out to evaluate the contribution of all edges in our main component, the graph matching module. The first row of the table depicts the performance obtained on tacos using the complete formulation. Then we remove the ordering edge and observe a drop of 2%. Conversely, when removing the semantic edge, the drop increased to 4%. Finally, when removing the matching edge, the performance are entirely compromised. Please notice that although the matching edge is removed, the two modalities still interact in the mask attention pooling module. This ablation showcases the relevance of each edge and proves that the combination of all edges yields the best performance. Another ablation looked at various formulations for the mask attention pooling module, where all configurations differ by operations and consider input information. Learnable self-attention only uses the video snippet after graph matching module to learn the proposal aggregation policy in a self-attention manner. The cross-attention scheme used both the video and the language information, however computes the score through simple operations. Finally, the learnable cross-attention configuration yields the best performance, leveraging both the video and language for generating proposal features, and learning a projection function for computing the aggregation scores. In our paper, we showcase some qualitative results, which showcase the good grounding performance of VLGNet. We visualize the matching edge for some examples. In the first case, the matching edge obtains high score for the word talks, while the person is talking to the camera, while the edge obtains a high score for the accordion later in the video. In another example, we see how the verb writing obtains high matching score throughout the whole video, effectively matching the semantic content, while words as camel and beach fire up when they become completely visible in the frame. This visualization sheds some light on what the matching edge is truly learning. Here I present to you the rest of the team, to which I want to express my gratitude for the hard work. Thank you everybody for your time and interest. Feel free to contact me for any inquiry and visit the GitHub page for the implementation of VLGNet. Goodbye.
My name is Daniel, and I'm honored to present the Video Transformer Network paper in ICCV 2021 workshop on AI for creative video editing and understanding. This work was also written by Omri Bar, Maya Zohar, and Dutan Asulman. So let's start with a quick introduction. For almost a decade or so, convolutional neural networks have dominated the computer vision field and achieved state-of-the-art results on many visual tasks, like image classification, object detection, and many more. Recently, however, we see new approaches based on the transformer architecture that shows some promising results in this field. One of the first work that showed this concept is called the vision transformer. Same is true for the action recognition in video task that was dominated mainly by 3D convolutional networks. And in this paper, we're going to present an architecture that is practically a framework that consists of two parts. The first part is the spatial backbone, and the second one is the temporal attention-based encoder for doing video action recognition on a full video. So let's start and to dive into the details. So in this work, we choose 3 spatial backbones: the vid that I mentioned earlier, the DEIT base that is based on the vision transformer, and the traditional ResNet 50 and 101. For the temporal encoder, we choose to use the longformer. The longformer is based on BERT architecture with sliding attention mechanism. So it has two types of tokens. The first one is the global one, which attend to all the other tokens, and the local attention, which uses the sliding window mechanism. So we add a special classification token, the CLS, in the same method that the VIT paper does for the image classification. And the positional embedding here can be learned or a static function. And using the longformer, we can do a processing of long videos with relatively low runtime. We evaluate ourselves on two datasets, the Kinetic 400 and the Moment in Times version 2. The Kinetics has 400 human activity classes on 10-second stream videos, while the Moment in Time have 305 human activity classes in shorter videos. So let's talk a second about the inference method. So usually when you have a full video, we can try to do a full video inference. But what is most commonly is that we do some temporal cropping, usually in small chunks with the same size that the network was trained on. And after that, most of the papers are applying spatial cropping, which eventually raising up the number of samples that the network sees in order to decide what is the activity inside this, this video to around 30 clips. In our paper, we use only one full video inference. So in that sense, we sample all the entire video. For example, in the Kinetics setup, we align all the videos to 250 frames. We do a resize to the shorter side of each image to 156, and then apply central crop. Going through our main results, so the best performance we achieved using the VIT-based VTN as our backbone, using heavy augmentation. Also, we learned that no positional embedding at all are giving better results in the Kinetics dataset. One interesting experiment that we performed is to train a network and then to input reshuffled input frames to the longformer, and we see that actually it even improved the results. So what is unique in our approach? First of all, in our setup, the training time is shorter than for other competitors. And also the inference time is quicker because we're doing only one view for the whole video. Hope it was interesting and you are more than welcome to read our paper. Thank you.
Hello, I am Huam Al-Wasal and I'm happy to share our work on temporally sensitive pre-training. State-of-the-art localization algorithms rely on video encoders that were pre-trained on trimmed action classification, or TAC. However, TAC pre-trained encoders are temporally insensitive for untrimmed videos. They produce high similarities between features of background and foreground clips of the same video. We show here the cosine similarities between TAC clip features for two videos. The green lines show the extent of action instances. Notice the high similarities between foreground and background features highlighted in blue. This temporal insensitivity is suboptimal for localization tasks. Thus, in our work, we propose TSP, a new pre-training strategy to make video encoders temporally sensitive. Given an untrimmed video, we sample a short clip and generate its local clip features. We aggregate the local clip features across the video to create a global video feature. We pre-train the encoder on two classification heads. The action label classification head predicts the activity class from the sampled clip if the clip is from a foreground segment. The temporal region classification head takes in the concatenation of local and global features and predicts whether the sampled clip is from a foreground or a background region. We study the effects of our TSP pre-training on three major localization tasks: TAL, proposals, and dense captioning. We evaluate our approach by training state-of-the-art localization algorithms on top of our TSP features. Note that we do not innovate in any of these algorithms or change any of their hyperparameters. We simply just swap the features they use with TSP features. We design our ablation studies to examine the generalizability of TSP on 4 dimensions, across different target localization tasks, using different encoder architectures, with different localization algorithms, and pre-training datasets. We compare against 3 TAC pre-training baselines: TAC on kinetics, on ActivityNet, and on Thomas 14. In the study, we examine TSP on different tasks. Specifically, we pre-train our 2+1D34 on ActivityNet and use GTAD, BMN, and BMT as the algorithms for TAL, proposal, and dense captionings, respectively. The grade columns highlight the main evaluation metrics of each task. We observe that TSP features significantly outperform the 2 TAC-based features on all tasks. This highlights the importance of temporal-sensitive features for localization tasks. In study 2, our goal is to test if TSP generalizes to different encoders. Specifically, we pre-train 3 different architectures and then test them on the ActivityNet TAL task using GTAD algorithm. We observe that TSP significantly outperforms TAC baselines for every encoder. Additionally, we observe that the performance gap with TAC features increase with the deeper encoders. This suggests that the performance of TSP features scales better with the size of the encoder. In the study, we examine if the TSP features are effective regardless of the localization algorithm we use. Specifically, we repeat the same experiment of study 1 for the TAL on ActivityNet and use BMN algorithm instead of GTAD. The results show that TSP features are the best with BMN as well. In the study, we examine if TSP features transfer across datasets. Specifically, we pre-train on ActivityNet and pre-train on Thomas 14. We test the resulting features on the Thomas 14 TAL task using PGCN and GTAD. We observe that TSP on Thomas 14 outperforms TAC baselines. Interestingly, TSP on ActivityNet outperforms TAC on kinetics. This shows that TSP is transferable across datasets. The TSP features push the state-of-the-art on TAL on ActivityNet and Thomas 14. TSP is competitive in proposals and achieves state-of-the-art in dense captioning in terms of the blue metric. We use the DTAD analysis to understand the TAL performance as a function of the action instance length. We observe that TSP performs significantly better on the extra short and short actions. Note that the extra short and short actions make up around 70% of all actions in ActivityNet. The temporal sensitivity of our features allow localization algorithms to draw sharper boundaries and detect shorter actions better. Here we analyze the similarities between clip features of the same video for both TAC on kinetics and TSP on ActivityNet. In A, TSP differentiates foreground from background clips. In B, TSP learns to homogenize the similarities between action features. In C, TSP increases the differences between background and foreground features. And in D, TSP learns the similarities between the foreground and background. Please take a look at our project website. We have released the code, pre-trained models, and features. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the talk on our paper, Face, Body, Voice, Video Person Clustering with Multiple Modalities. I'm Andrew Brown from the Visual Geometry Group at Oxford University. In this work, we're focused on the task of video person clustering. This is the task of grouping all people in videos by identity, where the test identities are not seen during training. The goal is shown in this example video, where the bounding boxes around each person are labeled by identity from the algorithm. Person clustering has many interesting applications for person-centric video editing and understanding. For example, it enables character-based video navigation, allowing you to fast-forward to a scene containing a certain set of characters. Alternatively, it could be used to automatically collate highlight reels, showing, for example, the interactions between specific characters. Person clustering can also provide us with some basic level of storyline understanding. The person clusters can tell us the proportion of the total videos that pairs of characters co-occur in, shown in these matrices. This gives us a basic idea of the storyline by telling us which characters' interactions are given the most screen time in that particular episode. This is interesting when contrasted across multiple episodes, as shown here, which gives us an idea of how the storyline changes. Previous approaches to the task have focused on face clustering. This ignores all people without faces in a scene, limiting its use for the applications we just discussed. Our method instead clusters all people by moving to a body representation of each person rather than just face. We also harness all informative cues for identity by using different complementary views of each person instance from different modalities. Specifically, we use deep discriminative representations from face, body, and voice. In this work, we first present a multimodal high-precision clustering algorithm for video person clustering. We secondly present a video person clustering dataset for evaluating multimodal person clustering. Our multimodal high-precision clustering algorithm proceeds in 3 stages. Here are all body tracks for a character in a video. In stage 1, a hierarchical agglomerative clustering algorithm is used to overcluster with high precision using the face modality, which is more discriminative than the body and voice modalities. At this point, the face modality alone cannot be used to reliably discriminate any further. In stage 2, the complementarity between face and voice is used to bridge clusters of the same identity via speaking faces in each cluster. Lastly, faceless bodies emerge to clusters using nearest neighbors from the body representation. Our second contribution is the video person clustering dataset for evaluating the task of multimodal person clustering. This dataset contains body tracks for each annotated character, face tracks when visible, and voice tracks when speaking for the characters in 6 diverse movies and TV shows from over 23 hours of video content, making it the largest dataset of its kind by some distance. It contains all associated features from each modality. We're the first to report results on the task of person clustering on the video person clustering dataset, so we compare to strong baselines. Here we show the strongest baseline in the paper, which uses information from the body and face as shown on the x-axis. We compare to 2 versions of our method here, one using the information from the face and body, like the baseline, and our full method using face, body, and voice. We measure weighted cluster purity and normalize mutual information for measuring the cluster quality. For both, higher is better. The interplay between both of these metrics is important to demonstrate that high precision is not attained by simply just overclustering the datasets. Our face and body method outperforms the baseline significantly on both metrics. Our full method retains the high precision while adding another significant boost to NMI. This highlights how our method focuses on high precision, but class overlap between clusters is still reduced via the multimodal bridges. We also outperform all prior works on face clustering datasets. Please see the paper for further details, ablation studies, and the story understanding analysis. Let's now look at some qualitative results. In the following video, note how each character is labeled with their own unique identity cluster by the method, in challenging poses, in the background of shots, and when viewed from behind.
Hi. Hey. Ooh, Phoebe, you look great. All right already. Ooh, are you gonna do magic?
That's funny. Changed.
Hang on a second, I just got in.
Look, I don't care. It starts at 8. We can't be late.
We could not, would not want to wait.
Look, our table is down in front, okay? My boss is going to be there. Everyone will see if we arrive after it starts.
Thank you for listening. Check out the project page for further details and also the datasets.
Hello everyone, I'm Haofei Kwang. Today I want to introduce our new work, Video Contrast Blending with Global Context. When we construct contrastive pairs for video-level contrast blending, we always encounter 2 challenges, false positive pairs and local content. For example, for a dive video, if we just randomly sample 2 clips, sometimes they include totally different content, such as dive and award in the example. They are false positive pair. Besides, each clip only focuses on partial content of a long-range video, so it just includes the local content of the video. In this paper, we try to solve these 2 challenges. We propose a new sampling strategy to avoid generate false positive pairs, then propose a contrast blending algorithm to learn the global context from samples. This is our video-level contrast blending framework. Shortly, we call it Be Clear. Firstly, for each input video, we will equally segment it into different parts. For example, we segment the video into 3 parts. Then we sample 2 frames from each part, construct 2 tuples. Here, we input each frame into an encoder to get the frame level embedding. For the global context, we treat the 2 tuples as a positive pair by fusing the frame level embeddings of each tuple with the constants module. We can get the video level embeddings, then calculate the contrast loss. The negative samples come from other videos. To avoid losing the internal relationship of videos, we add two more local contrastive learning tasks here, the interframe and intraframe contrastive learning. We select one of tuples firstly. For the interframe task, each frame of the tuple is treated as a positive sample. The negative sample comes from other videos. For the intraframe task, select one frame, throw two different data augmentation to generate a positive pair. Another two frames as negative samples. Besides, to force the model to concentrate on the temporal information of video, we add one more order prediction tasks as regulation. That is, we randomly shuffle these two tuples and ask the model to predict whether the tuple is shuffled. Okay, this is our Berkeley framework. To evaluate our method, we pre-train a backbone through our self-supervised algorithm, then use transfer learning on the downstream task for evaluation. We pre-train a 2D ResNet 15 on the kinetic 400 train set. The first downstream task is action classification. This is the result on 4 benchmarks. The results show our performance better than the state-of-the-art method and reduces the gap between supervisor pre-training. The second task is video retrieval. In this task, we generate the video level feature of the dataset and found the top k matched feature between the train set and validation set. We give the accuracy for the top k nearest neighbor. The results show that our model can extract a more general representation of videos, so our performance will be better than state-of-the-art method. The last is action localization on ActivityNet dataset. The action localization task asks the model to predict a proposal to cover a temporal region about the specific action as much as possible. Here, we fine-tune a BMN model. The results show that our method also works well on the task and has a little bit better than the state-of-the-art method. Besides, we also evaluate the performance of action classification on ActivityNet. The results show that our method works so well in the dataset. Here, we have some discussions about loss function, number of segments, and the 3D CNN. The results show that each loss works well on our framework, and the number of segments is crucial for the task. And our method also works well with 3D CNN. The last one is feature visualization. So in the visualization, it shows that our method will focus on the action in the video, but the other two methods will be influenced by the background. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone, I'm Bhagyashree from TCS Research. I'll be talking about our paper titled Plots to Previews Towards Automatic Movie Preview Retrieval Using Publicly Available Metadata. Preview is a contiguous scene of a movie or a TV show highlighting its story, characters, and tone, thus helping viewers in quicker decision making. We aim at creating previews by availing readily available scene metadata while avoiding dependency on semantic scene level annotations. We hypothesize that a movie scene that best match publicly available IMDb plot summaries can make good previews. With this method, we get at least one good preview scene for 26 out of 51 movies as agreed upon by a critical expert judgment. We make use of movie graphs dataset for this work, which gives scene boundaries along with scene annotations for 51 movies. Here is an example of scene annotations from the movie Meet the Parents. There are scene subtitles and scene description, which are in the form of natural language sentences. Character attribute tags and interaction tags are in the form of words or phrases, which we later convert into the form of sentences. We formally define our null hypothesis as, out of the candidate movie scenes, any randomly sampled scene is a good preview scene, and our alternative hypothesis as, out of the candidate movie scenes, a movie scene that is ranked higher based on its similarity with the IMDb plot summary is a good preview scene. We find out the similarity score of jth candidate scene of the ith movie as the cosine similarity between embeddings of the feature of scene Sij and embeddings of the plot summary of the movie I, Pi. Because we do not have ground truth movie preview annotations, we evaluate the generated previews on the basis of these 4 evaluation criteria created on the basis of definition of the movie previews. First 3 criteria about story, characters, and feel talk about whether the scene gives the viewer a hint about story, characters, or feel of the movie. The decision-related criteria is that the scene helps the viewer in deciding whether to watch the movie. We get the user responses for these criteria on 5-point Likert scale. We also ask them a question: have you watched the movie this scene is from? Rather than before going for external user evaluation at larger scale, we first conduct internal pilot experiments to find out whether readily available features such as scene subtitles are adequate enough to get usable movie previews rather than using semantic scene level features. In the first pilot, we find out the similarity of plot summary with multiple semantic features, the PSMF experiment, where we use scene description, interaction statement, character attribute statement, and scene subtitles as the multiple features. We get 4 different rank lists based on similarity of each of these with the plot summary. We aggregate these rank lists with MC4 rank aggregation algorithm, and top 2 preview scenes are obtained of the final rank list are obtained as the preview scenes. In our second pilot experiment, we find out the similarity of the plot summary with just the scene subtitles as the scene features, the PSSS experiment. Here as well, we find the similarity of scene subtitles and plot summary by using cosine similarity score, and top 2 of the final ranked scenes are then selected as preview scenes. The table shows mean evaluation scores against all 4 statements for pilot and the main experiment. In the pilot experiment, it can be seen that the PSSS method using just the subtitles achieves comparable performance with the PSMF method. Hence, we conduct our main experiment where we evaluate the PSSS method from the expert rater, who is the screenplay and script writer, and also from the regular viewers. The Mann-Whitney U-test results show that the median evaluation scores of PSMF and PSSS, both methods, are significantly greater than the random method. The histograms obtained for expert ratings show that the PSSS method, which is shown in the blue bar, has more agreements as compared to the random method and lesser disagreements as compared to the random method. Similar is the observation from histograms from the regular viewers. We compare the overall agreements for the decision statement by expert and regular viewers. It is observed that expert has lesser overall agreements, which indicates that expert has been critical in his judgment about the movie previews. We get 11 random scenes which were rated high by the expert and which were missed by our method. The error analysis indicates that the errors can be categorized into 4 categories. First, when there was an erroneous detection of subtitles itself in the dataset. Second, when there was a better verbal match with subtitles of some other scenes than the scenes rated high by the expert. Third, when the scenes were creating affect and curiosity using audio-visual features. Fourth, when there were mentions of multiple plot events in the plot summary. Since our method relies heavily on the match of plot summary with the scene subtitles, we tend to miss on scenes creating fields with audio-visual features. In future, we would also like to exploit the logline structure of the plot summary to get the inciting incidents from the plot summary. And we would also like to validate our method by using actual ground truth preview scenes. Thank you.
Today I'm going to talk about my work, learning where to cut or edit the videos. This is a work from during my internship at Adobe Research. Video training is one of the most fundamental video editing tasks. Finding good cut point is a key, as the process very time consuming, as the user needs to find a good cut point frame by frame. So we are thinking whether we can make it automatic. We made the assumption that the user decides whether it is a good cut point according to a 2-second clip. So it is a decision made according to some local information right next to that point. Then we can define 2 classification problems. Is this 2-second clip a good starting point? Is it a good ending point? Actually, they could be viewed as 2 functions, map a 2-second video into a binary variable. We immediately verify our assumption by a user study. We develop a web interface that will show 2-second clip and ask the user which one is a good starting or ending clip. Human could get 60 to 90% accuracy on this user study, so our assumption holds. In some degrees, this task is similar to video shortening, automatic segmentations, action recognitions. But the difference is that our task is focusing on the image quality rather than the quality of video content. Then we need to find the proper training data. One way is to find some paired annotated data set that are professionally edited with high quality cut points, but the amount is very limited. The other approach is use videos that are widely available on YouTube and Vimeo. So let's consider what's the traditional video editing process. So imagine there are 2 video sources, and inside them we find 3 useful clips: purple, yellow, and green. After editing, they are concatenated to make the edited videos and the gray parts will be discarded. Since the video available on YouTube and Vivo only have the edited videos, so we need to do the reverse process. We need to detect these cut points, and break them up into clips. But in this way, we only have information from one side. The gray part is missing. This makes this task much difficult, but allow us to utilize all the videos in the YouTube and the Vivo. So that's the reason our paper is called Learning Where to Cut from Edited Videos. To make it clear, there are 3 steps to utilize our data. First step, we use a shortcut detection. We detect cuts in the video. We have a video, use shortcut detection, make them into different clips. Secondly, generate positive and negative samples. So for the starting point problem, the first 2 seconds in each clip is considered as a positive sample. Others are all negative samples. Positive and negative samples are not overlapped. Then we can use a neural network to train classifier. Note that the differences between shortcut detector and our model. The shortcut detector fails when the window includes a cut. Our model sees continuous unedited clips, and the window never contains any cut. Now, talking about model, we have 3 inputs: RGB pixel value, mask assign label, which comes from a pre-trained model, and we use a 1-by-1 convolution to project this feature into 3 channels. We have a pre-trained optical flow model that computes a 2D motion vector for each pixel. These inputs are aligned in pixel level and could be directly concatenated and to be used in the rest of the 3D ResNet block. We make some improvements over standard cross entropy and replace it with the contrastive loss and employ a curriculum learning strategy where we progressively generate samples with increasing level of difficulty for the network to learn. In the easy scheme, we sample the positive from another clip in the same video and the negative from a different video. In the video scheme, negative comes from a different clip in the same video, which is more similar to the anchor. We then make the scheme harder by moving the negative sample into the same clip while moving the positive sample to another video. In this way, the network needs to learn shared features between 2 visually distinct positive samples and then learn 2 distinct samples of different classes on the same things. Now check our data set. We have 3 data sets that are all public. We list some basic statistics in the table. We did a detailed ablation study of our model. We use a standard 3D ResNet model. It works on this task because the classification accuracy is just about 50%. With our improvement, we introduce optical flow and mask assign label, our design, and our sampling strategy. This sample, the result is much improved to 80%. To see its actual performance, we did a user study just like previous user study on ground truth. In ground truth, the human could get 76 to 90% accuracy. This means there is a consensus among participants. In the test set, human gets 71 to 80% of accuracy. This means our model has a consensus with human. Beyond that number, we want to verify how it actually predicts in a video. We feed one of the tested video into the model and see its output. You can see the model predict a good amount of cut points since the recall is 87%. But there are also a lot of false positives since the precision is only 20%. Talk about applications in other ways. Our method could significantly increase the speed compared to traditional frame-by-frame editing. Thanks, and we will talk more in the Q&A section. And please check out the project website, which includes the code player, the A/B test we performed, and some video demos. Thank you.
All right, so that was the first poster session. So I wonder if there is any question from the audience, like authors can unmute themselves, like ask to each other, any question they may have. If there are no questions, I do have one question for, I think it was Daniel. I don't know if Daniel is around.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, yeah. So I think this is a great work about the video transformer network. You mentioned like in your poster that it may allow to actually process very long videos, right? But I was wondering like if you have studied like the effect of shortcuts in those models, because usually in long videos, those are going to be probably edited and then you will have these continuities across shots. So I wonder if like the video transformers like catch up these artifacts, or like how do they model these shot transitions in long videos, or is it something you have a study, or is it something you think that may have an influence on the model?
Yes, so actually we did look at it, but not in the like open data sets, but in our own unique data sets. And actually the attention mechanism of the transformers are unable to ignore or even to look at different cuts of the videos differently. So it has a built-in support for such things.
Great, thanks. Does anybody else have a question for the authors?
I have one question to the author of Video Transformer, that paper. So I want to ask you, how long can your model successfully model in the video sequence? Say, how many frames can your model successfully model in your proposed transformer network?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It depends on how you sample your video. I mean, if you sample every frame, or if you do it at 1 FPS, so 1 frame for each second, let's say in our experiments in like typical GPU, we achieve more than 2 hours of inference of video.
I see. Have you compared the approach with, I know Facebook, because I have a very similar video transformer framework called Timesformer. Have you compared?
Yeah, so actually, yeah, some of the work is based on ours. Yeah, and it's a bit different because they embrace the traditional way when they work on clips and not the whole video. So actually, if you want to do inference in their approach, you will need to break your video into, again, clips, and by that you're going to increase your inference time. You will achieve very competitive and good results probably, but again, you'll pay in your inference.
I see.
And it's,
so your inference will be much faster. I assume that. Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, so we may have time for one more question. So is the author of like the plot previews around?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Bhagyashree.
All right, yeah. So yeah, that's an amazing work. I really like that poster. And like, how would you define the difference between a plot preview and a trailer from a movie or a series? Like, what are like the characteristics of a plot preview versus kind of like a trailer?
Yeah, that's a good question. Trailers typically tend to have different shots and multiple scenes. Trailers are of longer duration than previews are. Netflix actually has already introduced the concept of previews. Previews are previews let the user to kind of help them in fast browsing, where trailers are kind of ad of the movie. Previews gives the hint of story, characters, tone, etc. And trailers, the main purpose of trailers is to generate curiosity. So preview selection is kind of, we have approached it as a scene selection task. So it is an easier task to automate than trailer generation, we believe. Trailer generation needs a lot of creative work.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're like getting to the top of the session. And thank you all the poster presenters and authors for staying up late. I know that some of you may be in some part of the world where it's already late, so thank you all for hanging out with us. And now we're jumping into the second session, poster session and invited talks. So here we will have a series of work, invited and also extended abstracts as well. So please stay tuned with us, and I'm gonna play the video.
Hello everyone, welcome to this introduction of our work, Paint Transformer, Feed-Forward Neural Painting with Stroke Prediction. As shown in these examples, neural painting refers to the procedure of producing a series of strokes for a given image and non-photorealistically recreate it. Typically, there are two major components in this task. The first one is stroke predictor to generate parameterized strokes given a target image. In neural painting, neural networks are widely used as the generator. The second one is stroke renderer to paint the produced strokes on a canvas to render the painting results. To enable the training of neural painting pipeline, the stroke renderer should be differentiable for optimization. In the literature, we can mainly divide existing methods into two categories. On the one hand, some works view neural painting as a sequential decision-making problem and use reinforcement learning to solve it. Once trained, strokes can be generated by the RL agent in one feed-forward pass, so the inference efficiency is satisfactory. However, in reinforcement learning, it is not easy to train a stable RL agent. On the other hand, there are also some works searching for a set of stroke parameters iteratively in a large search space. Such optimization process does not need training for a stroke predictor, but the time-consuming optimization significantly limits their application in practice. Different from this method, in this paper, we view the problem of neural painting from a new perspective, which is stroke set prediction. Under such setting, the training can be more efficient, which takes less than 4 hours on a single GPU. And in the inference time, we can obtain the final painting in near real time under the resolution of 512. The contribution of this paper can be summarized as follows. First, we formulate neural painting as a set prediction problem, where parameters of a set of strokes are generated in parallel. Interestingly, object detection is also a typical set prediction problem, and we can build a bridge between these two tasks. Then, inspired by recent object detector DETR, we consider strokes as rotated objects and propose a novel transformer-based stroke predictor. Different from object detection, no labeled training data is available for stroke predictor. To address this issue, we propose to use randomly synthesized data. Experiments demonstrate that the model has great generalization ability on real-world images. We start the introduction of our method from stroke definition and design of stroke renderer. In this paper, we mainly consider rectangular stroke, which can be defined by center coordinate of the stroke, rotation angle, height and width, and stroke color. Under such definition, we conduct a fine transformation on a primitive brush based on shape parameters to warp the primitive brush towards the correct position and colorize it. Therefore, our stroke renderer is a parameter-free module without the necessity of training. Meanwhile, the affine transformation is also differentiable as we expect. Our stroke predictor takes two images as input. One is the current canvas IC, and the other is the target image IT. It predicts a set of strokes which can cover the difference between IC and IT. Inspired by DETR, we propose a transformer-based architecture. IC and IT are encoded by convolutional networks and transformer encoder firstly. Then, several stroke queries are set to transformer decoder, and the decoder output parameters of a set of strokes and their corresponding decision scores. Only strokes with positive decision scores are painted on the canvas. Given the design of our stroke predictor, the core problem is how to train it without annotated dataset as the case in object detection problem. In this paper, we propose a novel self-training framework based on randomly generated strokes. First, we randomly sample a foreground stroke set and a background stroke set, and generate a canvas image based on the background strokes, and a target image based on the canvas and foreground strokes. Then, stroke predictor tries to predict parameters of the foreground stroke set. The stroke renderer paints the generated strokes on the canvas image to obtain the predicted image. In this way, the optimization can be conducted on both pixel level and stroke level by checking the consistency between target image and predicted image, and comparing the foreground stroke parameters and the predicted parameters respectively. The objective on the image level is simple, and we use pixel-wise L1 loss to encourage the consistency between the predicted and target images. On stroke level, we firstly propose some metrics to measure distance between two strokes, which include parameter-wise L1 distance, W distance from a recent work in rotational object detection, and binary cross entropy to measure the decision score similarity. More details on the formulation can be found in the paper. With this matrix, similar to DETR, we find the optimal permutations of generated strokes and target strokes using Hungarian algorithm, which produces minimal total strokes distance. Note that, although in neural painting, stroke order is an important issue, we set the objective of learning stroke order to the image level, and on stroke level, loss is computed under the optimal permutations. In the inference time, we design a coarse-to-fine inference pipeline as shown in the right side. The inference is conducted on several coarse-to-fine scales. Painting on each scale is dependent on results of the previous scale. In each scale, several non-overlapped patches would be processed independently in parallel, and the result of each scale is derived by combining those patches together. There is an example of painting on 5 scales. In qualitative comparisons, we provide our results by painting on 2 different numbers of scales, result by optimization baseline and by RL baseline. From these results, we can observe that compared with optimization baseline, our method produces finer painting results in those texture-rich areas and produces fewer and bigger strokes in those texture-less areas, as a human painter would do. Compared with RL baseline, we can generate more vivid results with clear brushes and proper artistic abstraction. The quantitative results on the left side also spots the observation in the previous slide. In the efficiency analysis on the right side, our method enjoys the best inference and training efficiency. The inference is slightly faster than RL baseline and significantly faster than optimization baseline. The training takes less than 4 hours, which is more efficient than both baselines in terms of total training time. Moreover, our method does not require users to provide training images. Such data-free manner makes it even more convenient. Here are some animated results. Here are some more interesting extensions. For example, we can change the primitive brushes with other shapes or textures without retraining the stroke predictor. Combining with neural style transfer, we can also achieve stylized painting. In conclusion, Paint Transformer reformulates the neural painting problem from a set prediction perspective and predicts a set of strokes in a feed-forward way. A self-training pipeline based on synthesized data is proposed to train the stroke predictor, which demonstrates excellent generalization ability on real-world images. Experiments demonstrate that Paint Transformer can generate paintings with better trade-off between artistic abstraction and realism, and achieve high training and inference efficiency at the same time. Code and model are available to public. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to contact us.
Hello, I'm Frost from KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. It's my pleasure to share my recent work on this CVU workshop for creative video editing and understanding. This work was done when I was an intern in SAC, Samsung AI Center, Cambridge, and many thanks to the collaborators during my internship. So let's start by defining the task. Temporal localization is a set of tasks that are interested in one problem, that is, when does the it happen? So based on the different context or problem definition, it can have different meanings. For example, in temporal action localizations, the word it can be referred to an action. And also in video grounding task, it can be a language description for some part of the video. And also in a task called step localization, it can be one step in a set of steps that need to be aligned with an instructional video. So here we show a typical solution, the two-stage training pipeline. In the first stage, we have a clip classification task. And in the second stage, since we already have the model pre-trained, we will use it as a video encoder, which means the classifier will represent the video into a set of features. Then we can build our localization models on top of the features. So if we have a closer look to the two-stage pipeline, and there is an issue. So the issue is in the training stage 1, we do it by action recognition task. But in the second stage, we want the video encoder works for a temporal localization task. So we can find there is a task gap between action recognition and temporal localization. So the reason behind the gap is the fact that we can always find a large-scale action recognition dataset such as kinetics, but we don't have such a dataset that have the boundary or the change of actions that clearly annotated. And this is our basic intuition of this BSP work. The basic idea of BSP is we somehow construct a boundary dataset such that we can use it for pre-training task. By analyzing some existing boundaries in current localization dataset, we define and synthesize action boundaries of 3 different types. So here we show one example called different class boundaries. In this work, we proposed a way to use the boundary dataset for boundary sensitive pre-training. So in our study, we find that it's still necessary to keep the original action recognition task. However, the boundary sensitive feature can be work as a complementary information to the action recognition information. So this is how do we evaluate our representations. Whenever we have a video encoder, we can pre-extract the features of the videos, and then we can apply different kind of localizations models or different localization tasks by comparing the performance with or without boundary sensitive features, and we can see how important that the boundary sensitive feature is. Here are our main results on 3 datasets and 3 tasks respectively. And our observation is that whenever we have a BSP feature involved in the representations, there is always performance gap. So here's the conclusion of our BSP work. BSP can strongly enhance the vanilla model with boundary sensitive feature representations. And if we take another perspective of this work, the improvement of video feature representations can be beneficial for multiple video understanding tasks. So this can be another research direction on video understanding. Thank you for watching.
Hi everyone, my name is Patrick Edelman and I'm presenting CMVE, a framework for multimodal video editing. This is a collaborative work done between Fovea, Columbia University, and the City University of New York. Automated video editing from text is an emerging problem posed by increasing amount of user-generated content and advancements in multimodal learning. It first requires understanding of video through extracting key events, characters, and objects. Next, it requires segmenting videos into clips, which is typically done through dense captioning or clustering to allow for video retrieval. Lastly, it requires modeling creative decision-making by video creators who use editing software to compose a new video from individual clips given some text query. Recent methods have addressed these problems by improving aspects of the editing pipeline, the quality of search, video metadata extraction, or interface design to automate editing workflows. On the other hand, researchers have focused on synthesizing video segments from text, but these are often short clips in controlled settings or require large amounts of raw footage. CMVE is the first pipeline for automated editing where the goal is driven by a storyline of the output video and is flexible enough to edit long-form video. Our approach attempts to create a video given an input query, a database of existing videos with descriptions, and at least one reference sample used to weigh similarity between objects, known entities, and perceptual metrics. Specifically, we score the database of videos by text embedding similarity using the universal sentence encoder with the input query. Next, we utilize a clip segmentation model to process single camera shots from this database in order to synthesize a new video. For each clip, we capture a representative thumbnail and detect recognizable figures, bounded objects, and unbounded concepts. Professional video editors often use reference video to guide their video editing decisions, so to mimic that, CMVE learns a style vector from a reference video. CMVE places an importance on the retrieval of the first clip of the output video. This clip is then used to dictate the selection of subsequent clips, which are ranked based on the reference score vector describing the similarity to the reference clip. CMVE calculates the overlap between the input text description and within video similarity measures. We learned from a single reference sample by calculating the perceptual similarity of composing shots by mapping VGG feature activations to perceived similarity of thumbnails. Next, we calculate the average cosine similarity between objects and concepts in the clips using standard object recognition models. Lastly, we relate the reference sample video to the reference input query by weighing the part-of-speech dependency tags of recognized entities. In this way, we learn a single vector weighing the perceptual, object, and concept similarity of clips in the reference sample, along with an entity weight vector that describes how clips weigh recognizable entities in the editing style. During video editing, we synthesize a video compilation for each sentence of the input text query and concatenate clips into a coherent video. We retrieve the first clip based on description similarity distance and entity overlap score. Next, we score the remaining clips in the database using the learned score vector representing perceptual, object, and entity similarity. We applied CMVE on a news compilation video dataset. We chose a variety of news topics from 2020 relevant to the US news market and selected a total of 12 input storylines used to edit short compilation videos. Each video was also edited by a professional, which we used as the ground truth in assessing the quality of CMVE edits and as a reference sample. We arrived at the following learned entity and similarity weights, which indicates that the editing style of reference samples depended on known entities being the subject of clips, and a relatively larger weight on object similarity over perceptual similarity for news editing. We recruited 80 study participants who rated the quality of professional and CMVE edits across all topics. CMVE shows competitive performance with professional edits, with less than 5% rating difference on average across topics. We found performance to be topic-specific, but found no effect of entity presence on the video quality. We provide pseudocode of our implementation along with an online demo of CMVE. On our demo page, you're able to view the professional edit side by side with the CMVE edit.
Today I am glad to talk about our work, ASC.NET, Self-Supervised Video Representation Learning with Appearance Speed Consistency. First, I will introduce the background of self-supervised video representation learning. Video analysis has become one of the most active research topics. However, high-quality video data with labels for analysis requires massive efforts of human annotation, which is hard to scale up. In contrast, millions of unlabeled videos are freely available on the internet. Thus, learning meaningful representations from unlabeled videos is crucial for video analysis. In self-supervised learning, the proper learning objectives are set to obtain supervision from the unlabeled data themselves. These objectives are called pre-text tasks. Unfortunately, some challenges still exist in self-supervised video representation learning. First, videos contain rich spatial information, for example, the background scene and the appearance of objects. Also, videos contain rich temporal information, such as the movement of humans and objects. These forms of information are helpful for downstream video understanding tasks and hard to learn simultaneously. Second, since videos have no annotations, it is challenging to get proper supervision signals for representation learning. So, the pivotal problem to solve is how to get supervision signals from the video itself to learn both motion and appearance features. Most previous works attempt to solve the challenge by designing pretext tasks, including future prediction, temporal order sorting, playback speed prediction, and so on. Particularly, the playback speed prediction task brings an effective supervision signal due to its nature of paying attention to the movement of objects. To be specific, video can be sped up by adjusting FPS and the speed can be the label. This task improves the quality of motion features extracted by the models. However, there are some limitations for existing pretext tasks. First, some of the approaches rely on pre-computed motion information, for example, optical flow, which is computationally heavy, particularly when the dataset is scaled up. Second, while negative samples play important roles in instance discrimination tasks, it is hard to maintain their quality and quantity. Moreover, same-class negative samples can be harmful to the representations used in downstream tasks. We observe that the consistency between positive samples is the key to learn robust video representation. Given a set of unlabeled data, we sample a collection of video clips at different playback speeds and apply different argumentations. Then, we use an encoder to extract features for each clip. We design two pretext tasks to encourage models to capture the consistency between clips. The first task is named Appearance Consistency Perception, or ACP. Since different data augmentations and playback speeds do not change the content of the clip, we expect the appearance features to be always similar. The ACP task aims at capturing this consistency. We implement this by minimizing the representation distance between two augmented clips from the same video. Following BYOL, we use an online encoder and a target encoder, projection heads, and an additional predictor on top of the online branch. Then we achieve the goal by minimizing the L2 loss between the output representations. The other task is named Speed Consistency Perception, or SCP. Direct prediction of speed may be suboptimal because the changes of some motion may not be obvious under different playback speeds. So we only minimize the distance between the same playback speed. The implementation is similar to the previous one, except that the predictor and projection heads are independent of those in the ACP task. Compare the speed of unrelated videos does not make much sense, so we propose an appearance-based feature retrieval framework to collect similar videos for the SCP task. We evaluate the effectiveness of our ASC.NET on downstream action recognition and video retrieval tasks. We pre-train models on the training set of the Kinetics 400 dataset and fine-tune our ASC.NET on the first training split of UCF 101, HMDB 51 with labeled videos for downstream task evaluation. We compare our method with the state-of-the-art self-supervised learning methods. In Table 3, we compare experiments with different evaluation protocols used in prior works. In Table 4, we show the effect of pre-training epochs. For a fair comparison, we list our ASC.NET trained with two common architectures in Table 2 to compare with SOTA. Our ASC.NET achieves the best results over the two datasets under two settings. Remarkably, we achieve 90.8% accuracy on the UCF 101 dataset, which outperforms the pre-trained model fully supervised on ImageNet. We also compare our ASCNet with SOTA methods on the nearest neighbor video retrieval task. Our method surpasses all the considered SOTA methods and achieves the highest accuracies under different values of k. In conclusion, we proposed an unsupervised video representation learning framework named ASCNet, which leverages the appearance and speed consistency between videos. We also propose an appearance-based retrieval strategy to reduce the conflict between the appearance and speed consistency perception tasks. Extensive experiments show that the features learned by ASCNet perform better on action recognition and video retrieval tasks. Thank you for watching this video.
Hello everybody, my name is Kai Ganji. I'm a senior at Stuyvesant High School in New York City, and today I'll be presenting my paper titled AnyVid, a novel anime video dataset with applications in animation. My motivation for this project stemmed from the issue of Japanese animators being overworked and underpaid, as episodes require an average of approximately 3,000 drawings total, which is quite laborious. As a result, researchers have been developing AI-based tools that can automate certain steps of the animation production process, such as sketch editing, character generation, and line art colorization. I propose the use of the first order motion model, abbreviated as FOMM, to automatically animate a source image using the motions extracted from a driving video. Thus, my contributions can be summarized as follows. First, I developed a semi-automatic data collection pipeline, which is used to construct AnyVid, a novel anime video dataset. And using this, in the process of constructing AnyVid, I trained a YOLO v5 anime face detection model that outperforms other current models for this task. Lastly, I trained FOMM on AnyVid to automatically animate still images of anime characters. Just to provide a brief overview of the dataset, there are 34,221 videos compiled from 19 different anime series. The average length of each video is 2.74 seconds, average frame rate of 23 FPS, and they come in MPEG encodings and H.264 containers. And just for reference, here are two videos from the AnyVid dataset. And this diagram summarizes my dataset collection pipeline. So I compiled 90 different shows from an anime streaming site, and I download these shows using the anime-dl command line program. Upon downloading them, I took these full-length episodes and split them into shorter clips based on the detected shot boundaries from the Transnet V2 model. On the side, I trained a YOLO v5x model on the Pixiv image dataset, and I evaluated this model on these shorter video clips. And any video clips with faces detected were kept, and video clips without faces detected were eliminated from the dataset. Lastly, I performed the task of motion detection on these clips using the DVR scan model. Any clips that did not have any detected motion were removed from the dataset as they would not be suitable training data for the first order motion model. As I said before, I performed the experiment of anime face detection using the YOLO v5 model. It was trained on a Pixiv image dataset of 6,173 images. And as you can see, these are the metrics and results, where MAP is at 0.5 is the mean average precision at IOU threshold of 0.5, and MAP at 0.5, 0.05, 0.95 is the mean average precision at an IOU threshold of 0.5, with a step size of 0.05 up to IOU threshold of 0.95. The second experiment was the first order motion model, which was trained on AnyVid, which extracts the movements from a driving video and projects them onto a source image. So here's an example of a qualitative results. Here's a driving video. And these are the results after extracting the motions from the driving video onto the source image. And here are some quantitative results. So just to preface, the first order motion model was trained on 5 different datasets when released to the public: Bear, Fashion, UVA, Nemo, Taichi, and VoxLab. And I evaluated the performance of each of these 5 separate trained models onto my AnyVid dataset. So to evaluate the performance of the first order motion model, I first performed the task of video reconstruction on my test set. And this is done by implementing FOMM on the first frame of each video, using the video itself as the driving video. I then compare each frame from the ground truth video to the generated video using 6 image similarity metrics as shown here. As you can see, this performance when trained and evaluated on AnyVid outperforms the other trained iterations of this model when evaluated on AnyVid as well. In conclusion, AnyVid has numerous other applications for tasks such as frame interpolation and action recognition. I define the novel task of applying the first order motion model to anime specifically. And in future work, I hope to develop the domain adaptation framework, implementing the use of human data. I hope to incorporate live video footage and use this technology for virtual YouTubers as well. Thank you for watching.
Welcome, I'm Robin, and today I will present you our work with Christopher, Marc Christie, and Vicky Caloleton about high-level pictures for movie style understanding. This work is done at L'École Polytechnique and INRIA in France. So first, movies and TV shows represent a large amount of video data that could be exploited. Nevertheless, this content is very complex to analyze and to understand as they operate on multiple sensory and cognitive levels. Most of the current approaches only use low-level features such as the dominant color of the frames or the length of the shots. However, we truly believe that they are not sufficient at all for movie style analyzing. To illustrate the inefficiency of low-level features, we tackled a director classification task using a 3D ResNet with raw frames from a subset of the condensed movies dataset. We can see here the resulting TSNE visualization of the learned representation. We observe 5 natural clusters. We note that each of them is composed by movies in black and white or from the same decade. On this basis, we believe that the network learns low-level visual features such as the amount of blur that highly characterizes the technical evolution of camera over the decades. Therefore, we think that high-level features are needed for movie style analysis. The intuition behind this work is to reproduce the cinematography experts' approach who analyze a movie through different angles. Thus, we designed 7 high-level features that we split in 3 categories. First, character-based features. Characters are in the center of movies. Thus, it is essential to understand how the director shot them and how they progress spatially and temporally. Then, composition-based features. Frame composition gives us information about the complexity of the mise-en-scène of a director. Finally, camera-based features. It's important to understand the camera behavior since this is one way for the director to express intentions. Moreover, camera is also the eye of the audience. I will now present you the 7 features. First, we have 2 character-based features, character segmentation and character pose estimation. For both of these features, we track them within space and time. Then we have 3 composition-based features, 2 that already exist and 1 that we propose. Specifically, the first one is depth estimation with an example of a character coming from the back of the scene. Then we have focus estimation with another great example of a change of focus between foreground and background. Finally, we have frame layering. Frame layering is a feature that we designed that aims to retrieve the structure of a mise-en-scène with the different layers, for instance, foreground, the different middle grounds, and background. Finally, we have 2 camera-based features, one that already exists and one that we propose. Camera pose estimation in the toric space to understand the camera behavior, and then camera motion detection. For the camera motion detection, we designed a pipeline that estimates the 6 degrees of freedom of the camera from the optical flow. Finally, it's important to remind that it's still an open problem, and it paves the way for the future research in this area. Our short-term objective is to design new features such as audio-based features that we do not explore at all in this work. And finally, our long-term objective is to explore latent representation of our models to understand what they learn and which feature is important. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed this work.
This is Reenacting Video Shots with Fictional Characters, work by Joanna Materzyńska, David Bao, and Antonio Torralba. In this work, we present a simple baseline for reenacting videos with popular fictional characters using text input only. Previous methods require an image template of a target character to change the appearance of a person in the source video. Our method uses vision and language similarity networks to drive the generation of retargeted frames. We believe that our method can inspire fan fiction and creative content generation. We first detect people in video frames using a pre-trained person detector and track the predicted bounding boxes across time. Each frame is then encoded using a VQGAN encoder and decoded back. We optimize the latent code of the frame such that the perceptual loss between the original image and the generated image is minimized, and the cosine similarity between the embedding of the person region in the generated frame and the text embedding of the target character name is maximized. We present some results here. The source video is a video shot from the TV show Friends, and target character names come from the movie Lord of the Rings. We showed that our method is able to produce various characters of diverse movies and TV shows. We also qualitatively showed the importance of the perceptual loss to preserve the content of the original frame. We additionally showed that our method is able to can be applied in more general setting to change the style of the background as well as objects presented in the image. Here, the color of the bounding boxes and text corresponds to the embedded regions of image and the text and the embedded text prompts. Thank you for your attention.
All right, so that's the second poster session, and thank you for all the authors who are hanging around. So I do have a question for, I think I saw him around, maybe the author of Editing Like Humans. Are you around in the call?
Hi.
Hey, Patrick. So yeah, great work. I really like the system and the model that you put together. Like, and it's quite impressive to see like the quality of edits that you were able to make with the system. So yeah, impressive work. I do have a question about like whether the system can generate edits or can generate, can retrieve edits from prompts. So basically that's the idea. Given that, let's say you have a prompt, can you generate edits that contain multiple shots for a given prompt? Or are you doing a one-to-one matching of one prompt to one shot?
So the prompt does pull multiple shots. Or do you mean like a different edit? Like present 3 different edits, for example?
Yeah, exactly. And instead of like matching it to a single one, can you generate alternative of it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
So we didn't directly explore that, having different ones, but we did use, like we have that style vector that I mentioned that is weighing things like perceptual similarity of shots and different objects, and you could basically tweak that vector. So the vector that we ended up with was based on news videos, so we think that it represents the style of news videos. So you might be able to tweak that vector into a different style that weighs perceptual similarity of shots really heavily and get a different edit. We didn't explore that in terms of studying how viewers might see those different edits or as an appropriate for news or any other context, but that's sort of how we designed it. And that was actually some of the design was if we had this sort of singular vector that sort of weighs the different parts, you could achieve theoretically different styles.
Yeah, maybe a follow-up question. Yeah, this is a bit like...
I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
That's me or you.
Can somebody else hear me?
Oh, there we go. Sorry, it was me.
Yeah. So maybe a follow-up question is about like, I think like you did pretty good job at doing this quantitative analysis from the user study perspective, but where do you think we should focus on to try to make like the evaluation easier? Like, I mean, we're in computer vision and we're very used to kind of like data sets and metrics. So what would be the way to go if we want to formalize this in the computer vision community?
So that's something that we've thought about. We came from this approach of worrying about what actual viewers would think of content. So we weren't trying to, aren't aware of any sort of benchmark data set in terms of like how viewers respond to video or how appropriate viewers think a video is for a particular context. So we kind of see like building a data set of, understanding how videos make sense in context for viewers, as in like, these are appropriate news videos or these videos match the topic. And we'd love to hear if there are anyone who has sort of a sense of a benchmark data set for that kind of task. But that sort of was the justification for doing the more qualitative assessment.
Great. Yeah, thank you. All right, so I think that, I mean, we're getting to the top of the hour and now we're moving into the industry session. So thank you again to all the poster presenters that stay up late. I think, I know that a lot of you guys are around the world and in many places it's already very late. So thank you for staying with us. Now I will let Don to host the next session, that is the industry session. So yeah, Don, please take it away.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is very exciting. So especially on Sunday afternoon, you guys could stay with us. My name is Don. I'm a research scientist at Netflix. In the next couple of hours, I will be moderating the industry spotlight session. So first, we are delighted to have you here in the industry spotlight session. It will be excited to have so many talks from different companies. So the purpose of this session is to showcase how creative AI is deployed in various real-world applications. So I think this is really important given that a lot of social and economic impact is through the deployment of creative AI models in industry products. So in this session, so the setup is as follows. So we will have 6 speakers from different companies, and each speaker will give a 15-minute talk followed by 3 minutes Q&A session. So on this Zoom page, if you look at the bottom, there's a chat box. For any questions you have, please type them in the chat at any time. So I will monitor these questions and read them to the speaker in the Q&A session at the end of each talk. There's other option. You can, if you want to speak to the speaker directly, please raise your hand. We can unmute you, and then you can speak to the speaker as well. So I hope everything's clear. With that, I want to With honor, I want to introduce our first speaker, Joon-Young Lee. Joon-Young Lee, actually, he's a research scientist at Adobe Research, and he has done a lot of very impactful work on video editing. So we are glad to have him today with us and talk about his recent work on video object segmentation. Joon-Young, it's yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Let me share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then thank you for the introduction, and let me start my presentation. So today I'll talk about video segmentation for video editing. So why are we interested in video segmentation problem? So video segmentation is a key step to produce this video edited video clips. So to give you a better idea, so I prepare one real editing example. So for this kind of editing, we first need to select the target object at every video frame. Then we can apply editing operation to the foreground background layers. This is just 8-second long video clip. So I actually tried mask selection using Adobe After Effects. As you can see, it requires significant amount of time and effort to get reliable selection result. So after 20 minutes of trying, I actually gave up and I was really disappointed. And this is why object selection in video is not accessible for many of most of common users, and why I'm interested in video segmentation. So since 2017, we have been doing a lot of research to develop a better solution. So before jumping into my research work, I want to show a brief overview of video segmentation research problem. So in the first category, the automatic video object segmentation aims to segment objects automatically using visual and motion salience cue. Another big category is interactive object segmentation. And also, according to the types of interaction, there are 3 major subtopics. In the semi-supervised setting, we assume fully annotated object mask at the first frame is given and aim to develop a robust mask propagation module. In the interactive setting, we take partial update script from user and aim to develop a system for segmenting the target object throughout the video. In the wrapping scenario, we take language description instead of direct pixel level mask information. And the other category is semantic-based segmentation. These are video tasks that are equivalent to semantic and instance and panoptic segmentation in the image domain. I've been worked on many of these tasks, and today I mainly talk about my research work on the semi-supervised video segmentation. Again, in the semi-supervised VS task, we assume ground truth mask at the first frame is given. Then goal is to estimate the object mask for the remaining frame. When we started this research in 2017, there are 2 main approaches. One is mask propagation, basically mask tracking from previous frame to the current frame. And the other one is one-shot detection approach, as we have one reliable mask at the first frame. Since we didn't have large-scale video annotation, there was a common key component called online learning, meaning that fine-tune the network on the given ground truth mask at the test time. This is good for improving accuracy, but resulted in slow inference. which is a critical problem for using interactive segmentation scenario. From the beginning of the research, I have interactive application in mind, so we aim to develop a solution without online learning. The very first trial we did is making a stronger network, which can take advantage of both tracking and detection approach. We designed our reference guide mask propagation network, which perform tracking and detection jointly. This is a detailed architecture, but I skip the description and explanation of it. And to avoid online learning, large amount of training data is essential. But while we didn't have large-scale video annotation, we have much larger image segmentation data. So we proposed two-stage training. So we first simulated video data using image segmentation dataset, and then pre-train our network on the simulation data. Then we fine-tune our network on video training data. And then this is the result we got in 2017 using the network. And with the new architecture and training scheme, we were able to achieve strong performance without online learning and without any post-processing. And we presented this RGMP work in CVPR 2018, and our work becomes a standard training pipeline for BOS. And I believe it opens up the possibility of deep BOS, like a video segmentation network in the interactive masking application. So the RGMP made big progress in video object segmentation performance, but actually the result wasn't satisfying enough to be used in real application. So one major problem we observed is unstable long-range propagation, especially with occlusion or rapid appearance changes. We reviewed our method and found that there is one important missing piece of information. We made RGMP to use both first and last frame information, but the information in all the intermediate frame are not used at all. So we propose new approach called space-time memory network that possibly use all the available information, including intermediate frame. In high level, if we have history information on the left and current frame on the right, then we can match the pixel between left and right, and possibly we'll have pretty good idea which pixel should be a background and which pixel should be a foreground. And we implement this idea and this concept using memory network and attention-based memory reading. So we first start from standard encoder and decoder architecture, but there's no information in here for the target. And then actually the key is this left memory part. We encode all the previous history data information in this using this memory part and store it into the memory. Then we match the pictures between memory on the left and query on the right and retrieve mask information from the memory. Then it is used for the mask prediction using the decoder. This is a detailed implementation of our space-time memory matching and retrieval module. With this network, we made a significant improvement over RGMP and also SOTA network with lots of bells and whistles. This work was presented in ICCV 2019, And this work, we propose novel paradigm for BOS called memory-based approach. And I think this becomes mainstream approach in the latest video object segmentation research. But this is not the end of the story. Even though STM is pretty powerful, but we still found the limitation of the STM. The one obvious limitation we found was there's no memory matching in the final scale. So matching only happen in this at this coarse scale. So we might not retrieve the fine detail information from the main memory. So one naive solution for this problem will be performing multi-scale memory matching. But if we naively do this memory matching in the multiple scale, then it results in very expensive memory computation. At the same time, this fine scale memory feature isn't semantically stable. So the matching result, we'll end up with a very noisy matching in the fine scale. To remedy this problem, we propose coarse-to-fine hierarchical memory matching. So in here, we propose top K guided sparse matching module, which is pretty much same with the standard multi-scale hierarchical matching process. So we first do this dense matching at the coarse scale, and then the matching result at that scale actually guide the matching in the final scale. And then with that, actually there's such matching candidate will be significantly reduced, so we can get much robust and much efficient memory matching result in the fine scale. So this is a detailed, more high-level illustration. So we have query and memory matching at this coarse scale, and then we select top K best matches, and then the final scale, the matching candidate only they're limited to those cases. So, and another limitation we found in the STM was that there's no temporal constraint. Since dense memory matching happen globally, so no locally, so there's no temporal constraint at all. So we propose this kernel guided memory matching to impose temporal constraint in this matching process. To illustrate what a temporal constraint in here means, in STM, in our previous work, the memory matching between memory and query is global. So if we match this point to the memory, then actually this could be matched with any of this airplane, because this airplane is so similar each other. But in our guided memory matching, we actually constrain our memory matching process with some temporal kernel, so we can correctly match corresponding airplane in here. With these two modules, we was able to further push our STM performance to the state-of-the-art level. And we presented this work in this ICCV conference. So in short, we extend STM to perform multi-scale memory matching, and we propose two matching modules here. And then what's next? So far, I have been focused on video object segmentation, which results in binary mask. But in fact, in the many editing scenario, we need like a soft mask. It's like a basically matching problem. And we are working on this kind of like the alpha matching problem in video. And my work so far also used in like a product in Adobe, and like one of the like distinguished result is Rotobrush 2 in Adobe After Effects in 2021. And these are like the results I collected from YouTube, like a several like user enjoy using Rotobrush 2 and generate this kind of like interesting result. And to summarize, I worked on several work in this semi-supervised video object segmentation, and also we made like good impact in research community and also the product. And also, I briefly want to introduce our work in ICCV and CVPR 2020 in here. So in ICCV, we propose reporting video segmentation dataset. So this is a very first large-scale reporting video segmentation dataset. So this is a statistics, and with this new data set, also we propose architecture, and we hosted a YouTube US challenge in the last CVPR. And another work I want to highlight in the last year is video panoptic segmentation. So panoptic segmentation is so popular in image domain. So we propose new video panoptic data set and the benchmark in the last year CVPR. And yeah, and then I think this time is almost time's over, so I just summarize. Here's the a list of the paper we presented, and here is the collaborators. And in the last, we are hiring we are hiring full-time researcher and research intern for the next year. And even though I explained most about video segmentation, but our research scope is not limited to the segmentation, but also we perform many other video research to make breakthroughs in video editing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joon-Young, for that insightful talk. So we almost run out of time, but let me ask you one quick question. So I know I really like your work on memory network. I know it's kind of like a hard baseline for many graduate students to beat in their experiment. So I want to ask you, in your memory network, you have in your diagram you showed in the talk, you have the query embedding, key embedding, vary embedding. You have the attention mechanism, right? So I want to ask you, can you comment the difference between your memory network versus transformer?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Actually, when we did that research, frankly, we wasn't fully aware of the transformer network. We know the transformer, but we didn't really delving into the detail of the transformer network. But in the end, we got a lot of inspiration from non-local network, which is actually also the vision adaptation of the original transformer network. So that's why in the end, the network architecture is so similar. And I think in general, so memory reading module in STM is kind of similar to the transformer decoder. And I think that just you can actually implement the exact same thing with transformer decoder. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Unfortunately, we have to move on. Let's thank Joon-Young again for that great talk.
Thank you.
So now I want to introduce our second speaker. Our second speaker is Anastasis, geomatics. He's from RunwayML. So currently, he's a CTO and co-founder of RunwayML. So RunwayML is a startup company based in New York City with the mission of building the next generation of creative tools. Today, he's here with us to share with us his journey towards this ambitious goal. Anastasis, the stage is yours. Please take over.
Thank you, Dong. So I want to start by thanking the organizers of this workshop. It's been like an amazing set of talks and presentations, and I'm like more excited than ever to be working on those problems. So I'm going to talk a bit about the work that we've been doing at Runway, building next generation tools for video creation that incorporate a lot of machine learning functionality in them. And specifically, I want to talk about some of the challenges on the research and engineering side in incorporating user guidance to manipulate the results of the model and making sure that the tool not only produces good results, but it also allows for a level of control that creatives are used to. So I'm going to focus on, so just for a bit of context on Runway, we are a small team of engineers, artists, designers, researchers that are very focused on reimagining how creative tools should work in the era of machine learning. We're very inspired by all the latest advancements in computer vision, graphics, and we are, but at the same time, we think there's a big gap between what what's there in kind of the research world and what can be productized. And we try to basically bridge that gap, and we try to solve all the challenges along the way in bridging that gap. I'm going to be talking about green screen, which is a tool for rotoscoping. So also interactive video segmentation and presentation. And specifically what we try to do with green screen was to basically automate this like a really manual process of rotoscoping but before I kind of delve into the technical details of how green screen works, I want to briefly mention some of the design principles that we use to guide what we call our magic tools, which are every ML-powered functionality that we bring to our users. So the first principle is like we always want to incorporate user feedback. So users should be able to guide the outputs of the models every step of the way. We think that especially in the case of computer vision models, it's very unlikely that models often produce very imperfect results, especially models that have like dense pixel predictions. And so the only way to deploy them to professional creators and have them be used to create outputs that can be used like in a mass audience is to create all kinds of ways of guiding the outputs of the models. So that might be clicks, that might be scribbles, like natural language interfaces. We're always trying to figure out what are the best ways to guide the models to allow for control. And we also think that even like qualitatively, a model that incorporates different ways of controlling the output of the model, it just feels better. It just allowing the users to explore, to even break the model, to produce results that from a quantitative standpoint might be completely inaccurate, just feels better. And secondly, a very related kind of constraint that we have is like we're really obsessed about latency. Users should be able to preview any change they make in real time. We think that a tool that takes 1 minute to produce results is a very different tool than a tool that takes 1 second to produce results, which is a very different tool than a tool that takes 1 millisecond. And so latency is like one of those things that are not mentioned by the users when it's there, but it's definitely mentioned when it's not there. And one thing I want to note here is that something we noticed with green screen is what green screen achieved is that it changed the standard for what the perceived speed of rotoscoping should be. And so when we started building, when we first released green screen, we did not get a lot of feedback about performance because people were so happy that it worked so fast. But as people got used to the speed of the model, we started getting more and more feedback about performance. And so that's something interesting, that the latency kind of requirements and latest expectations are changing over time. So I want to, before I dive into green screen, I want to also mention like that kind of we're very inspired by works in the past that have that bring together those two principles in a really interesting way. And we are always trying to look at research that kind of has those considerations of efficiency and also for user control. And so one work I want to mention is in those lines is the real-time gradient domain painting work. This is before the deep learning revolution, a SIGGRAPH 2008 paper that basically in the same paper, the authors introduced both a new series of brush tools that allowed operating on an image on the gradient domain, and at the same time, a very efficient multi-grid solver for performing gradient integration that made those brush tools possible. So we look at this kind of research as kind of very instructive for the kind of work we do, where we want to like speed and user control come together to basically create ways of creating content that have not existed before. And so with those principles in mind, I'll just jump right into green screen. Green screen is a rotoscoping tool that's available on the web. It's rotoscoping traditionally involves kind of meticulously like manipulating each individual frame of a video. It's a very manual, tedious process, but what we tried to achieve with green screen was to be able to create a professional quality mask segmentation for the entire video based on user input with only a few clicks on a small sample of the frames of the video. And this is a quick demo of how green screen works. So users would upload the video that they want to segment, and then they, with a few clicks, they can select the subject that they want to segment, and then they can propagate that selection throughout the rest of the video. If they see any inaccuracies at other frames of the video, they can add more clicks to further refine that. And by the way, this is this video is demo in real time, so it's 1x speed. So I'm going to talk about the strategy that we use to solve the green screen problem. So we basically tackle the problem in two separate modules. So the first module was that we call the clicks to mask network, was responsible for generating kind of high quality keyframe masks for a small sample of the frames of the video. And those masks incorporate user input in the form of clicks and to produce segmentations for just those frames. And then we have another model that we call the propagation network that basically uses those keyframe masks to produce a temporally consistent series of masks for every frame of the video. The constraints for both of those modules are different. So for the clicks to mask network, the constraint and the challenge is to allow as much control as possible. We want to incorporate and accommodate for users that only want to use one click to segment the object, or then users who are very like quality focused and want to like incorporate many clicks and further refine. And for the propagation network, the main challenge is speed and like being able to perform that efficiently and produce real-time like interactive results for the users. So the clicks to mask network is a standard like convolutional encoder decoder architecture with the addition of this the click map input. So we, in addition to the single frame they provide to the network, we also provide a map of include and exclude clicks that are additional guidance that the network can use to generate masks. So this is separate from something like semantic segmentation model or a saliency-based model, where which could work well in some cases, but in our use cases, specifically for professional use cases, where we want to accommodate for users that might want to segment a combination of objects that might not have been seen during training, or to segment objects that are not clearly separated by, or are not clearly the most prominent object in the video. Saliency or semantic segmentation models do not perform too well for those cases. In order to train the model, we had to kind of think about how we can generate this data for user sessions of masking. So we generated like hundreds of thousands of synthetic mask sessions. which are where users we simulate multiple rounds of clicking in a subject to segment the subject in a specific frame. And we use the probabilistic model to kind of make a few assumptions about how users would use the green screen model. So we assume, for example, that if users click on a specific region, the next click is going to be somewhere not close to that region. Or we assume kind of a certain variance of number of clicks that we would expect a user to make in a single session. So moving on to the second subproblem we tackled was propagating those keyframe masks to the rest of the video. And so the main task here is to, given the keyframe masks that users have created with the clicks to mask network, learning to interpolate those masks in a smart way to predict masks in frames for which you don't have user-provided ground truth. We also use encoder and decoder unit architecture similar to the clicks to mask network, but we have two main additions here. One is an attention mechanism for spatially matching keyframes with the current frame based on their similarity, and then a point rent style edge refinement module at the end of the decoder that predicts alpha transparency. So we want to provide the option for the user to either generate binary masks or masks like alpha mat, so that which is usually better for compositing the subject in a different background and just generally better for downstream composing tasks. Again, we followed a synthetic dataset generation approach here, where we took hundreds of stock footage videos that show on green screen. We applied a chroma key shader, and then we composed those subjects in different videos. And this strategy allowed us to, it allowed us to kind of massively increase the amount of data that we had to work with. We also had some ground truth manually roto data sets that we were using, but this strategy allowed us to kind of augment that even further. Obviously, like dense labeling of frames is pretty expensive, and so any strategy that allows us to multiply kind of the data set that we can train the model it's been welcome. Lastly, I want to mention some of the challenges we faced around decreasing runtime. So as I mentioned, we needed to produce results for the propagation network in real time. And the strategies that we initially were pursuing were around downsampling in time or spatially. So processing at lower frame rate or processing at much lower resolution. And that obviously decreased the runtime, but it led to a subpar user experience. And especially in the case of lower frame rate, we were skipping frames that the user might want to correct with the clicks to mask network. So we ended up just trying to make the model faster and making sure that we can run a high definition video. And so we pursued a bunch of strategies around the standard kind of quantization and operator fusion, but also made the conscious decision to use architectures that allowed late fusion. So in both the models, there is kind of an interactive branch which incorporates user input, and then a branch of the architecture that is kind of the ground truth input video. And we could do a lot more caching on the ground truth video. We obviously have to recalculate the interactive branch, but this allowed us to not have to spend as much time propagating as the user is making multiple rounds of masking. We don't have to do the same expensive calculation every time. Finally, I want to conclude this talk by bringing up this quote, which informs a lot of what we're doing. We measure success in a lot of different ways when we're building green screen, but one of the main ones is how often we are surprised by the ways that our tools are being used. We are continuously inspired by what users can create once you lower the barrier to entry to using those advanced vision and graphics techniques. And so this is kind of a brief reel of a few of the outputs from green screen and some of the other ML tools that we've been developing. Of course, I'd like to finish the the talk by mentioning that we're actively hiring. We're looking to grow our research team to help us build more magic tools for video creation. So if you're excited by what we're doing, if you want to see your research have like very real world impact and translate into the product very quickly and rapidly and being used by a large audience of creators to make amazing things, we are a good place to work at. So please reach out. Thank you.
Oh, this is amazing. Thank you, Anastasis, for this inspiring talk. I really like the controllability, the green screen tool offers to the user. This is very inspiring. Do we have any questions from the audience? If not, I do have one question. So it's like, this is academia conference, right? People, so most of us would be doing fundamental research. And to us, when you present the green screen, it's like a magic box, right? You compose different things together and it's working perfectly. So I could say in your system, you have the model part, you have the backend infrastructure, you have the front end interface. So I want to ask you a question. Can you comment on the level of difficulty in building each of these components? So are there any components much more challenging than the others, and why? So if one of us want to build some web-based creative AI solution, where should we start with? I want to hear your thought.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say like all those parts are pretty difficult, and especially when working with, so different challenges exist in different of the parts. And a lot of the front-end challenges are around like state management and rendering, and making sure that we can have a responsive interface. On the backend side, it's just optimizing the models and making them performant enough, and also handling like spikes of traffic, especially managing costs, which is a big part of like GPU heavy workloads. And then on the research side, it's just, of course, getting the level of accuracy that like professional creators would expect from a tool, and also incorporating that human guidance. So it's hard for me to pick one, but I would say the intersection of all of them is maybe the difficult part, like getting everyone to kind of speak a common vocabulary and work together to build those tools is, it involves solving a lot of challenges that around productionizing ML that are not necessarily kind of, there's not a lot of research being done. So we kind of, it's a bit of a greenfield opportunity, but which makes it exciting, but it also makes it a lot of trial and error in getting it right.
Oh, that's interesting to know. I think we have one question from Fabian. Fabian, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Anastasis, for the great talk. Truly inspiring to see how RunwayML is transforming video editing. And yeah, so I really like this green screen like technology. It relates a lot to what one of our earlier speakers was mentioning about narration versus narrative, right? So I was saying like today we're focusing a lot on narration, right? So I would say that special effects, green screen, like manipulating pixels, it will take care of the narration part. How can we make the video look better? How can we make it fit a certain kind of like composition we want? But what tools should we build in the future towards like enhancing the narrative part of things? So how can we help editors to improve their creative process, like when they're crafting the story? Is there anything like RunwayML is tackling towards that end?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we are, we have a few active research efforts on that front. We are working on some, like, I think one of the big challenges in video editing is just navigating kind of the sheer like amount of footage that you've like shot on the field, like, and being able to put it together in a way that's kind of informed by kind of high level constraints and not necessarily on kind of low level clip manipulation. So we're working on some techniques for basically being able to use a lot of the models on the kind of the multimodal understanding side of things of something like clip to basically automatically being able to navigate through like large amounts of content and being able to select the right clips to form a story. I think we're still kind of at the I think we're still solving a lot of those low-level challenges of things like segmentation and painting, but that's kind of at the same time we want to solve a lot of those like higher-level challenges that I think could be. A lot of it is maybe retrieval challenges, like being able to bring up the right code at the same time, and also a lot of them seem to be like interface challenges. So being able to operate at a higher level than like maybe not at the level of like individual video clips, but more like scenes or like even like sequences, scenes, and the taxonomy that was brought up earlier. So this is, I think we're still focusing more on the low level, but it's something we're kind of thinking and brainstorming about.
Thank you.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we have to move on. Let's thank Anastasis again for his great talk. Thank you. Now we are going to introduce our third talk. So this talk will be co-presented by two speakers. So one is Anton Marini, the other is Rahul Somani. So they are from one company called Spatial Circumstance. So this is a new company. So it is a computational cinematography R&D company. And its focus is to build machine learning powered tools for professional filmmakers and content creators, with the goal to streamline workflow and solve novel industry problems. That's their mission. So now, Anton and Rahul, please take it away. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I think screen sharing is disabled for us right now.
Oh, so are you co-hosting? Are you the co-hoster?
I don't believe so.
Okay, anybody?
Okay.
Okay, now.
I think that just changed.
Should be able. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Excellent. So today we're going to talk about how we're trying to leverage creative metadata to build better cinematic workflows. And so we were just introduced, so thank you so much for that. And so let's just dive right in. So when we say creative metadata, what do we mean by that? So we think of creative metadata as the language of filmmaking. It's about capturing the intention and the creative decisions used by filmmakers to convey attention, relations, mood, focus, and emotion in service of the narrative. This involves composition, lighting, camera movement, and they're all parts and sometimes even characters of the story. These decisions help define the editing pace, the style, and the genre of films. And if we want to add computation to cinematography, we feel it's really necessary to start from a sort of first principles point of view. It's necessary to learn from the creative intent and the output from filmmakers in their own language. These decisions set the tone, and they're crucial for impactful and memorable movie moments. So let's take a moment to talk about existing metadata in film production. And we think of existing metadata in sort of two tranches. One is what we might call machine metadata. This is metadata that is automatically determined, it's strictly defined, it comes from various machine sources typically, and there's file formats that exist to shunt this metadata around. And on the other hand, we have creative metadata, which can be highly opinionated and subjective, can be loosely defined, and there is no operating standard for this metadata. But creative metadata is an intrinsic part of the production pipeline. It's used in every different department, but the way that this metadata moves from department to department can often be very limited in scope. And if we do have this sort of creative metadata, it's annotated manually in some sort of third-party asset management tool, and so it's very sparse. Again, there's no file format or interchange that reliably works. So creative metadata is like all opt-in. And so the result of this is that there's really no workflows that deeply leverage creative metadata. That's because no one is really aware of the value add for it because it's expensive, it's slow. Today it's siloed, it's sparse, and very inconsistent. And so we sort of asked ourselves, what could you do if it was automated, consistent, and ubiquitous? And so CinemaNet is our sort of response to this opportunity. And so we're going to start out by showing some examples of our creative cinematic metadata inference. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what we can do today with that metadata. So here's a little taste of some of the predictions that we can make. And I know we're running a little late, so I'm going to go quickly through this. And given the fact that we can pull through all of this creative metadata, we can do interesting things with it. And so obviously, archival and search and retrieval is really important. So this is a test data set we did for a client for HBO, where we worked through about 10,000 clips from various episodes. And we wanted to understand the feasibility of finding particular types of creative decisions in these episodes. And this is our internal metadata navigation tool, our inspector, we call it. We can do compound searches for creative metadata. We can navigate live video clips interactively. We can compare references and search for particular types of features. And this is all running on a single desktop locally. And so given this feasibility, we can begin to do other things with creative metadata. So for example, we did a proof of concept for Michael Kors, a fashion designer, where we did real-time edits from a live multi-camera shoot of runway models at a fashion show. And these models, these predictions were fed into a procedural video editing algorithm and exported to a nonlinear editor like Final Cut Pro. And so given this is we thought it was quite successful. With creative metadata, we were able to generate roughly 900 rough cuts of content for over 4 hours at the event, with 300 final reviewed edits. And to be clear, this is early days. There's no narrative, continuity is flexible. This is a stylistic forward type of edit, but it's a proof of concept of cinematic creative metadata. And getting back to HBO, something we were able to do is use creative metadata to mine a library of archive, in this case, the HBO Max streaming archive, and pull out important and interesting moments from our favorite TV shows and episodes, and use creative metadata to select particular shots that are then fed to downstream ML tasks, so separate models. So in this case, we use pose detection, facial key point recognition, and voice recognition to build meaningful interactive experiences that highlight these particular shows. And this was a group effort with a company called Hush Studios and us for HBO. And then we want to talk a little bit about embedding these models into pro apps. And so creative metadata can be used to improve workflows for color correction. And this is a bit of a sneak peek of Color Lab 2.0, which will be coming out soon, that uses creative metadata in really interesting ways that we won't get into today. And then finally, we can improve industry research and reference tools by using creative metadata. So we are very proudly partnering with ShotDeck to learn from creative professionals, from cinematographers, editors, and directors to really understand the nuance of how they're making film. And so I want to pass the mic over to Rahul, and he's going to talk about some of the lower level details on CinemaNet.
Thank you, Anton. So CinemaNet is both a model and a collection of data sets for these models. So why go through the trouble of creating a new model and a bunch of data sets? On the right here, you see ImageNet, and on the left is CinemaNet. So cinematic content is dramatically different from traditional computer vision data sets. There's a far wider diversity of content, framing, lighting, color, and other aspects of visual language. Traditional data sets have a much narrower focus, which is quite limiting for cinematic purposes. So let's break down one frame to better understand this. A film professional would reference the shot in a particular way using terms of their art. And this language is quite natural to them, and it isn't strictly defined. It's just like speaking English. So to get a machine to do this, we need to reverse engineer it, disambiguate the various concepts captured, and tackle them separately to create effective machine learning models. We've worked with our industry partners, ShotTech and Color Lab, to break down this language into a rigorous taxonomy that has over 20 categories and captures over 300 unique concepts. It gets quite tricky to do this rigorously, given the inherent subjectivity of the task. In the short framing taxonomy, for example, we've got medium close-ups, and extreme close-ups. There's consensus on what typical examples of these look like what you see here. But what about the edge cases that lie in between? I'm calling them edge cases, but really they're not. They're just atypical examples that sit at the boundary, and even experts in the field may call them one or the other. So in our approach, each category has its own data set, and we're very rigorous with how we define every class in each category. When you're looking at thousands of samples of adjacent concepts, it gets very difficult to avoid concept drift while labeling data. Being consistent, though, is the key to success. And to ensure that we have crystal clear data to train models, we have each image weighted by 5 to 6 labelers. So here are some interesting questions that we usually come across while doing labeling. This is from a round of object detection labeling, which we're working on right now. And questions like, do we care about the toy biker in the frame? Or do we only care about the actual bikes? Or do we care about the people that are inside the television, or just the people that are watching the television, for example? So now we'll compare CinemaNet with state-of-the-art ImageNet model. We've done a quick experiment here to visualize the differences. So we've got CinemaNet and an EfficientNet L2, which is about 88% accurate on ImageNet. And we take around 2,000 images from our test set, and we extract embeddings for each of them and find nearest matches given a query image. So on top here is the query image, and on the left are the nearest matches based on CinemaNet embeddings. As you can see, it's visually more intuitive on first glance, and it's more useful as a reference. Composition and framing are paid attention to, whereas with EfficientNet, that doesn't seem to be the case here. Now, similarly for this image as well, we get much better matches. This trend is continuous throughout most images in the dataset. And note that these are models with very different capacities and runtimes. CinemaNet is MobileNet based, so it's much lighter. And this difference in performance is really because our dataset captures the concepts that we care about. We've seen this trend happen with other models as well. And right here is a quick comparison between our model and Frozen ResNet 50. So we do better across the board, but you'll see that performance on shot composition and lighting direction, which are particularly cinematic tasks, there's a much wider gap. And we'll dig into why in the coming slides. Our architecture is fairly straightforward. We've got a common backbone for all tasks. And this backbone is heavily fine-tuned for cinematic tasks. And then we've got a head, which is a simple linear layer going from, that takes the embedding as input and outputs class probabilities. And we've got a dedicated head for each task. Now, training this model happens in 2 stages. First, we train just the backbone, and then we do all the heads together. We employ a variant of the teacher-student paradigm. So we've got specialist models for each category. And then all of these models work together to label data for the student network in an unsupervised fashion. Sorry, I mean a semi-supervised fashion. Now this dataset generation is done offline so that we can experiment rapidly and just to keep things simpler, right? Training this model with over 20 tasks gets quite tricky from an optimization perspective. If you don't have labels for all images and all batches, and instead go for a round-robin style training, the latent space just ends up ping-ponging around unstably and the model doesn't converge. However, once you do find the right recipe, you can get a pretty good result. And in this sort of a setting, most of the regularization comes from the diversity of the data itself. When training these models, we also include what we call anticipatory tasks. These are tasks that aren't part of our taxonomy yet, but they may become so later. It's fairly common to have clients request us for features that don't exist yet, and doing a feature extractor update every time we want to add a new feature is simply not feasible in a production setting. So instead, what we want to be able to do is quickly add or swap out a head dynamically while keeping the same backbone so that we can save compute time and also maintain compatibility. So these tasks aren't fully formulated yet, but creating a dataset that's halfway there in anticipation helps us stay agile and add new features a lot faster. So moving on to stage 2, once we're done with training the backbone, we now train each head individually. So from stage 1, we throw away all the heads and we reinitialize all the heads from scratch, and now we train them on crystal clean data that's all been manually vetted multiple times by humans. And since we're doing one task at a time, we also use the task-specific data augmentations. And once we're done with that, we stitch all the models together, and we have a final model. So I want to talk about data augmentation specifically. We found that a lot of common augmentation routines are actually quite harmful for cinematic tasks. This is because with cinematography, every patch of the image is part of the story. And a lot of augmentation techniques don't respect that. And when you're modeling subjective tasks like these, the word objective itself becomes relative. So it's worth taking a step back and thinking about what robustness really means in the cinematic context. So let's look at an image here to better illustrate this. We've got a full shot that's got a balanced composition and it's a 2-shot, but say we apply a random crop augmentation. It becomes a medium shot that's now left heavy, and it's also a clean single. Let's say we apply a random horizontal flip, and this composition now becomes right heavy. So with each augmentation, we actually end up losing information, and this trend continues with other popularly used augmentations too. So if you look at cut mix, for example, which is one of the fancier advanced techniques, you've got a 2-shot and a clean single here, but say we apply cut mix and the labels that we get, which is 64% 2-shot and 36% clean single, just doesn't make sense. So again, this technique ends up hurting us, and we found that this trend continues across most data augmentation techniques. So we have to be very careful about what we choose when training the model. The point of augmentation is to build invariances. You can teach a model to be invariant of left versus right or up versus down. But if you want to do the opposite, you need a data set. So our model runs on a frame-based level. And to extract insights for video, these frame-level predictions allude quite nicely to tabular analysis, which we then do to extract interesting insights. So what you have over here is a preview of our cut detector. We take the predictions from the model, and examining changes between them gives us a pretty good result for seeing where cuts exist. We also use this to find interesting moments or outliers in the footage. So a point where a character starts walking or a point where a character starts talking. And what you see over here is these little blue dots are all the points in the video where our system thinks it's an interesting moment. So we try to bubble these up to the editor to help them speed up their workflow. Now for next steps, we're also working on incorporating object detection into our model. This has been quite tricky because attending to the entire frame gets a little tricky for object detection, and also the nature of the task is so different from everything else that we're doing. So we share weights, but we don't end up sharing all the weights, and are still trying to figure out what the right balance is, because we want to be able to do all of this together in a multitask setting. And what you have here is, right, so summarizing the key takeaways so far. Architecture is only part of the puzzle. To build cinematically useful models, you really need custom data sets and specialized training schemes. We found that optimizing for all tasks together gives us a much better model than if we would have optimized for each one of them individually. Now, speed is really important when we're building production models. Our current model on an M1 Mac Mini can analyze a full-length feature film in just 10 minutes. And that's without skipping any frames. So I'd like to conclude on the note that we think of creative metadata as a first principles approach that's laying the base foundation for the next generation of tools to be built on top of. And we're super excited about the future. We want to thank our industry partners, ShotTech and Color Intelligence, and all the amazing machine learning frameworks that make what we do possible. Yeah, so if you're interested in CinemaNet integrations or access to SDK, please do reach out. And thank you for this opportunity and giving us and listening to us.
Yeah, thank you. This has been really exciting, and I feel like the industry is on the cusp of a really, really cool transformation, and everyone is doing incredible work. So thank you.
Thank you. So this is really amazing talk. This is very inspiring. Do we have any questions from the audience? So Anton and Rahul. I do have a few questions. Maybe I can ask on behalf of the audience. So I see this is like when you build CinemaNet, right? So the fundamental component is the creative metadata. So I could state it as a taxonomy construction, right?
Yeah.
So you can imagine, say, at Netflix or Adobe, say we want to work on different applications, we have to define the task-specific taxonomy as well. So I want to ask you guys, according to your experience, what is the best practice in constructing the taxonomy for creating task? What is the best practice? Is it a data-driven approach, or is like domain knowledge-based approach? I want to hear.
I mean, I think Rahul and I might have actually different answers, and I'm curious to hear this. I think one is to get really deep with the data yourself, and so don't delegate it, because there could be really interesting insights. And I think this is something that's been echoed earlier in the day. And then I also think really listen to industry professionals. At least for us, the tools that we're building or the solutions we're attempting to build are in service to them. And they'll have really particular insights that might not track with your initial intuitions. And then the third point I would say is don't stop once, do it multiple times. We've iterated on our taxonomy more times than I would like to admit. And it's quite painful, to be perfectly honest, but it's very important. I don't know, Rahul, do you have anything to add on that?
No, that's actually spot on. And I would just double down on what Anton said. It's really important to get down and dirty with the data. Like you have to, unless you get in there and label yourself and try to do what you expect the model to do, it's really hard to get real insight into what the task at hand is.
Oh, amazing, good to know. Also, one more question, follow-up question. You compare in the talk between ImageNet and CinemaNet, right? I want to ask you, what is the future of CinemaNet? You want to make it as big, as comprehensive as ImageNet, or what is your future plan?
Well, I mean, I think that, yes, that would be great. And we want to figure out a really good way to engage with academia and other research institutions to make this available. We're a very small company and a new company, and so we're trying to figure out the best path. And so we'd love to talk with anyone listening and anyone at the conference on some ways that we can work together. So hopefully the future is bright and interesting. I don't know if that's a good answer.
Sounds good. Fabian, you have one question? You have questions?
Yeah, so I guess like data, I mean, questions are coming back to data, and I wonder like how you guys were able to scale it up the data annotation process, right? So for this task, we need professionals, right? So most of the time we need professionals or very well-trained annotators. And that may be difficult to find on platforms like Mechanical Turk or any places. So I wonder if there could be a partnership where we can actually train people for this sort of task, right? Where we actually get together, like enable like online tools where people can be trained, able to do this task like in a larger scale, because I can see a roadblock for this kind of like artistic task is like basically the people that would be annotating the data, right? So in your case, you use 5 to 6 people to annotate each sample. So if you want to annotate million samples as in ImageNet, how time will it take, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the reality, the pragmatic reality of moving forward is that that's probably not sustainable to scale. But what that does do is have a very good sort of foundation for the model. And so when we build these students, or these teachers rather, we can feel confident that the sort of semi-supervised approach can scale in a intuitive way. And then in terms of training the labelers, I mean, I do want to say that working with ShotDeck, which is a really great resource, I highly suggest folks, if they're unfamiliar, to check it out. Working with them was really insightful because we've learned a lot, and they actually have very similar labeling and taxonomy issues and questions and the same trials and tribulations without building a model, just building a product and a research tool, a research archive exists there. And so we've had many interesting conversations. And so just connect with folks in library sciences and in museums and other places, and curators, even film historians. I think there's a lot of conversation to be had there.
Right. Thank you again for the insightful talk. So we have to move on. So our next speaker is my colleague from Netflix. My next speaker is Fernando Amat from Netflix. Fernando is currently tech lead at Netflix, where he's leading several video understanding cross-functional projects using machine learning and computer vision to scale and improve video editing workflow and insights. He's also a tech lead on image and artwork personalization at Netflix. Fernando, now it's yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug, so much. And good to see you here even on a Sunday. And thank you, everybody, for staying kind of almost until the end. I'm super happy, honestly, to be here. Like when I saw the title of the workshop, it's like, kind of this my job description basically on a daily basis. So I'll give a little bit of context and some of the algorithms we've done. This is a large team within Netflix. And so, yeah, I'll try to give a little bit of overview. And this workshop has been like really good, but also lots of talks. So there are lots of things, or almost in every slide I have, somebody has said something about that topic already before. So good to hear, that we have similar issues. So I'm hoping that, everybody is familiar with Netflix. Everybody's a happy customer. But I'm not sure if everybody's aware of the scale. Actually, at this point, Netflix is the largest studio in the world. And what that means is that every year we release, hundreds of movies and shows of what we call originals, which are like produced by Netflix. And so, everybody probably knows Stranger Things, or these days, Squid Games. But for each of those, there are like hundreds of others that, are very unknown, and kind of people don't learn about them until they see them in the homepage. So you log in, you have the recommendation, and all of a sudden you see some new title that you have no clue what it's about. And so one of the main goals of our team is to kind of be able to provide enough information for you, to make the right decision to see if you're interested in that title or not. And this could be synopsis, artwork, and other things. But actually, I mean, as it's well known, trailers is one of the kind of most important and most effective ways to really, hook you into the title, or like give you a lot of information about the title. Of course, unfortunately, it's also one of the most expensive ways to do that. If you compare it to, writing a synopsis or like creating some cover for the movie. So what we're trying to do is what I will call trailers at scale. As I said, we have hundreds of titles. We want to do multiple trailers actually per title. So that's a few thousand a year. And as he has been mentioned, across the board, sure, one thing it will be to reduce cost, to make it a little bit, make it more efficient. That's always nice. But really, we don't want to sacrifice the quality. If anything, we actually want to improve it. So we want to develop tools that can improve and help improve that quality. But before we dive, into those tools, and it was mentioned in one of the short papers, what is a trailer? So one of the short papers or posters was about, summarization or the previews. A trailer is really like very complex and like very creative process. Like you have to go through hours and hours of video and kind of put it all together in like 1 or 2 minutes in a way that is interesting enough, to hook you in, but also not revealing enough that kind of destroys the movie, and you say, okay, I've already watched it. No, thank you. And even like, if you think about it, you could have the same, for example, same sequence of shots, but you change the music, and that makes for a completely different trailer. So when you start thinking about this, it looks like, well, this is going to be impossible. But at least, and we've seen also, especially in the keynotes this morning, there's some grammars and some rules that you can kind of leverage to, to try to help in this process. And I'll play it's like a 1.5 minute video of like how to make a blockbuster trailer. It's supposed to be kind of a funny video, but at the same time, next time you see an Avengers, trailer, you realize that actually it's pretty accurate. So hopefully, I think the sound should go through.
Have you ever wondered about this particular thing? Because it turns out that that thing is real. That thing I referred to earlier? Well, it's happening, and it will destroy us all. Someone has to stop this thing. And that someone is you.
You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?
I'm the one. I'm not the person who can stop this thing. You are that person. Now take my hand!
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. I am the reaction.
So hopefully, well, everybody's a little bit more awake after this, and everybody's super excited to see this movie that actually doesn't exist. But if you follow kind of all the, all the annotations, and you can see them here on the top right. there was a lot of this taxonomy that actually also CinemaNet presented. And in some sense, there will be kind of an application of that taxonomy. So, you know, we have like we can see hero shots of the main character looking hopeful, you know, establishing shot, big VFX shot, or like what they will call the money shot, different musical effects. And so all these things is a taxonomy that you would like to have encoded, you know, on all your videos, so you can easily create, you know, if you had a template like this, you could create the trailer. And so usually before, you know, starting with the creative process, editors do what they call a breakdown, which is as they are watching the footage, they have to annotate, you know, for every shot, the characters, the dialogue lines, the key visuals, basically all this taxonomy that has been, you know, mentioned. I think there was also a poster that mentioned, you know, the breakdown. And so all this is for the point of like making it retrievable while you are making the trailer in, you know, in the tool. And so if you think about it, you know, you say, oh, I want the establishing shot. Yeah, that was that good one with the skyscraper. And then you have to scroll through 10 hours of video to find it. You're going to lose your train of thought, you know, by the moment you find it. So this breakdown is a very important pre-process step. And at least one of the problems we've found talking with editors is that actually still to this day, like, it's done mostly manual. Like, you know, you can find videos in training courses for editors or other places, and they will basically manually enter as they watch, you know, annotate those things. And places like this is where probably machine learning can really help, you know, on the video editing part. And I will repeat this on multiple slides. The idea here, by any means, and I love the Q&A, you know, emphasis on that, is not to kind of automate end-to-end or like replace editor. Is actually to do kind of to help on these repetitive tasks that are kind of tedious, you know, and a machine can do pretty well, so they can focus actually on the creativity part. And that I thought was fantastically discussed in the panel, you know, this morning before the break. So with this in mind and kind of this particular application of breakdown, I'll present a few of the algorithms from the team. And the first one is actually from Dong himself. And it's related, if you want to kind of, you can call it the money shot. And it's in every, you know, trailer, you should put one of the shots that is kind of just visually stunning. And you can think if it's an action movie, you know, there's the car chase scene, or like the big sword fight, or like, you know, heroic with explosions. If it's a romantic movie, you know, when the couple first kisses or like has this first big moment. And so this will be very good if we could already, you know, annotate it. And if you think about it, actually the good news is in this case, we pretty much have the data set. So for every full movie we have, we can decompose it in shots, and we actually know the shots that went into the trailer and the shots that didn't end up in the trailer. And so the ones that went into the trailer are the positive ones. The ones that didn't go are negatives. You have this kind of Siamese network, you pass it through your, you know, favorite convolutional network. And at the end, basically, you can have a ranking loss where the, you know, from the pair, the one that was in the trailer has to score higher, you know, than the negative one. Of course, this data set is not ideal. You can argue that some shots were really good shots and didn't end up in the trailer, and some shots in the trailer are not like this money shot. But overall, it's a very good starting point. And, you know, we did some evaluation and different data sets. And for example, you know, the first, in average, the first 10 shots to be, you know, retrieved by the algorithm, at least 7 of them are part of this kind of visually stunning shots. So that's, you know, that's very encouraging. Second application is actually what we call the character interaction graph. That's by Shervin, another of my colleagues. And actually, it was in 2020, and today there was a poster kind of augmenting this aspect with also dialogue and audio to make it a little bit more robust. But it's definitely super useful to kind of start understanding a little bit the storyline. And it's relatively straightforward. So with the face detection, or now if you want also with dialogue, you can, for every frame, group or identify, all the different characters. And so you can build a graph that every node is one of those characters, and the size of the graph is like how often they appear. And usually the main character, will be the largest node. And then the edges is basically if the two characters appear on the same frame, you'll add a count to this. And we saw basically a similar co-occurrence table in that, in the paper that was presented before. And so now if you have a query that is, give me the main character feeling hopeful, you already know who's the main character, and you could throw on top of that, if you have another model that can detect emotions or other things, and easily retrieve that query. Or like, give me, when these two, in the romance movie, when these two characters, the two main characters interact. That's also easy to do. The final one I will present is actually from our colleague, Mari. And in this case, it goes kind of more to the kind of essential work. So it has been mentioned a lot in the talks and in the questions, like what about labeling? How many labels you need? Is this like very label intensive? So our idea, or mainly Mari's idea, was to see if he could learn, a general purpose representation of a Netflix video, or in general of, films, using self-supervision techniques. And as has been mentioned before, also, a lot of these things exist, but a lot of times it's in this YouTube or like how-to videos and those things. But actually, filmmaking has very different characteristics. So he set up to the task, and in his case, the self-supervision was actually using video and audio pairing. So he has a stream of video and a stream of audio, and if the pair is correct, that should score higher than any other pair. And if you think about it, audio in general is pretty correlated. So I don't know, if you hear a car, an ambulance, somebody screaming, it gives you a lot of clues of what should be in the video. And so Mari evaluated it in actually standard computer vision data set. So a lot of transfer learning, if you want, or the main transfer. And it turns out it can achieve, state of the art, even with that gap. And on top of that, it's trained in way fewer hours of video, that at least most of the works. For us, what it means is like, basically, we can build these downstream models. So for example, shot types or other ones that have been presented before with much smaller amount of labeling and much more efficiently. So that's also very good news. As a last one, before I conclude, and it was said, one cannot forget kind of the standard or like off-the-shelf, computer vision models. And it's true what people from CinemaNet said. You have to be careful. The cinematic style is very different than what they are trained, but still, there is usage there, or like some, let's call it low-hanging fruits that you could, that we could use with some caution. So I'll conclude quickly with just a few kind of takeaways or learnings of all our team is kind of going through this journey of meeting with editors and creatives, trying to understand, or converge or bridge the gaps. And at least for me, it has been fascinating. I think everybody in the team will say the same. So yes, machine learning, can help. But I will say, and it was mentioned in the panel, don't assume that you know what is better for them. Like actually go and talk to creatives and see how you can, which problems you can help. And definitely still early days. I think everybody agrees on that. Plenty of work to do. So, super exciting. And as I mentioned before, at least for now, it seems there are still a lot of repetitive tasks that probably, machine learning could help. And so they can, or whoever wants can focus on creativity. And one, I guess, as a, kind of as a machine learning person, like building the models is almost only like half the journey, like how to put them in front of users. And we saw some very good examples, with the green screen and like how to make it interactive. So how to put it in front of users in a way that they understand them and like they can use them efficiently is almost as hard or probably harder than developing the model itself. So yeah, thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Fernando, for the inspiring talk. Do we have any questions for Fernando from the audience? Yeah, Alejandro, please.
Oh, sorry, you can take over for him first. Yeah,
oh,
no.
Fabian, sorry. Clapping your hands.
All right, yeah, so amazing talk, Fernando. So I'm gonna deviate a little bit from the machine learning side of things. I'm more about kind of like maybe how machine learning can help in making like video experiences more accessible to everybody. So I know that Netflix is taking this very seriously. And actually Netflix, I think, is one of the very few platforms that allows like people with vision problems to actually listen what's happening in a video, right? They have very good audio descriptions of their shows and their movies, right? But I wonder if there is something that you can share. I mean, if Netflix is trying to do something from the machine learning perspective to make videos more engaging for people with disabilities. What about people with vision problems or people with hearing problems? How can we make the videos more engaging for these kind of people with these disabilities? Or is there any way that we can modify the editing of an existing video to actually make it more accessible for this kind of people?
Yeah, so as a full disclaimer, yeah, we are, well, I'm not fully aware of a lot of things, but it could be also, this is handled usually in a different part of the, the company. And as you know, at this point, it's pretty big, the company. As you said, the main thing, like audio descriptions and those things, those are still handled. So there's an issue with, if you want, trustbusters, in the sense, like you only, one big error is enough to destroy the whole project. And so deploying these things, you still have to have kind of, quality controls in place and those things. And so I would say we are probably looking into it, but very carefully, because kind of again, like the accuracy, yeah, like, you have to be very cautious. It's like a very high-end, problem. One thing I'm aware, but it's not exactly to make it more accessible, but I don't know if you've noticed the subtitles in Netflix can actually move to different places. So we kind of detect, sometimes like, I don't know, you have those yellow subtitles and all of a sudden the background will be a yellow wall, which will make it impossible to read. So like, basically we do these sorts of detections so the subtitles are always readable. But that's not exactly, along the lines, but as a small example.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So Fernando, we just take this opportunity. I want to ask you one question. So like, according to your experience, right, AI assisted trailer creation. So what do you think are the major challenges the academia should be addressing but haven't? What do you think?
Oh, that academia should be addressing. I mean, definitely. So I was in I always joke Netflix is my first industry job. I used to be in academia until I moved here. I always definitely think of academia of like the forefront, like they are the pioneers. If you want, they are a much more open set of questions. So definitely this kind of, summarization, understanding of the content. So what I presented is more like a just pure retrieval or description. I think, of course, the next level, the same way is happening in NLP, it's more like understanding, like what is the story. So, and everybody emphasized in this workshop, storytelling, like the main thing of a good content is actually storytelling. Even you could have a handheld camera, but as long as the story is good, like that usually goes well. So yeah, as much effort as has been put in NLP in terms of whatever, grammar, understanding, even now generation, with GPT-3 and all these things, I would love to see if they could kind of, I guess, do it for filmmaking, because filmmaking at the end of the day is a language on itself. So my guess is that a lot of these ideas can be applied here, and then story really kind of will be the creation of storytelling, or models that can help storytelling, not only retrieve information or annotate information.
Yeah, so hopefully in the near future, we can leverage more and more such technologies from academia. Okay, thank you, Fernando. Everybody, let us thank Fernando again for his insightful talk. So now we have our last speaker in this session, which will be given by Xintao Wang. Xintao Wang is currently a research scientist at Tencent ARC lab located in Shenzhen, China. He has done a lot of research on super resolution and other creative computer vision tasks, such as face restoration, image colorization, and so on. Today, he's gonna talk about the creative algorithm developed at Tencent ARC. So Xintao, it's yours now.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my shared screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction, and I'm happy to be here. I'm Xintao from Tencent ARC lab, and in this talk, I will briefly introduce some AI algorithms used for video editing and creation in our lab. I'm doing research on video restoration and enhancement, while most video editing and creation problems are high-level tasks. So most of the following algorithms are developed by my colleagues. First, let me introduce our business group. Our business group is a platform and a content group, short name PCG. It has three main platforms: the social platform, the content platform, and the internet traffic platform. There are lots of diverse video types and contents in PCG, such as long videos, short videos, video in news, in movies, animes, and sports, also in social activities. So we have a lot of data, and there are also huge demands for video editing and creation. Among those demands, a large part is user-generated content, that is UGC. And more people are joining the content creation trends and want to express their feelings and ideas through the videos. So on the balance of video creations, the one end is professional creation, and the other is easy-to-use tools. AI in this field can bring more professional experience and effects to our easy-to-use tools. To create a video, we usually need to consider different content modality. For example, videos, images, texts, audios, and the knowledge or other relationships. They all will be used in the generative videos. And with the help of big data and AI tools, we can better analyze and organize those contents, and then help users to edit and create videos. Before we go to the technical details, let's first look at the video creation process. There are two perspectives. One is from the users, and the other is from the platform or service provider. For the users, he or she want to make his small ideas into a rich video, that the video contains much content. And for the platforms, it want to generate delicate and also meaningful videos from a very large source material database, also conditioned on the user ideas. So there are two connected pyramids with the opposite directions. When we talk about AI for video creation, so it's not only about creation itself, but also the large iceberg behind the sea. So it requires many techniques. Some can be user perceived, while some are the fundamental functions in the backstage. On the user side, the first step is from the script, from the ideas to the script. Then he may take videos with his mobile phones or other devices. But a more easy or effective way is to search required materials from the platform, that is from the source materials. And then different visual effects will be applied on those materials. This is a very large space for companies or platforms to show their AI capability. He will then do some editing and add music and or filters. This is post-production. After that, he will release and distribute his nice videos. You can see this is a very complicated progress, but with the help of the platform and the improved workflow, this video creation process can be easily conducted on mobile phones. And on the platform side, from a very large source material database, including video, text, audios, and so on, we first need to get a preliminary understanding for those materials so that we can organize a better data structure, which is essential for the following search and recommendation. Then a crucial step is to find the required materials to help the users to implement his ideas. This step usually involves multimodality. After that, the platform provides lots of tools or services for the secondary creation, such as the footage enhancement, modifying the existing footage, or generating new ones. And the last is deeper understanding. It will further delve into the video structures, analyze the content, the rhythm, the camera languages or the movie languages, and even emotions expressed by the videos. All those techniques will have strong connections to the user demands, and will help the users to make the editing or the creation process be easier. Now let's look through some AI algorithms developed in Tencent ARC. Given the user and rough script, the user ideas and rough script, the first component is to search and the recommendation. In the preliminary understanding, we will take the face and the text as an example. Face is a key dimension in analyzing the source materials because the users always focus on different on peoples. So we will develop a very large scale face clustering, recognition, and retrieval algorithms to connect the same person in massive videos among the long videos, short videos, or videos in different platforms. So users can easily retrieve desired clips of a specific person. Video OCR is another example. During the user search or recommendation, the OCR of subtitles can give more accurate video retrieval results and locate the more precise specific moments he wants to insert in his videos. And for the search and the recommendation itself, cross-modality is necessary given massive source materials. We use large-scale pre-training models with video and titles, and also construct video text cross-modality models. The models can be applied to cross-modality video retrieval. It's semantic, and it can be directly associated with the video content features. Thus, it can increase its coverage to videos with poor titles or poor text. So, and it can also be used for video tagging and building an open tag set. We then took a look at the secondary creation. This part actually have a large set of tools, as we needed to develop various tools to fulfill different user demands. We now introduce some fundamental abilities which are used for visual effects or the editing part. The first part is segmentation and matching. We've developed the video object segmentation algorithms. It's class agnostic and has no limitation to specific category of objects. The users only give rough masks in a keyframe, and then the algorithms can automatically propagate to all frames in the videos. So with this technique, users can combine the objects in different videos into one video that is in the objective level instead of the clip level. For human, we need a more accurate segmentation, that is human matching. With our developed algorithm and massive data training, our model can deal with multiple people, complex background, and so on. Another category of modification is based on the depth estimation. We develop algorithms that can estimate the video depth for general scenes. The video estimation are stable without abrupt change. This technique can be used to add interesting visual effects and also generate 3D photo animation for 2D images. For human faces, a large part of demand is from face animation with audio-driven or other video-driven signals. In this work, we collect a small amount of RGB videos and voices of users for training, and then use the implicit parametric 3D model as the constraint to learn the dynamic 3D appearance of the specific person. And then during testing, only the new voice is required, and the high fidelity 3D videos corresponding to this voice can then be generated. This technique can be usually used for the commentary of knowledge kind videos. And the face can also be driven by other face videos. This can be used as a special visual effects in video creation. We also used it in the scene photo activity. It allowed the users to upload only one photo and then obtain an interesting scene video. Another category is the image and video enhancement, and this part is what I'm doing now. Usually the retrieved footages are low quality, or they will have various quality. If we directly apply them in the generated videos, they will affect the visual quality and also the viewing experience. So we develop realistic image and video restoration algorithms for general scenes, for anime scenes, and also for the human faces. If we have all the black, white images or videos, we can also apply coloration algorithms to get nature and vivid results. Besides, we can also obtain controllable and smooth adjusted color enhancement for different video filters. Video frame interpolation is another fundamental technique, which it will insert several new frames between two arbitrary frames. It's important to increase the FPS of the video materials or get slow motion effects. In above, we demonstrate some AI algorithms for secondary creation or modification. Actually, each of them is challenging to fulfill different users' demands. And we now move to the next part to simply describe the techniques for deep video understanding. Instead of the video or video granularity, we want to precisely locate the action in a video, so that we can better do the video editing and use the use highlights from very long and redundant videos. We explore the action localization under weak supervision so that we can leverage our massive data while decrease the heavy labeling cost. After creating the videos, we want to distribute our videos, and we want to attract more interested people through the video thumbnails. So we also study how to better automatically generate the cover for a video. Our solution is a dynamic cover of 3 to 5 seconds. The dynamic cover will be more attractive and informative than the static cover on the current video platforms. Finally, users can produce a dedicated video from a simple idea more easier. Behind them, there are lots of powerful tools and a large structured multimodality database. So I'll briefly describe our understanding of video editing and creation and demonstrate some AI algorithms used in the creation process. Honestly, I have to say that it's just the beginning of our journey to the intelligent video creation, and there are more and more challenges and also opportunities. Also, I discussed in this workshop, and we will continue this journey to our destination, that is content creates beauty. Thanks.
Okay, this is a very exciting talk. I could see there are so many efforts ongoing at Tencent, right?
Thanks.
So this is very impressive. You guys almost do everything in video content understanding. So I have one question for you. So like when you bring each of this model into the production, so what is the biggest challenge you were facing?
The challenges, actually there are many challenges, and I mentioned the 2 key challenges. The first one is the model robustness. In academia, we usually develop the algorithms for demo. That is, we can show that, oh, okay, this model can solve this problem or can address some cases or more cases. But in practical use, there are many corner cases, right? And we cannot control what the contents user upload. So our model should be robust to most of the cases. So we need to collect more data. We should pay more attention to the corner cases. So this is a big efforts we paid after we have a model for academic. Yeah, this is the first challenge.
I see.
And the second challenge is about the speed. You know that the many models, especially for the videos, very time consuming. And if we want to help the users to process these video contents, and he wants to have a quick results from a quick feedback from our platform. So we will also pay attention to the processing speed. Yeah,
okay.
That's 2 key challenges.
Okay, that's very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, we run out of time. So I want to say thank you to all of the speakers in the Industry Spotlight session. Thanks for staying with us on Sunday. Hopefully next year we will see you again. So now I want to encourage you, the audience here, if you have time, please stay with us for a few more minutes. So let me do a quick close remark session. So I will be quick. But the important thing is we will announce the best paper awards in this session. I want all of you to share the joy with the best paper awards, with the author of the best paper awards. Please stay with us. Okay, let me present. Share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
One second, let me present. Hello, everybody. So I hope you enjoy the whole day's workshop event. So let us, I guess you must have been immersed in the rich information from the workshop. So let us make a stop and conclude this workshop together with a closing remark. First of all, I want to thank all of our workshop organizers. In the past few months, there are enormous email exchange, Slack messages, virtual meetings going around the organizers. Sometimes we have 7 a.m., 11 p.m. meetings, weekly meetings. I have to say, the organizers, they committed several months' time on the intensive service to make this event happen. In particular, I want to mention that Xiong, Alejandro, Pardo, and Anyi Rahul. So 3 of them, they did most of the heavy lifting work from the website design to system setup to paper review and the speaker invitation. Let us thank them for their great services they did to our community. Thank you. Also, we have a large team of program committee from different continents in the world that help us review the papers in the workshop. So interestingly, you can see these include folks from Asia, Europe, and Middle East, and North and South America. Let us thank them for their great services. So now let us announce the CV EU Workshop Best Paper Awards. This is exciting. So actually in this workshop, we have 2 types of Best Paper Awards. The first is the best paper with the highest review scores. So this is the paper which received the highest score among all submissions to the workshop. So this reward goes to Southern et al. For the paper VLGNet, Video Language Graph Matching for Video Grounding. The prize worth is $500 US. Congratulations to all the authors. What a great achievement. So the second type of best paper is here. So this is the one with the highest committee judges. So basically, besides the review scores, this reward also looked at each paper's relevance to the workshop, the quality of the presentation, as well as the potential impact. And the final decision was voted by the workshop committee. So with this criteria, our best paper goes to Robin Courant for the paper and others for the paper High-Level Features for Movie Style Understanding. Congratulations to all the authors of this paper. This is really quite an achievement. Okay, finally, we also have a best paper roundup. This is based on the same criteria with the highest committee judges. So this one goes to Bajrashi and others for the paper Plots to Preview towards automatic retrieval using publicly metadata. Again, like I said, this award takes into account multiple factors and finally was voted by workshop committee. So the award prize for this award is $250 US. Congratulations to all the authors of this paper. Okay, with that, I think I conclude this workshop. I want to say finally, thanks for attending the CVU workshop. Please, if you have any feedback, send to us on the social media platform or to our email address. Hopefully, next year, we will be able to see you again at ICCV 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, everybody, for staying that late with us. We really appreciate it.